Immortal Cultivation family. My comprehension ability can be stored dest video experiment para intretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en iles. Los derechos de la novela while our imaginación del autor original. No reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta respirar y queers escuchar este fanfic completo horror. Suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 176, Magical Instrument Research Institute. In the courtyard, the three of them bowed to Chen Daoxuan, and were about to leave. Chen Daoxuan stopped Chen Daochu. Seeing this, Chen Daolian took Chen Fusheng and left first. He watched the two of them leave. Chen Daochu scratched his head, and couldn't help but said, "Young patriarch, you kept me here, because you have another important task for me?" As he said that, he showed an expression of eagerness to try. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, "There is really an important task for you." After that, his face became serious. "I found a problem in the exchange jade slips of Carnean Sword Sect." He paused. "Whether it is in the auction house of Guang'an Prefecture, or in the exchange jade slips of Carnean Sword Sect, offensive magic weapon inheritance is very common, but defensive spiritual armor inheritance is very rare. Do you know what this means?" After speaking, he looked at Chen Daochu meaningfully. Chen Daochu didn't understand what Chen Daoxuan meant, and said dully, "I don't know." Chen Daoxuan sighed and said, "How big do you think the difference in strength is, since you put on the spiritual armor, and before you put on the spiritual armor?" Hearing this, Chen Daochu frowned, thought about it carefully, and said, "The difference in strength is huge, and it can even be said to be a world of difference." "That's right." Chen Daoxuan looked at the scenery outside the courtyard and said faintly, "Even when I was in the key refining stage, facing a group of key refining stage cultivators wearing spiritual armor, I would probably be defeated and flee. Even now, I'm besieged by a group of late foundation establishment cultivators wearing second level upper grade spiritual armor, and there is a risk of fleeing. How could it be?" Chen Daochu looked at Chen Daoxuan in shock, and could hardly believe what he said. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan was a sword cultivator, and his strength was absolutely the best of the same level. Such a proud sword cultivator actually said that a group of cultivators of the same level could pose a threat to him if they were wearing spiritual armor. This obviously had a big impact on Chen Daochu's worldview. But then he thought of himself with the first grade superior spirit armor, with his cultivation of the 9th level of key refining close to the great perfection. He could withstand the attack of ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. Then he was relieved. Compared with the flying sword-like offensive magic tools, the spirit armor can indeed affect the balance of power. Therefore, in the exchange jade slips of Carnean Sword Sect, there is no inheritance of high-level spirit armor. In fact, Chen Daoxuan could smell from the exchange jade slips of Carnean Sword Sect that the policy of Carnean Sword Sect is to suppress big families and support independent cultivators. This point, it is estimated that all the big families in Wangxinghe can see it. This is also the reason why the big families dare not act rashly under the rule of Carnean Sword Sect. Once the core strategic technology of high-level spirit armor refining inheritance is passed on to the hands of the big family, it will enhance the strength of the family in a very short time. A group of cultivators wearing spirit armor and a group of naked cultivators holding offensive magic tools are completely different concepts. Even if Carnean Sword Sect is not afraid of such forces, the expansion of the power of the big family is always a trouble for it. Carnean Sword Sect has to prevent such troubles. Of course. Although the spiritual armor is good, the price is also quite touching. Generally, even in big families, only the most elite children are qualified to wear spiritual armor. Just like the Zhao family and the Wu family, only the most elite family children have spiritual armor. But even the Zhao and Wu families have only the second level upper grade spiritual armor inheritance. Does the Zhao family have no spiritual stones or lack of military exploits? Of course not. This is why Carnean Sword Sect deliberately controls the spiritual armor refining technology. Not only the spiritual armor refining technology, but also war artifacts such as the Lingsu warship, are strictly controlled by Carnean Sword Sect. The Zhao family's Lingsu warship was awarded by the previous sect master after the Zhao family made great contributions when Carnean Sword Sect unified Wangxinghe. But since then, No family in Wangxinghe has ever obtained the refining method of war artifacts like the Lingsu warship. Even the Zhao family has only accumulated less than 100 Lingsu warships in the past 1000 years. This shows the preciousness of this war weapon. War weapons may not be effective against individual cultivators, but on a vast battlefield, they are simply godlike. For example, on the front line of Izumo country, the Zhuan King Dao League used a large number of puppet beast cannon fodder to consume the monks of Wangxinghe. Facing this kind of cannon fodder, war weapons are the best weapon to clear the field. Even now in the war between Guanghan Prefecture and the corpse tide of Lotus Island, the Sun Brothers did not choose to attack the 4 city gates on a large scale, except for the threat of Zhao Mubei, the perverted sword cultivator. The Zhao family's Lingsu warships are also the reason why they are so afraid. Once this kind of war weapon is used on a large-scale battlefield, it will have a sweeping effect. In addition to the monks' fast escape light and flexible body movements, they are not easily locked by this kind of war weapon. Others like the Qianji Hall puppet beasts and the corpse tide that broke out in Guanghan Prefecture at this moment, once they gather on a large scale, are simply living targets for this kind of war weapon. Therefore, there will be no specific refining inheritance for this kind of war weapon. Of course, Cunning and sword sect is still willing to exchange specific weapons with military merits, but there are restrictions. However, there are no restrictions for independent cultivators. Independent cultivators are alone, and generally only exchange one piece, whether exchanging spiritual armor or war weapons. There are no restrictions on this kind of exchange. Cunning and sword sect's move restricts large families such as the Zhao family and the Yi family. In the exchange inheritance of Kainiu and Sword Sect, things that can truly increase the family's foundation, especially the foundation of large families, are generally not available. The high-level spiritual armor inheritance is listed. The large-scale war weapon inheritance is also listed. This kind of thing related to the foundation of a cultivation force is much more strict than the exchange of skills. Chen Daoxuan searched through all the refining inheritances. He only found a refining inheritance of the 2nd level spiritual armor, and the required military merits were extremely high. Anyway, with the military merits in the hands of the Chen family, it is not enough to exchange. In the courtyard, after listening to Chen Daoxuan's explanation, Chen Daoxuan immediately understood the far-reaching intentions of the young patriarch. He nodded. When a large number of my Chen family monks have established their foundation, the current 1st level spiritual armor will naturally not be able to keep up with their cultivation. Although many foundation building monks do not even have 1st level spiritual armor, it does not prevent the Chen family's foundation building monks from disliking 1st level spiritual armor. That's exactly the reason. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Now there are more and more monks in my Chen family. In the future, in addition to most people entering the factory to engage in production work, the military department that I planned for the Chen family will definitely be established. He paused. In my imagination, in the future, the Chen family monks and the military monks will be completely separated from the monks in charge of production. The monks in the military have only one goal: to do everything possible to improve their own strength to protect the safety of the family. You also know that the components of the monk's strength, in addition to their own cultivation and the realm of magic, swordsmanship, etc., are also affected by external objects such as magic tools, and the influence is very large. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. As a weapon refiner, he knew this principle very well. For 2 cultivators with the same cultivation and similar magic skills, magic weapons can even be said to be the only factor affecting the outcome of the battle between the 2. Among them, the spiritual armor is the biggest factor. If one of the 2 late-stage key refining cultivators has reached the realm of perfection of the 1st level sword art, and the other is only at the ordinary level of great success, but he has a 1st level upper grade spiritual armor, the outcome of the battle is self-evident. The key refining cultivator with the 1st level upper grade spiritual armor is definitely better, because the late stage key refining cultivator who has reached the perfection of the 1st level sword art does not even have the ability to break the defense of the cultivator with the same cultivation, but wearing spiritual armor. What suspense is there in such a battle? Although the situation is different when the cultivator reaches a higher level. but there is no doubt that the increase in the strength of the cultivator by the spiritual armor is too terrifying. It can be said to be the greatest of all types of magic weapons. With such a heritage, it is no wonder that the Carnean sword sect would intentionally restrict it. If there is no restriction, with the financial resources of the big families in Wangxinghe, they can let all the elite cultivators in the family wear high-level spiritual armor in a few minutes. At that time, the strength of the big families will be terrifying. Moreover, compared with a bunch of scattered cultivators, big families are more likely to form alliances and easily pose a threat to the rule of Carnean sword sect. As long as the top leaders of Carnean sword sect are a little clear-headed, they will not be unprepared. So, I want to set up a magic weapon research institute now, which is responsible for the research of various magic weapons. Magic Weapon Research Institute? Chen Daoxuan was not surprised by the new term in the mouth of the young patriarch, but he was a little curious about the difference between this so-called Magic Weapon Research Institute and the Magic Weapon Factory. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's question, Chen Daoxuan explained, "Of course there are differences. You should know the two magic weapons I created, the melting spirit furnace and the centrifugal wall breaking machine, right?" Chen Daoxuan nodded. "From now on, your Magical Instrument Research Institute will do this job, specializing in researching new types, especially the special magical instruments that my Chen family needs." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan opened his mouth in surprise. He was only a second-level instrument refiner, but Chen Daoxuan asked him to create a new type of magical instrument. He really wanted to say, "Young patriarch, you are really making things difficult for me." But seeing Chen Daoxuan's serious eyes, he couldn't say this at all. Seeing his expression, how could Chen Daoxuan, who had almost raised him since he was a child, not know what he was thinking? Then he said unhappily, "Have you forgotten that your talent for refining instruments is different from before? Your talent for refining instruments has improved so much. Don't you have this confidence?" "How can I not?" Before Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he immediately thought of something, and his face suddenly became full of shrewdness. Immediately, he was so excited that he said incoherently, "This is feasible. This is feasible. If there are more talented geniuses like me, this Magical Instrument Research Institute can be created completely." Seeing him boasting without blushing, Chen Daoxuan couldn't even look at him. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. You have been leading the magical instrument class. Select a group of reliable and steadfast monks with a certain talent for refining instruments. Start by building the foundation of this Magical Instrument Research Institute for me." "Yeah. Okay." Chen Daoxuan nodded hurriedly. Chapter 177 New Problems. Above Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City, a Lingsu warship rumbled through the sky and landed in the Zhao family's residence. Below, a group of Zhao family foundation building cultivators were waiting there. "Fellow Daoist Chen, you have worked hard on your journey." The leading Zhao family foundation building cultivator bowed to Chen Daoxuan, who flew down from the Lingsu warship and said with a smile, "Senior Zhao, you are too polite." Chen Daoxuan, who had a layer of short black and dense beard on the corners of his mouth, bowed to the other party and said with a smile. Seeing that the Zhao family cultivator looked at the Lingsu warship behind him from time to time, Chen Daoxuan immediately introduced, "Thanks to the raw material supply from your Guang'an Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City, the number of elixirs and magic tools refined by our Chen family this month has increased again. Senior Zhao, please take a look." As he said, Chen Daoxuan guided the other party to check the goods transported from the Lingsu warship. Under the guidance of Chen Daoxuan, the Zhao family cultivator checked the elixirs and magic tools that the Chen family supplied to the front line every month. As he checked, the Zhao family foundation building cultivator nodded continuously. "Yes, the amount of pills this month has increased a lot compared to last month. It seems that your Chen family has added more alchemists." As he spoke, the Zhao family cultivator's eyes revealed a complicated look. "Senior, you are too kind. My Chen family has also invested all the spirit stones earned into training new alchemists. Not only that, but we have also spent a lot of spirit stones in the family inventory. You also know that the initial cost of training an alchemist and a refiner is too high." Chen Daoxuan sighed. "Yes." Hearing this, the Zhao family cultivator nodded in agreement. Then he smiled and looked at Chen Daoxuan, saying, "But your Chen family is really courageous. They dare to train alchemists and weapon refiners at all costs. It seems that your Chen family should have a place in the future Guanghan Prefecture's elixir market. I don't deserve it." Chen Daoxuan waved his hands repeatedly. "Our Chen family is only messing around in Guanghan Prefecture. How can we compare to your Zhao family's reputation in the entire Kangzhou elixir market?" Ha ha ha. This flattery obviously hit the other party's heart, making the Zhao family cultivator laugh. While the two were talking, the cultivators under his command had already counted all the goods. A cultivator in the early stage of foundation building came forward and reported to the Zhao family steward who was in charge. "Sir, this time the Chen family brought 3 kinds of first grade inferior elixirs. Among them, there are 143,000 detoxification pills, 100,000 evil breaking pills, and 94,500 vitality recovering pills, totaling 337,500 pills. There are also 5,000 first grade inferior flying swords and 2,400 first grade medium grade flying swords. The total value of the above goods is 3,865,000 spiritual stones." After hearing this report, the Zhao family steward nodded, indicating that he understood. "How about it, fellow Daoist Chen, or still follow the previous payment method?" "Yes, half of it will be settled with military merit." Chen Daoxuan bowed and smiled. "TSK, Zhao's steward shook his head, eyes full of envy. "This time, although your Chen family is in the rear, you have also gained a lot of military merits. Fortunately, not as good as Senior Zhao Mubei. It is said that a few days ago, Senior Zhao Mubei led the monks of the East Defense Zone to break through a second level yin vein transformed by the corpse group of Lotus Island, killing nearly 1 million zombies. Fellow Daoist Chen is really well informed. There is such a thing." When Zhao's steward talked about this, his face was full of uncontrollable joy. The successive victories of the East Defense Zone mean that the rear of Guanghan Prefecture is becoming more and more stable. You know, the East Defense Zone is only a part of the entire Guanghan Prefecture coalition force, not even half of the strength. In the rear of Guanghan Prefecture, 4 major defense zones have been set up. Apart from the weakest West Defense Zone, the strength of the other defense zones is not weak. If all the people in each defense zone are soldiers, at least more than 1 million monks can be assembled. In addition, the Purple Palace monks in each defense zone are a very powerful backup force. As for the zombies of Lotus Island making a detour to launch a surprise attack, that is even more impossible. At this moment, they are being beaten back by the coalition forces of the East Defense Zone, and they can hardly protect themselves. How can they have the strength to split their troops to launch a surprise attack on the rear of Guanghan Prefecture? Besides, the rear of Guanghan Prefecture is not a soft persimmon. If they do this, they will only die faster. With Sun Fu's shrewdness, he will definitely not make such a stupid decision. Redwood Island, Guanhei Fairy City. On the city wall, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zion stood side by side. "Uncle 13, how is it?" Looking at the 4th level formation he arranged by himself, Chen Daoxuan said proudly. "Not bad, not bad." Chen Zion nodded continuously. "If my Chen family's spiritual vein can also arrange a set of such a formation." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "It is not difficult to arrange a 4th level formation, but it is difficult to bring out the power of this 4th level formation. Guanhei Xianqing has a 3rd level spiritual vein as its power source, and my Chen family's spiritual vein is only 2nd level, which is difficult to meet the requirements of arranging a 4th level formation. Wait a few months until my Chen family has accumulated 10 million spiritual stones and upgraded the spiritual vein to the 3rd level, and then it will not be too late to arrange a 4th level mountain protection formation." At this point, Chen Daoxuan laughed. "Once the 4th level mountain protection formation is arranged, my Chen family will have the foundation of a large family. You know, the 4th level mountain protection formation can even resist giant cultivators. If the person guarding the formation has the purple mansion cultivation, he can completely block the attack of a giant cultivator." Hearing this, Chen Zion couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, the Chen family didn't even have a spiritual vein, and even spent 500 spiritual stones to buy a Tongmei pill, and they had to think twice. And now, he and Chen Daoxuan were actually discussing the promotion to the third level spiritual vein. It was really a different time. By the way, in order to build this fairy city, you spent nearly 60 million spiritual stones on military expenses. I heard that the military pay of the Western Defense Zone is almost out of money. Do you need your family to help you make up for this part of the spiritual stones first? Chen Ziyan turned his head and looked at Chen Daoxuan and asked. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned his head to look at the increasingly prosperous Guanhei fairy city, smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "No, Uncle 13, just watch it." Although he didn't know what Chen Daoxuan was up to, but Chen Ziyan, who knew him, knew in his heart that whenever Chen Daoxuan showed such an expression, the problems encountered by the Chen family will be solved. I believe this time will be no exception. Guanhei Fairy City, as the third large fairy city built by Guanghan Prefecture, is different from the market, built by other foundation building families. First of all, it is built on a third level spiritual vein worth more than 10 million spiritual stones. Secondly, the blocks, spirit palaces, shops, roads and other buildings inside the fairy city were all carefully designed by a master builder of the Yang family who was asked to build the Lingzhou city. There is no way. Although Chen Biwang of the Chen family is a senior general, he, immortal, has no experience in building a fairy city. Let's not talk about other problems. Chen Biwang's lack of knowledge of formations alone made him completely disqualified from building a fairy city. After all, the fairy city is different from the mortal city. There are all kinds of cultivators living inside it, so the requirements for formations in its internal buildings are very high. For example, inns need to arrange various formations to soundproof and prevent spiritual energy from interfering with each other. The shops in the fairy city also need to arrange various alarm formations to prevent people from making trouble in the shops. Merchants can even ask the law enforcement team of the main family to come to justice for them. In addition, like the spirit palace for cultivators to practice the forbidden formation that prohibits cultivators from flying in the air, all need to build formations. You know, the arrangement of formations is not something that can be done with empty hands and a few circles in the air. To set it up, a large amount of array materials is needed. This is the case with the 4th level mountain protection array arranged by Chen Daoxuan, and the various buildings in Guanhei Xiancheng are still the same. These array materials may not be expensive for 1 or 2 pieces, but when added together, the price of an entire Xiancheng is a bit jaw-dropping. According to Chen Daoxuan's plan, this Xiancheng is far from being completed. The reserved space inside has just been used up by 1/10. When the reserved space is fully built, it is estimated that the current population size of the cultivators in the Western Defense Zone will be far from being filled. Although the Western Defense Zone is also one of the 5 major defense zones, except for those cultivators whose original clan lands and cultivation sites are too close to Redwood Island. Other cultivators are still more willing to run to Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng and Lingzhou Xiancheng. After all, those places are guarded by Purple Mansion cultivators. Although the cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture know that the sword is powerful, in their eyes, the sword cultivators in the foundation building period are far less powerful than the Purple Mansion cultivators. In addition, the Eastern Defense Zone is now winning victory after victory. The dark cloud hanging over everyone's head gradually dissipated. Naturally, everyone had no reason to run to the backward Guanhei Xiancheng. In this way, in addition to the 100,000 soldiers and monks stationed in Guanhei Xiancheng, there were less than 300,000 independent cultivators and family cultivators stationed here. Compared with the millions of cultivators gathered in the sphere of influence of Guanghan Prefecture and the more than 1 million cultivators gathered in Lingzhou Xiancheng, it was a far cry. Even the Chengguan garrison in the South Defense Zone had more independent cultivators than the West Defense Zone. Chen Daoxuan was not discouraged by this phenomenon. He knew that all treatment came from strength. Neither the Chen family nor Chen Daoxuan gave the enemy such confidence. Naturally, they did not dare to bring their families and bet everything on the West Defense Zone coalition. Returning to the West Defense Zone garrison, as soon as he entered the headquarters hall, A cultivator in spiritual armor strode in with wind-like steps. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, the monk's eyes lit up, and he said, "Commander, it's time to pay the soldiers this month." After that, he looked at Chen Daoxuan nervously. Chen Daoxuan wanted to build a fairy city on Redwood Island. At the beginning, many monks in the West Defense Zone coalition were opposed. However, as Chen Daoxuan's subordinates, they could not disobey Chen Daoxuan's orders. Now, the problem that the monks worried about at the beginning has finally happened. The coalition forces in the West Defense Zone have begun to be unable to pay the soldiers' salaries. Chapter 178, Preparations. Since the Western Defense Zone coalition troops stationed on Redwood Island, they have been spending money like water. If it weren't for Zhao Minghao, the commander of the Guanghan Prefecture coalition troops, who wanted to win over Chen Daoxuan, and the Chen family, provided strong logistical support for the Eastern Defense Zone front line. If anyone else dared to misappropriate the military funds of the Western Defense Zone so wantonly, they would have been arrested by the Guanghan Prefecture coalition troops for corruption and dereliction of duty. Since the Western Defense Zone stationed troops on Redwood Island, not only has a third-level spiritual vein been built, but also more than a dozen nearby islands with Redwood Island as the core have imitated the Zhao family and the Guanghan Prefecture Immortal Alliance to build more than a dozen second-level spiritual veins for the use of casual cultivators and other small families. And they are responsible for the patrol and rest of the Lingsu warships. The cost of building the spiritual vein alone is as high as more than 20 million spiritual stones. And the huge order of magic tools placed with the Chen family cost millions of spiritual stones. After that, the construction of Guanhei's Iron Chen cost the bulk of the military expenses of the Western Defense Zone coalition, and nearly 50 million spiritual stones were spent. It stands to reason. The Guanhei Fairy City, which was built with this money, should belong to the West Defense Zone coalition, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Chen family has transferred the right to collect taxes to their own family. This is naked misappropriation of military funds. Misappropriation of military funds is fine, but the key is that, after spending like this, the original 80 million Lingxi military funds are almost gone. Not to mention doing other things, even paying the soldiers' salaries is a bit beyond their ability. In the main hall of the West Defense Zone headquarters, Chen Daoxuan looked at Lei Zhen, who was standing in front of him with a nervous look on his face, and smiled. "Why are you so nervous? My Chen family is on Xuanhu Island, hundreds of miles away from Redwood Island. Are you still worried that my Chen family will run away?" He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I will pay the military salary this month truthfully." After speaking, he waved to Lei Zhen. Hearing this, Lei Zhen looked at his immediate superior with a little hesitation, clasped his hands, and slowly left the main hall. Watching Lei Zhen leave the hall, Chen Daoxuan murmured, "If you count it, Daoxuan should be back soon." Young Patriarch. A Lingsu warship descended from the sky. Chen Daoxuan flew down from the Lingsu warship and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. When he saw him, Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan, who had grown into an adult and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. Chen Daoxuan was brought to the flying sword shop in Guanghan Prefecture by Chen Ziyan for training at the age of 14, and then took over the magic weapon business of the entire Guanghan Prefecture Sangxiu market. Now, Chen Daoxuan is already 20 years old. It can be said that Chen Daoxuan watched him grow up in front of him little by little. At this moment, seeing the beard growing at the corners of his mouth, he couldn't help but feel emotional. The cultivator of the Chen family's Dao generation has finally grown up. Not only that, Chen Daoxuan also has a medium spiritual root. Under the Chen family's unremitting cultivation over the years, he has finally reached the 9th level of key refining. At this speed, it will take 2 or 3 years at the fastest, and 10 years at the slowest. Chen Daoxuan will be able to successfully build a foundation, and become a foundation building cultivator at the age of 30 at the latest. Patting Chen Daoxuan's shoulder heavily, Chen Daoxuan said with emotion, "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daoxuan, smiled silently and shook his head. "Let's go in and talk." "Yes, young clan leader." Chen Daoxuan bowed and followed Chen Daoxuan into the hall. The two sat separately, and Chen Daoxuan personally brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. The two chatted while drinking. About half an hour. Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Chen Daoxuan transferred him back to Guanhai City. Compared with the magic weapon market of the scattered cultivator market in Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City, what the Chen family did in Guanhai Immortal City is truly related to the future foundation of the Chen family. But what about the flying sword shop in Guanghan Prefecture scattered cultivator market? Chen Daoxuan frowned and looked at Chen Daoxuan. Over the years, there are already more than 2 rainbow sound flying sword shops in Guanghan Prefecture scattered cultivator market. According to Chen Daoxuan, the Chen family now owns a total of 6 shops in the Sanxiu market of Guanghan Prefecture. They completely cover all the major blocks of the Sanxiu market. The types of flying swords in the Hongmeng flying sword shop have also changed a lot compared to the past. In the past, the Hongmeng flying sword shop almost only sold the first grade inferior flying sword, the red shadow flying sword. But now, the Hongmeng Fijia shop not only sells first grade inferior flying swords, but also the types of first grade inferior flying swords are no longer limited to the red shadow flying sword. Moreover, there are also first grade, middle grade and even first grade, upper grade flying swords for sale. Of course, there are only a few key refining period Sanxiu who can afford a first grade, upper grade flying sword. In addition, even if they have 500 spirit stones in their pockets, they are more likely to think about renting a better cave or buying elixirs, instead of choosing to change the magic weapon from the first grade lower or first grade middle to the first grade upper. This is too luxurious for key refining period Sanxiu. He pondered for a moment. Chen Daoxuan raised his head and said, "Who is in charge of the flying sword shop in Guanghan Prefecture Sanxiu market now, besides you?" "Senior Wei Sihei." "It's him." Chen Daoxuan nodded. He still remembered the stall owner he met when he first went to Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng. He had met him in the Hongmeng flying sword shop last time. He didn't expect that he would become the second in command of the Hongmeng flying sword shop in Guanghan Prefecture Sanxiu market. But it's normal to think about it carefully. When Wei Sihei joined the Hongmeng flying sword shop, the Hongmeng flying sword shop had just opened its first branch not long ago, and there were only Chen Ziyan and Chen Daoxuan in the store. Now the Chen family has opened 6 branches in Guanghan Prefecture. Of course, his status has risen, and he has become an old-timer. Chen Daoxuan nodded. "In your opinion, what kind of person is Wei Sihei?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's heart trembled slightly, and he tasted the connotation of Chen Daoxuan's words. Chen Daoxuan wanted Wei Sihei to take charge of the Chen family's magic weapon business in Guanghan Prefecture Sanxiu market. Senior Wei is a calm and low-key person, and he is quite trustworthy, but Chen Daoxuan expressed his concerns. To be honest, this behavior of letting outsiders take over the family business is very rare in the entire Wangxinghai. Because family cultivators generally cannot be short of manpower, they may hire outsiders to help, but they will never hand over the entire business of an immortal city to outsiders. What if Wei Sihei runs away with the money? What if he finds ways to raise the price of the flying sword and embezzles from it? There will be many problems here. But compared to these small problems, Chen Daoxuan sees further. Hearing Chen Daoxuan's concerns, he explained, "The Rainbow Sound flying sword shop was indeed the mainstay of my Chen family's income, but now it is no longer. Whether it is the elixir business of our coalition with Guanghan Prefecture or the magic weapon business, it far exceeds the turnover of the Rainbow Sound flying sword shop." Chen Daoxuan paused. "In addition, the most important foundation of my Chen family now is Guanhai Fairy City. Only by running this fairy city prosperously can my Chen family truly have the foundation of a big family. Compared with doing business in other people's fairy cities, how can you gain more by operating a fairy city exclusively by yourself? As long as the Chen family runs Guanhai Fairy City prosperously, without saying anything, the tax revenue from this fairy city alone is enough to make the Chen family rich. Why is the Zhao family so rich? It is not just the various industries of the Zhao family. More importantly, before this, they owned a huge fairy city that ranked among the best in the entire Kangzhou Guanghan Prefecture Fairy City. Guanggan Xianmeng built Lingzhou Xiancheng, and it was the Yang family and other families in Guanggan Prefecture who were unwilling to see that the largest part of Guanggan Prefecture's interests was monopolized by the Zhao family, so they formed this alliance. Since Guanggan Xianmeng can do this, why can't his Chen family do it? If there was no corpse tied on Lotus Island, Chen Daoxuan really didn't dare to make this decision so quickly. But now that the corpse tied on Lotus Island has broken out, in order to ensure the internal stability of Guanggan Prefecture, the Zhao family must compromise and give up some of their interests. The so-called division of the 5 major defense zones is better to say that it is the division of the interests of Guanggan Prefecture. The western defense zone of Guanggan Prefecture is a sphere of influence of the Chen family in the future. Why can't his Chen family build a new fairy city on their own territory? Of course, building a fairy city is one thing, and whether this fairy city can be developed is another. Lingzhou Xiancheng had a good start, and it was also Yang Lingyuan's pioneering construction of spiritual fields and spiritual veins for scattered cultivators to plant spiritual medicines around this fairy city. But soon, this move was imitated by the Zhao family. Now, it is being imitated by Chen Daoxuan. In this regard, his Chen family has no advantages at all. Instead, it lags behind others because of late development. Moreover, because of the construction of Guanhei Fairy City, the Chen family encountered the same dilemma as Guanggan Fairy Alliance at the beginning: insufficient liquidity. In other words, the problem of insufficient spirit stones. You know, he has not yet vigorously supported the independent cultivators to open up spirit fields and plant spirit medicines on the more than 10-second level spirit veins opened up by his Chen family. If so, he needs to prepare a larger amount of spirit stones for circulation. Letting fellow Daoist Wei manage the flying sword industry of our Chen family in the Guanggan Prefecture Sanxi market will be an attempt for our Chen family to develop in the future. Our Chen family is still young with the Fu generation, and the number of Dao generation cultivators is insufficient. Only by boldly employing outsiders can we meet the family sentiment of our Chen family's rapid development. Chen Daoxuan analyzed slowly. As for the problems of running away with the money and corruption that you are worried about, as long as an incentive salary system and a strict financial management system are established, this situation can be avoided. Of course, we always have times when we don't know people well and make mistakes, but this loss is completely within the acceptable range for our Chen family. Even our Chen family can promise that in the future, these meritorious cultivators who have served our Chen family for a certain number of years, our Chen family can help him open up a new Xiuxin family as a vassal family of our Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. If we say what the biggest wish of Sanxiu is, the first one must be to become an immortal. However, whether it is a cultivator from a sect or a casual cultivator, they all know that no one has ascended to the upper realm in this world for hundreds of thousands of years. The idea of becoming an immortal has almost become an illusory legend. At least for casual cultivators, it is an unattainable dream. Helping them to create an immortal family, becoming the ancestor of the family, and watching their descendants pass on the family. This can be said to be the most tempting thing for a casual cultivator who has no hope of becoming an immortal. But unfortunately, most casual cultivators do not have this opportunity and capital. To create an immortal family, even the weakest key refining family, money, friends, magic and land are all indispensable. How can ordinary casual cultivators have so much savings? The casual cultivators who can create an immortal family are, without exception, local tyrants among the casual cultivators. Now the big family of Guanggan Prefecture, such as the Chen family, is willing to help casual cultivators to create an immortal family, and even willing to accept their family as a younger brother. This is simply a pie in the sky for casual cultivators. It's feasible. It's feasible. Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded continuously. If the condition is to help independent cultivators to establish a cultivation family in the future, I believe that no independent cultivator can refuse this temptation, and will definitely do their best to serve my Chen family. Chapter 179 Spirit Stone Coin. After discussing the issue of the magic weapon shops in Guanggan Prefecture's Sanxiu market, Chen Daoxuan returned to the main topic. He instructed, Daochuan, the currency that our Chen family is going to issue in Guanhai Fairy City is of far-reaching significance. We must not take a wrong step, otherwise, for our Chen family, it will be a doomed situation. Hearing Chen Daoxuan talking about this matter so seriously, Chen Daoxuan nodded seriously and said, "Young patriarch, you can rest assured. I will definitely take good care of this Changping Central Bank you mentioned. There will be no accidents." Although Chen Daoxuan promised so, Chen Daoxuan knew in his heart that Chen Daoxuan knew nothing about the operating mechanism of the bank, and he had to be there to give him advice all the time. In fact, when using spirit stones in the past, Chen Daoxuan felt deeply that it was extremely inconvenient to use spirit stones as currency. Fortunately, Sanxiu still had storage bags. In addition, Sanxiu was short of money and usually did not have many spirit stones on him, so he did not experience the trouble of having too many spirit stones and not being able to fit in the storage bag. But many family cultivators probably have this kind of painful experience. For example, the 80 million spiritual stones military expenditure allocated by the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition to the Western Defense Zone Coalition used 10 Lingsu warships for transportation. If 80 million spiritual stones were piled on the ground, it would really be as high as a small mountain. There is no storage bag in the world that can hold so many spiritual stones. In fact, from that time on, Chen Daoxuan had the idea of replacing spiritual stones with a currency in his mind. It's just that the Chen family was weak at that time. The sphere of influence was limited to the island of Xuanhu Island, and there were only 11 cultivators in the family. If you talk about making spiritual stone coins to replace spiritual stones for trading and circulation, let alone outsiders laughing, the Chen family cultivators themselves probably want to laugh when they hear it. Chen Daoxuan knows that the issuance of a currency is definitely not a simple matter. First of all, this currency must have collateral. In the previous life, the issuance of currency was initially based on gold as collateral, that is, the gold standard system. This system is divided into 3 stages, or 3 forms: gold coins, gold bullion standard, and gold exchange standard. Even the world currency of the previous life, the US dollar, used the gold standard for a long time. But later, with the continuous development of productivity and material, the gold standard monetary system can no longer adapt to the rapid development of productivity. The manifestation is that there are too many products produced, and there is too little gold to issue enough currency. If a huge amount of currency is overissued to adapt to the development of productivity, but in this way, it will inevitably face the risk of gold acceptance. That is, a bunch of people want to accept gold with currency, but they will find that there is no gold to accept. This is undoubtedly an extremely dangerous thing, which will cause a devastating blow to the credit of the currency. The development of society to this stage also means that the gold standard monetary system is gradually declining. In modern society, the issuance of currency is no longer based on some kind of physical collateral, but has become a virtual collateral, that is, national credit. Of course, if the Chen family uses the family credit as collateral to issue a currency, it is estimated that they will be sprayed with spit by Guanghan Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan still has this point. Since credit cannot be used as collateral for currency issuance, then the only choice is to use the spirit stone itself, which is highly recognized by everyone as the acceptance. Even so, if you want the casual cultivators and family cultivators in Guanhai Xiancheng to accept such a currency, Chen Daoxuan must make full preparations. In addition to the acceptance of currency, there is another difficulty, which is the currency itself. In the previous life, most countries issued paper currency. According to the different anti-counterfeiting methods of each country, the quality of the currency produced is also different. Some currencies have excellent anti-counterfeiting methods and are difficult to counterfeit, and some currencies can be made better by any printing and dyeing factory. The currency issued by the Chen family must have the characteristics of being difficult to counterfeit and easy to issue. This is not a simple matter. In other words, these two requirements are somewhat contradictory. Difficult to counterfeit means that the currency is difficult to counterfeit, and easy to issue means that the manufacturing speed is fast. To solve this contradiction, you must have superb coin making technology. And this problem is the first task that Chen Daoxuan gave to the Institute of Magical Instruments established by Chen Daoxuan. Xuanghu Island. A beam of light streaked across the sky and landed in the spiritual vein of Xuanghu Island. In front of him, a unique building appeared in front of Chen Daoxuan. On the plaque of the building, the words Changping Magic Instrument Research Institute were written. Chen Daoxuan and his men were basically immune to the endless new terms that the young patriarch had come up with. Or rather, it was not immune. It was the education that Chen Daoxuan had received since childhood, which was Chen Daoxuan's enlightenment education for them. They had been exposed to these new terms since childhood. On the contrary, when they grew up, they felt a little weird when they saw the completely different names from the outside world. This was especially true for the Fuzi generation of the clan who had received this kind of education since childhood. To some extent, their horizons were closer to those of Chen Daoxuan's children in his previous life. That's it. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said to Chen Daoxuan, "Let's go, young patriarch, please." Chen Daoxuan made a gesture of invitation. Chen Daoxuan nodded, raised his leg, and walked towards the interior of the Magic Instrument Research Institute, and Chen Daoxuan followed closely behind. The exterior construction style of the Changping Magic Instrument Research Institute is quite ancient. It is very similar to the traditional Immortal Hall in Wangxinghe, but the interior is completely different. It was divided into small laboratories by Chen Daoxuan. That's right, it is the kind of laboratory that Chen Daoxuan built in Chiteng Mountain. However, the laboratories of Changping Magical Instrument Research Institute are almost empty. It seems that with the age and refining level of the cultivators of the Chen family's food generation, they are not yet capable of running a laboratory alone. Even if their refining talents were blessed by Chen Daoxuan's preaching. Nowadays, in addition to Chen Daoxuan, there is only Chen Daoxuan in the Chen family. Under the blessing of Chen Daoxuan's preaching, he barely has the understanding and ability to create a new type of magic instrument. Good boy, you did a good job. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Chen Daoxuan heard Chen Daoxuan's excited praise. "What's wrong? What are you so happy about, young clan leader?" Hearing this voice, Chen Daoxuan turned his head and saw Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daoxuan walking in one after another. "Daoxuan, when did you come back?" Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan, who had studied and grown up with him since childhood, said excitedly, "I was just transferred back to Guanhe Fairy City by the young clan leader today." "Great." Hearing the two reminiscing about the past, Chen Daoxuan interrupted with a smile. "Okay, let's talk about the past later. How is the research on the task I gave you going?" "It's been almost half a year." "Successful, successful." Hearing Chen Daoxuan mention the task, Chen Daoxuan became excited. Chapter 180 Conquer. Young Patriarch, please have a look. Chen Daoxuan took out a banknote that was very similar to the one in his previous life, like he was offering a treasure. But if you look closely, this banknote is very different from the banknote in his previous life. First of all, the material is different. Chen Daoxuan took the banknote handed over by Chen Daoxuan and flicked it lightly with his hand, making a rustling sound. "Is this paper?" Chen Daoxuan looked at him in surprise. "Yes, but not completely." Chen Daoxuan paused. "To be precise, this is a special kind of talisman paper we developed." Chen Daoxuan certainly knew what talisman paper was. The so-called talisman paper is made by grinding the roots of spiritual plants into pulp and then dehydrating the pulp and then going through a series of processes to make it look like paper. Compared with the paper made by mortals, talisman paper is just the raw material changed from trees to spiritual plants. The rest of the processes are not much different. However, because of the change in raw materials, the talisman paper is unusually tough, far less fragile than ordinary paper. Chen Daoxuan took the talisman paper handed over by Chen Daoxuan and then gently exerted force with his hand, but it did not tear it apart. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile and said, "It's interesting, but this alone is far from meeting my requirements." "Of course it's more than that." Chen Daoxuan smiled mysteriously, and then he took out a very strange magic weapon and said, "This is a key magic weapon to test this kind of banknote. This is." He looked at the square magic weapon handed over by Chen Daoxuan. At the bottom of the magic weapon, there was a glass-like loading platform. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his hand and said, "Young patriarch, please borrow the banknote." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan handed over the banknote in his hand. Chen Daoxuan placed the banknote on the glass loading platform. The next second, a strange lotus-shaped pattern suddenly appeared on the banknote. This. Chen Daoxuan looked at the scene in front of him and felt very magical. At this moment, he did not perceive any fluctuations in spiritual energy and true energy, but a lotus-shaped pattern appeared on the banknote, and it was flickering. It was like the fluorescence emitted by the banknote under the currency detector in the previous life. Chen Daoxuan then took the banknote off the square magic weapon, and it immediately returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but be very curious and asked, "How did you do it?" Materials and array patterns. Chen Daoxuan stretched out 2 fingers, then pointed at a 7 or 8-year-old boy in the crowd and said, "It was him who found this material." Oh. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at a rather silent 7 or 8-year-old child in the crowd, recalled carefully, and said, "Your name is Chen Fule, right?" "Yes." Chen Fule nodded. Chen Daoxuan had taught the first batch of Fu generation monks who enrolled. With the monk's memory, it was not surprising to recognize Chen Fule. "How did you find this material?" Chen Daoxuan asked. "I discovered the ratio of this new type of talisman paper by chance when I was learning the family's talisman making inheritance by myself. However, after I made this talisman paper, I couldn't make it into a spiritual talisman at all, so I didn't care about it. Later, I was selected by teacher Daoxuan to join the Changping Magic Instrument Research Institute. We studied the new type of paper money proposed by you, the young patriarch, together, but we couldn't find the right paper. So I proposed this new type of talisman paper that I discovered by chance and wanted to give it a try, and it turned out to be successful." Chen Daoxuan on the side said with emotion, "Speaking of which, it's also our good luck. Although this kind of talisman paper can't make spiritual talismans, it can be engraved with an extremely special array pattern. After the array pattern is integrated into the talisman paper and then tested by the banknote detector we developed, it will emit a lotus-shaped fluorescence, just like what you just saw, the young patriarch. Are you saying that there is an array pattern integrated into this talisman paper? Then isn't it a magic instrument?" Chen Daoxuan frowned. The banknote he needed was a currency that was easy to make, but had a high enough anti-counterfeiting threshold. The current anti-counterfeiting threshold is high enough, but it is not easy to make. The integration of the array pattern means that this inconspicuous banknote is a magic weapon. Without a specific refining method, who can forge it? Young clan leader, listen to me. Although this banknote is a special magic weapon, because the array pattern is simple, generally as long as the key refining cultivators are proficient in it, they can engrave it in an instant. Yes, it's very simple. Listening to the echoes of the crowd, Chen Daoxuan said without comment, "How simple is it?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly handed over a jade slip. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip and sank his consciousness into it. The next second, he pulled his consciousness out of the jade slip with a strange look on his face. This array pattern is indeed simple enough, or in other words, if Chen Daoxuan didn't say it was an array pattern, he would even doubt that there was such a simple array in the world. However, no matter how simple the array pattern is, once it is integrated into the weapon, no matter how high the cultivator's cultivation is, he can't see what the array pattern looks like. Otherwise, wouldn't the family cultivators be able to reversely infer the refining method of high-level spiritual armor by purchasing high-level spiritual armor? This is obviously impossible. With the speed of our 12 people in the research institute, this semi-finished banknote can be made into a finished product. About 1 cup of tea can refine 100 pieces. 1 cup of tea can refine 100 pieces. If it takes 5 hours a day to refine, that is 6,000 banknotes. With the face value of 100 spiritual stone coins per banknote, it is 600,000 spiritual stone coins. 1 month is 18 million spiritual stone coins. If more people are added, the speed will be even faster. With the current circulation demand of Guanhe Xiancheng, about 30 million spiritual stone coins are needed to maintain the normal operation of the entire Guanhe Xiancheng. Of course, The face value of spiritual stone coins cannot be only 100. In fact, according to the experience of his previous life, Chen Daoxuan divided the face value of spiritual stone coins into 13 types. There are 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 50 yuan, and 100 yuan. Some people may wonder, 1 cent, that is, 1/100th of a Lingxi coin, can still buy things? In fact, the purchasing power of Lingxi is very strong. The reason why Lingxi is considered to be unstoppable is that the things Chen Daoxuan usually buys are very precious treasures for cultivators. If Lingxi is used to buy bulk materials used by ordinary people, 1 Lingxi can buy a lot of things. Back then, he bought a young and beautiful female slave from Izumo, and it only cost 1 Lingxi. It is not known how much 1 Lingxi would buy for the food that ordinary people eat. Therefore, there is no problem in using the minimum unit of cents to calculate the face value of Lingxi, because even if they are casual cultivators, there will be many slaves behind them serving them, and the eating, drinking, and defecation of these ordinary people will require resources. These resources, if they are large-scale transactions, are all purchased with Lingxi. Small transactions between mortals may use gold, silver, copper and other currencies as settlement, but large transactions between monks will not recognize these 3 metal currencies. In order to feed tens of millions of people in the clan, the Zhao family has always relied on the food grown by slaves driven by the scattered cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture. The currency used to buy these grains is Lingxi. It is impossible for the scattered cultivators to grow food for the Zhao family for no reason, just for some yellow and white things. Gold, silver and copper, metals used by mortals, are of no use to monks. Therefore, if these 13 currencies are refined in large quantities, the time required may be multiplied several times. But Chen Daoxuan can't wait. He has to send more people. He will start implementing his currency replacement plan at the end of this month. People who understand economics know that the development of currency is also divided into stages. From a geographical point of view, currency can be divided into pilot, regional and finally full popularization. From the perspective of internationalization, it can be divided into 4 stages, the first of which is the implementation of free convertibility of international payments under the current account. In Chen Daoxuan's previous life, the RMB had just completed this stage. In simple terms, Lingxi coins will be freely exchanged in trade between the major forces in Guanghan Prefecture in the future. And this is the first step in the currency process. If one day, the Lingxi coins issued by Chen Daoxuan completely replace Lingxi and become the only currency in circulation in this world, that also means that he has unified everything in the world of immortal cultivation. Whether it is economic, military, or cultural, all have been unified to achieve this effect. Now, what Chen Daoxuan has to do is to launch the simplest pilot currency for any sovereign government. That is, to use Lingxi coins inside Guanhei Xiancheng. To achieve this step, acceptance, currency guarantee, military guarantee, cooperation of the major family forces in Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng, and the West Defense Zone Coalition forces are indispensable. Now it seems, Chen Daoxuan has solved 2 problems, acceptance and currency guarantee. Next, he also wants the major families in Guanghan Prefecture to cooperate with him to implement this plan. But before that, he must completely subdue the West Defense Zone Coalition forces and turn this coalition force into his private army to some extent. In fact, Chen Daoxuan had planned this plan as early as the beginning of the establishment of the West Defense Zone Coalition. Because anyone who is interested will find out, there are very few family monks in the internal high level of the West Defense Zone Coalition. Chen Daoxuan's direct subordinates have a total of 10,000 troop leaders, of which only 2 are family monks, Zhao Muchen from the Zhao family and Wei Lidao from the Wei family. The rest are all foundation building monks who came from casual cultivation. The reason why so many casual cultivators were chosen to be the 10,000 troop leaders of the West Defense Zone Coalition is that Chen Daoxuan wants to completely conquer this army and turn it into a private army of his Chen family. Although Chen Daoxuan is now the commander of the West Defense Zone Coalition, he relies on his own strength and potential. It's not that the Chen family is really powerful. Let's not talk about other things. There are very few people available in the Chen family. In addition to the few Tendao generation monks, the Fu generation monks have not grown up yet, and it is impossible to let them go out to take charge. As Chen Daoxuan said, for the rapid development of the Chen family, it is inevitable to use outsiders on a large scale. But there are also rules for employing outsiders. That is, independent cultivators can be employed, and family cultivators will never be employed, because for family cultivators, the most important thing is always his own family. In this regard, Carnelian Sword Sect and his Chen family are surprisingly similar to some extent. Chapter 181, Coercion and Inducement. Redwood Island, Guanhei Fairy City, the main hall of the West Defense Zone Allied Forces headquarters. A beam of light flew towards the main hall. The person who came was a middle-aged monk wearing armor. The monk was burly, and with a spiritual armor, he didn't look like a monk, but a natural soldier. Pushing the door and entering, Lei Zhen saw a Taoist in the main hall wearing a green Taoist robe, a jade crown on his head, and standing with his hands behind his back. This person was his immediate superior, Chen Daoxuan. Lei Zhen, recruited in 957 of the Carnelian calendar, and served as a centurion captain at Yunmeng Pass on the front line of Chuan State. After 5 years, he retired and returned. Chen Daoxuan turned around and looked at Lei Zhen, who was standing and bowing to him, and smiled. General Lei, why did you stay well on the front line of Chuan State and choose to return to Guanghan Prefecture, a stagnant place? Hearing this, Lei Zhen remained silent. After a long while, he bowed and said, Commander-in-Chief, most of the garrisons at Yunmeng Pass are from Jingzhou. I'm a Kangzhou cultivator, and I was often excluded there. I appealed to the superiors several times, but they were biased. I was unhappy, so I came back. Chen Daoxuan could tell that this must be Lei Zhen's heartfelt words. Since the loss of Zenan Pass, Kangzhou cultivators who want to serve on the front line can only go to the Xiansheng Xiangwan stationed in other states. And since the news of the Kangzhou cultivators losing Zenan Pass spread, other states have always despised Kangzhou cultivators. It is conceivable that they would be bullied when serving in other people's territory. In addition, Lei Zhen's character is not good at flattering his superiors, so he is more likely to be excluded. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's mood also became heavier. The loss of Zenan Pass is the pain in the hearts of all Kangzhou cultivators, and this pain has not healed with the passage of time. On the contrary, the subsequent series of losses in reputation and interests of Kangzhou monks made it seem more serious. He stepped forward, patted Lei Zhen on the shoulder, and said, General Lei, don't worry. The immortal city of Zenan Pass will be taken back by our Kangzhou monks. Yeah. Lei Zhen seemed to recall some bad memories, and nodded with red eyes. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little solemn, Chen Daoxuan took Lei Zhen's hand, and after sitting with him as the host and guest, he said, General Lei, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Counting the days, you have been in my West Defense Zone coalition for nearly a year, right? Lei Zhen thought for a while and said, 11 months and 7 days. General Lei has a good memory. Chen Daoxuan smiled and said calmly, at present, the corpse tied on Lotus Island is weak, and the West Defense Zone coalition will not exist forever. I don't know what General Lei's plans are in the future. Hearing this, Lei Zhen opened his mouth hesitantly, not knowing how to answer. For a long while, he shook his head bitterly and said, maybe, I'll go back to my island, and instruct mortals to farm. Apart from cultivation, I don't know how to make alchemy and tools. It seems that there is no other good way out, except to grow food for the big family in exchange for some spirit stones. This time, Chen Daoxuan was surprised. With your cultivation level, General Lei, isn't there any family in Guanghan Prefecture that invites you to be a guest monk? Yes, of course. Lei Zhen nodded, then smiled bitterly, but the guest is just a nice word. In fact, it's just a running dog of a big family. Although I, Lei Zhen, am down and out, I'm not going to be a running dog of a big family. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan tapped the chair lightly, making a tapping sound. This Lei Zhen looks honest, but he is actually very shrewd. Before Chen Daoxuan could say anything, Lei Zhen blocked his next words. Since Lei Zhen didn't want to be a running dog of a big family, how could he be willing to be a running dog of the Chen family? After all, although the Chen family was also recognized by the big families in Guanghan Prefecture, in terms of strength and foundation, there was still a gap between them and the big families. Even though Chen Daoxuan had successfully switched to the Carnean Sword Sutra, his true energy had increased by 70%, and he could faintly touch the limit state of true energy mentioned in the Carnean Sword Sutra. In terms of strength, if Chen Daoxuan now encounters the Purple Mansion initial stage zombie again, he will no longer be evenly matched with it. Maybe without the 10,000 corpses blood evil array to repair its injuries, Chen Daoxuan would have a chance to kill it. In other words, Chen Daoxuan's strength is now 3 points stronger than that of an ordinary Purple Mansion initial stage cultivator. The strength of the Chen family has naturally risen, but it is still inferior to that of the Zhao family and the Yang family. Since Lei Zhen could refuse the recruitment of the Zhao and Yang families, let alone the Chen family. Knowing that it was difficult to recruit, Chen Daoxuan didn't care, and smiled and said, "Excuse me, how old is General Lei this year?" Hearing this, Lei Zhen seemed a little unhappy, but he still clasped his fists and said, "Lei is 87 years old this year." 87 years old, the 8th level of foundation building. Are you a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots? Chen Daoxuan said seriously. Yes. Lei Zhen nodded, but compared with you sword cultivators. Lei Zhen shook his head disappointedly. What about a cultivator with heavenly spiritual roots? Although there are only 1 in a million, there are at least hundreds of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots among the millions of cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture. Looking at the entire Kangzhou, the number of cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots has increased by more than 10 times or even dozens of times. In the dozens of states in the entire Wangxinghe, although cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots are also considered geniuses, they are far from being called Qianjiao. Only sword cultivators like Zhao Mubei and Chen Daoxuan can truly be called Qianjiao among cultivators. They are not only invincible at the same level, but can even fight across levels, and they are not like humans. Chen Daoxuan finally understood why Lei Zhen was so proud and unwilling to be a guest of a big family. At the age of 87, he has reached the 8th level of foundation building. It will take less than 10 years at most to reach the 9th level of foundation building. At that time, he will refine his true essence and prepare to break through the Purple Mansion. At Lei Zhen's age, if he goes to the front line again and accumulates resources, he may really have a chance to be promoted to the Purple Mansion stage. After all, the lifespan of a foundation building cultivator is more than 200 years. Lei Zhen may not be more than 110 years old when he refines his true essence to perfection. It is completely in time to break through the Purple Mansion. The only pity is that Lei Zhen is not a family cultivator, and he has to earn all the resources he needs for cultivation by himself. If the children of a big family have such talent, they would have been trained as core children long ago. Just like Zhao Mubei and Yang Gongwen. At this point, Chen Daoxuan no longer concealed it. He bowed and said, "If my Chen family is willing to offer all the resources for General Lei to break through the Purple Mansion, I wonder if General Lei is willing to be a guest of my Chen family?" You mean, all the resources for breaking through to the Purple Mansion stage? Lei Zhen was in a hurry and even forgot the honorific. That's right. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Not only that, in the future, my Chen family is willing to help General Lei open up a family of immortal cultivators and pass on the Taoist tradition from generation to generation. Hearing this, Lei Zhen's breathing became rapid, and he bowed his hands and said, "Commander, no, Lord Chen, are you serious? Why is this false? If General Lei doesn't believe it, how about I swear an oath?" "No, no need." Lei Zhen waved his hands repeatedly. "I, Lei Zhen, can trust the promise of a sword cultivator." After saying that, Lei Zhen immediately stood up from his seat and stood straight in front of Chen Daoxuan. Then, he pushed the golden mountain and overturned the jade pillar and knelt down and said, "Lei is willing to serve the Chen family in the future until he dies." Okay. Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward, helped Lei Zhen up with both hands, and laughed. "General Lei, please get up quickly. Wait until the other party stood up." Chen Daoxuan then smiled and said, my Chen family can get the help of General Lei, which is like adding wings to a tiger. My lord, I dare not accept your words. Lei Zhen said modestly. Although he is proud, he dare not be arrogant in front of such a young sword cultivator. Because in terms of talent and potential, Chen Daoxuan is more than 18 streets ahead of him. This truth, he was deeply understood when he was defeated by Chen Daoxuan with a sword at the Zhao family's residence. Today, he is willing to become a guest of the Chen family and serve the Chen family as the master. In addition to the conditions that Chen Daoxuan gave him, that he could not refuse, there is another important reason, that is, the worship of the strong. The human race is born to worship the strong, and the strong will only worship the stronger. Lei Zhen is a typical person of this kind. After subduing Lei Zhen and watching him leave, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the door, Chen Daoxuan brought a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining and waited outside. Seeing Lei Zhen pushing the door out, Chen Daoxuan hurriedly smiled and bowed to him. Lei Zhen knew that Chen Daoxuan had a high status in the Chen family, so he did not dare to look down on him just because of his low cultivation level, and hurriedly returned the greeting with a bow. When Lei Zhen left, Chen Daoxuan pushed the door open and walked into the main hall. Young patriarch. Chen Daoxuan bowed. Well, Chen Daoxuan raised his head. Where are the people I asked you to invite? They're waiting outside the hall. Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few days, I have finally subdued 7 of the 8 independent cultivators in the Western Defense Zone coalition to my Chen family. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan immediately said with joy, congratulations, young patriarch. Now, there are only Zhao Muchen from the Zhao family, Wei Ledao from the Wei family, and that ignorant independent cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. Speaking of that ignorant independent cultivator, Chen Daoxuan's face was a little ugly. He was the commander of the Western Defense Zone Coalition and the young patriarch of the Chen family, and he was so polite to recruit the other party, but he was rejected. Chen Daoxuan was naturally a little unhappy. You know, although other big clans would also recruit independent cultivators, they would just send someone to recruit them at random. How could they be like Chen Daoxuan, the young clan leader, who personally came to recruit him? The most important thing is that the other party actually refused. This made Chen Daoxuan feel uncomfortable, and he was also a little confused. This person seemed too noble. Is there really such a proud person in the world who can refuse even the purple mansion pill? He thought that the conditions he gave were high enough. Since the other party was unwilling, Chen Daoxuan would naturally not let him continue to sit in the position of the head of the West Defense Zone Allied Forces. Since he couldn't use it, wouldn't it be an eyesore to put such a person under his command? As the commander of the West Defense Zone, Chen Daoxuan had 10,000 reasons to dismiss him. The Allied Forces headquarters would not be unhappy with Chen Daoxuan because of this little thing. Otherwise, Zhao Minghao's huge investment in him would be in vain. Taking a deep breath, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, let him in. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan bowed and then sent a message to the people waiting outside the hall, asking him to come in. After a closer look, Chen Daoxuan found that the 9th level key refining cultivator in front of him was actually an old acquaintance. Chapter 182, Claiming Sovereignty. The middle-aged fat monk in front of him was none other than the 9th level key refining monk that Chen Daoxuan met on the way to Yang Linyuan's Purple Mansion banquet. Unexpectedly, after so many years, the other party finally polished his true key to near perfection and was about to reach the critical point of building a foundation. Chen Daoxuan still remembered that the name of this fat monk seemed to be Zhang Zixan, and his family was good at making talismans. Dao Zhang. Chen Daoxuan smiled and stood up, bowed and said, it's been many years since we last met. Dao Zhang, how are you? Seeing the handsome face, tall figure, and a faint pressure all over his body, Zhang Zixan simply didn't dare to overlap him with the 7th level key refining monk in his memory. It's only been a few years. The other party actually succeeded in building a foundation. Not only that, but now he has become the master of this majestic city under his feet. How can Zhang Zixan adapt to this? Junior Zhang Zixan, meet Senior Chen. Zhang Zixian didn't dare to act recklessly, just because he had met Chen Daoxuan once before, and quickly bowed. You don't have to be like this, Mr. Daoist Zhang. Since we are old friends, we can just be friends as equals. Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. This. Zhang Zixian carefully looked at Chen Daoxuan's face, and seeing that he was sincere, he knew that he was not pretending, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in his heart. He immediately bowed and said, "Hello, Mr. Daoist Chen." Haha, Chen Daoxuan laughed. "I didn't expect to meet an old friend here today. It seems that there is a deep connection between you and me." Hearing this, Zhang Zixian kept nodding. His chubby face was so full of laughter that his eyes were almost squeezed out of sight. "If I remember correctly, isn't Mr. Daoist Zhang's family near Lingbai Island? Why did you come to my Guanhaixin city?" Chen Daoxuan asked curiously. Zhang Zixian smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Daoist Chen, you don't know that last time I attended the Purple Mansion banquet of Patriarch Yang, I was summoned by Patriarch Yang after you. The Yang family wanted to recruit me to join the Guangan Immortal Alliance, but I refused." He paused. "I was afraid that my Zhang family would offend the Guangan Immortal Alliance with this move, and I would not be able to gain a foothold between the Guangan Immortal Alliance and the Zhao family in the future, so I moved here with my clan members." Zhang Zixian's few words vividly showed the helplessness of a small family in front of a big force. Although Chen Daoxuan also refused the Guangan Immortal Alliance's recruitment at the beginning, because Xuanhu Island was far away from the Guangan Immortal Alliance, he was not afraid that the Guangan Immortal Alliance would make things difficult for his Chen family. Besides, Chen Daoxuan succeeded in building his foundation shortly thereafter, and his strength soared to the point where he is comparable to a Purple Mansion cultivator today. Even Yang Linyuan asked his Yang family's genius to apologize to Chen Daoxuan and win him over, so how could he offend the newly rising Chen family? Zhang Zixian's family did not have a genius like Chen Daoxuan. If he continued to stay in the area between Guangan Xianmeng and Lingbai Island, even if the Yang family would not take the initiative to attack his mere key refining family. But there are so many families in Guangan Xianmeng that are united together, and it is hard to say whether there are some who are unhappy with his Zhang family and want to retaliate. At that time, the Zhang family will be in a difficult situation. Therefore, Zhang Zixian's behavior can only be said to be a helpless move. Hearing the other party's explanation, Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding, and then smiled and said, "How is your Zhang family's spiritual talisman business in Guanhaixin now?" Talking about family business, Zhang Zixian's face finally showed a hint of joy. He smiled and said, "Now the war between the East Defense Zone and the zombie group of Lianhu Island is in full swing. The demand for spiritual talismans on the front line is quite large. My Zhang family's business is not bad." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. If he remembered correctly, the Zhang family is the only family in the entire Guanhaixin that sells spiritual talismans. The current Zhang family is quite similar to the Chen family that sold magic tools in Guangan Prefecture Xiancheng. The family is full of vigor and vitality and has an opportunity for development. To some extent, the corpse chaos in Guangan Prefecture is also a reshuffle of the entire Guangan Prefecture. The Zhao family, a big family in Guangan Prefecture, was completely destroyed. The Wu family, because more than 100 foundation building cultivators were slaughtered, and they are close to the corpse tide, will inevitably decline in the future. Instead, the Chen family has risen. Although the current food generation cultivators of the Chen family are still young, and there are not many Dao generation cultivators, but only people with a discerning eye can see that the rise of the Chen family is unstoppable. Just relying on Chen Daoxuan, a genius sword cultivator in his 20s, means that the Chen family has the potential to become a giant family in the future. How can such a family not rise? Of course. In addition to the rise of the Chen family, a new big family in Guangan Prefecture, other small families have also ushered in opportunities for development one after another. Zhang Zixian's family is just one of them, but it is by no means the only one. From this perspective, war is indeed something that can break the class. If there had not been this war, the Chen family would have risen, but the process would definitely not have been as fast as it is now. Without the Zhao family's approval and the 80 million Lingxi military funds allocated by the Guangdong Prefecture Coalition to the Western Defense Zone, the Chen family would not have been able to build a fairy city on Redwood Island. At least wait for another 10 or even several decades. This war has advanced the rise of the Chen family by at least 10 years. This is what Chen Daoxuan told him, that a crisis is both a danger and an opportunity. For the Chen family, this Guangdong Prefecture Corps chaos is an opportunity. For some reason, Chen Daoxuan even secretly did not want the war on the front line to end. Because the end of the war means that it will be difficult for the Chen family to reap such a huge war dividend. Nowadays, with the gradual expansion of the production capacity of Changping Pharmaceutical Factory and Hongyan Flying Sword Factory, the profit from selling elixirs and magic tools to the front line alone is as much as millions of Lingxi every month. Although more than 1 million Lingxi were exchanged for military merits, there was also a net profit of more than 1 million Lingxi. Although not every month has such a profit of more than 1 million Lingxi. But in the past 10 months, the Chen family has accumulated nearly 10 million spirit stones in profit. In other words, the Chen family has almost gathered all the spirit stones needed to cultivate the third level spirit veins. The two of them reminisced about the past. They were quite familiar with each other. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost the same, Chen Daoxuan said directly, "I'm dissatisfied with you, Dao Zhang. I invited you here this time because I have something to discuss with you." Zhang Zixin heard this, his eyebrows jumped slightly, stood up and bowed, and with difficulty, squeezed out a smile on his face and said, "I don't know what Dao Chen is talking about." Seeing him like this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and waved his hand, motioning the other party to sit down. Wait until the other party sat down again. Chen Daoxuan continued, "I wonder if you feel that it is quite inconvenient to trade with spirit stones at ordinary times?" Inconvenient? Zhang Zixin was stunned at first, and then thought of the Zhang family's income skyrocketing in the past few months, with monthly revenue of more than 100,000 spirit stones. In addition to transporting goods, storage, and transportation are indeed somewhat inconvenient. If the Zhang family's business scale expands further in the future, this inconvenience will definitely be more significant. It is indeed inconvenient to settle the goods with spirit stones, but fortunately, there are storage bags, so it is not too inconvenient. Zhang Zixin did not know the deep meaning of Chen Daoxuan's words, so he had to say so. Chen Daoxuan did not waste words. He took out a spirit stone coin, handed it over, and said, "I plan to promote this new currency in Guanhe Xiancheng. I will call it a spirit stone coin. The amount of this spirit stone coin is 100 yuan, which is equivalent to 100 spirit stones." Zhang Zixin took the spirit stone coin handed over by Chen Daoxuan and remained silent. "Fellow Daoist Zhang, please don't misunderstand. My Chen family is not trying to get something for nothing by using this paper money to get the spirit stones of each of your families. I just wanted to replace spirit stones in Guanhe Xiancheng. If you go out of the city to trade with others, you can use this spirit stone coin to exchange for spirit stones at any time." Zhang Zixin was so smart that he immediately smelled the smell of it. He hesitated and said, "But in this case, wouldn't all the families in Guanhe Xiancheng have a sum of spiritual stones stored in the hands of your Chen family?" "Indeed." Chen Daoxuan nodded without denying. Hearing this, Zhang Zixin was relieved. For him, problems that can be solved with spiritual stones are not a big problem. What he fears most is that the Chen family will also learn from the Guangdong Xianmeng and organize some kind of alliance. His Zhang family is so small that it really can't afford to participate in this game of conflict between big families. It can be foreseen. If there is a conflict between the Guangdong Xianmeng and the Zhao family in the future, it is likely that the Yang family and the Zhao family will not have any problems, but a large number of small families in the Guangdong Xianmeng will definitely suffer. These small families think that they have joined the Guangdong Xianmeng and have become powerful in Guangdong Prefecture from then on. Little do they know that this is the most stupid behavior. When other big families compete, your small family will get together. In addition to becoming cannon fodder, is there any other outcome? Zhang Zixin is very clear about this. As for the spirit stone coin launched by Chen Daoxuan, in his opinion, it was just an attempt to extort money from the families of Guanhe, Zai and Cheng. Although this was a bit ugly, Zhang Zixan could understand it. After all, the Chen family definitely spent a lot of money to build this fairy city. Let alone other things, just building a third level spirit vein would cost more than 10 million spirit stones. Not to mention that the Chen family also built more than a dozen second level spirit veins around Redwood Island for the migrant cultivators and small family cultivators to cultivate spirit fields and spiritual medicines. This is another huge expense. In addition, building the fairy city is the biggest expense. Zhang Zixan found it hard to imagine how much the Chen family paid to build this fairy city, although it seems that this fairy city is far from being completed. This just proves that the Chen family may have emptied their family funds and had to come up with this clumsy method to extort money from the major families of Guanhe, Zai and Cheng. Thinking of this, Zhang Zixan immediately bowed and said, since it is the law of Guanhe Fairy City, my Zhang family should abide by it. Seeing Zhang Zixan so tactful, Chen Daoxuan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, brother Zhang is really straightforward. Zhang Zixan breathed a sigh of relief, and the two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. The two chatted for a while. Chen Daoxuan personally stood up to see him off, and this gesture made Zhang Zixan panic. Watching Zhang Zixan leave, standing aside, Chen Daoxuan, who had been silent, murmured, that's it, his Zhang family is willing to pay this amount of spiritual stones? Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and said, what if they are willing? What if they are not willing? You know, this is my Chen family's territory, and my Chen family's words are the rules here. If they want to gain a foothold here, they can only abide by my Chen family's rules. Daoxuan, you have to adapt your identity. Chen Daoxuan looked at the domineering Chen Daoxuan and was speechless. Si estás escuchando esta novela en canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sin esfuerzo te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 183 Test. In the next month, Chen Daoxuan kept summoning representatives of various families who came to Guanhe Xiancheng to establish themselves, as well as independent cultivators who chose to open shops in Guanhe Xiancheng to promote Lingxi coins to them. Guanhe Xiancheng was built not long ago. Although it has not been completed yet, many businesses have already settled in it. Although the entire Xiancheng is not as popular as Lingzhou Xiancheng, it is also becoming more and more prosperous. There is no way. The resources required for cultivators to practice are numerous, and no cultivator can produce all resources. This is something that even large families and sects cannot avoid. Therefore, trade is very important to any cultivation force in this world. The more powerful the cultivation force, the more prosperous its commercial activities tend to be. After all, only when the economy is prosperous and there are enough resources can more powerful cultivators be born. This is not much different from the previous life. It is almost the same as Chen Daoxuan imagined. Under his power, no family or independent cultivator who opened a shop dared to refuse to use Lingxi coins. Of course, this method of forcing Lingxi coins, it will definitely leave the impression of the Chen family as being overbearing and greedy. But Chen Daoxuan doesn't care. How can outsiders see the benefits of a currency after it is deeply rooted in people's hearts? Now they reject it and even rely on Chen Daoxuan to use his strength to oppress the other party and force them to use Lingxi coins in Guanhe Xiancheng. But after they have used it for a while and feel the benefits of Lingxi coins, they will inevitably feel that paper money has too many advantages over Lingxi. In Chen Daoxuan's view, using Lingxi as currency is not even as good as gold and silver in ancient times. At least as currency, the reserves of gold and silver are fixed and will not suddenly decrease for no reason. Lingxi is different. In addition to its currency attributes, it also has an important function cultivating spiritual veins. Whether it is Guanggan Xianmeng building spiritual veins or Zhao's building spiritual veins, a large amount of Lingxi is consumed. After a large amount of Lingxi is consumed, the market in Guanggan Prefecture has ushered in a shortage of Lingxi. This shortage of Lingxi has caused a shortage of money in the entire Guanggan Prefecture. Many times, monks who lack lingxi have to barter. But there is no need to say how inefficient barter is. That is a backward economic phenomenon that only exists in primitive society. There is another important reason why Chen Daoxuan insisted on promoting paper currency such as lingxi coins. That is, the industrialized production of Shuanghu Island will bring about a leap in productivity. Once these industrial products are put on the market, they will inevitably further aggravate the shortage of lingxi. Now the industrial scale of the Chen family is relatively small, and this phenomenon is not obvious. If the industrial scale of Shuanghu Island is expanded by 100 times, I'm afraid that all the lingxi in Guanghan Prefecture will be concentrated in the transaction circulation between the Chen family and the outside world, and it will not be enough. By then, the industrial development of Shuanghu Island will inevitably be greatly hindered. If the development of industry depends on trade, then currency is the medium of trade. But if this medium is not strong enough, industrial development will inevitably be hindered. Chen Daoxuan's move may seem reckless to outsiders, but in fact, it is clearing obstacles for the industrialization of Shuanghu Island in advance. 1 month later, the main hall of the West Defense Zone Allied Forces headquarters. 10 captains of 10,000 soldiers sat in the main hall with Chen Daoxuan. For a long time, Wei Ladeo of the Wei family stood up first and said with a bow, "Commander-in-Chief, tomorrow is the day to pay the soldiers of the West Defense Zone Coalition, but the spiritual stones in our army seem to be." Wei Ladeo felt the oppression from Chen Daoxuan, but he dared not say it. Well, Chen Daoxuan raised his eyelids slightly and smiled. "Since tomorrow is the day to pay the soldiers, I have to say a few words. Everyone knows that, although my West Defense Zone has a military expenditure of 80 million spiritual stones, this military expenditure seems to be a lot, but when you look closely, it is not much. Purchase magic tools for soldiers, cultivate spiritual veins, build immortal cities, and pay military salaries. In this way, the military expenditure is already tight, but even in this situation, there are still people who dare to embezzle military expenditures." Chen Daoxuan's voice unconsciously became heavier. "You say, can our West Defense Zone Coalition, from the commander to the soldiers, tolerate this phenomenon?" Hearing this, everyone looked at their noses, and looked at their hearts, and remained silent. But everyone knew that, since Chen Daoxuan said this, he must be going to take action against someone. Lei Zhen stood up suddenly and said loudly, "All the soldiers in our Western Defense Zone have worked diligently to build the immortal city. In order to patrol the entire Western Defense Zone, they not only cannot sleep at night, but also delay their own cultivation. Even so, our Western Defense Zone can still produce such scum. Who can tolerate it? Yes, General Lei is right. It can't be tolerated. This trend must not be allowed to grow. Yes." Seeing the echoes of the crowd, Zhao Mucheng said nothing, and Wei Ladeo was even more nervous. "Zai Hong, don't you get out." Chen Daoxuan's voice exploded in the ears of a captain of 10,000 soldiers who came from a casual cultivator. Hearing this, the face of this cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building named Zai Hong became very ugly. He stood up with a stiff upper lip, and bowed his hands and said, "Commander, I wonder what you want me to do." "What do you want me to do?" Chen Daoxuan sneered. "Do you want me to tell you about the good things you have done in public?" Hearing this, Zai Hong's face changed again. His hands trembled slightly, his eyes were full of resentment, and he said in a trembling voice, "I hope the commander will speak clearly. According to the military law of the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition, how should the embezzlement of military funds be convicted?" Hearing this, Zhao Mucheng, who was the captain of 10,000 soldiers and the commander of the army, stood up and said, "According to the laws of the coalition, those who embezzle military funds will be punished according to the amount of embezzled military funds. Those who embezzle less than 100,000 spiritual stones will be dismissed from their military posts and sentenced to whipping and branding. Those who embezzle more than 100,000 spiritual stones will be dismissed from their military posts and sentenced to nailing and piercing their bones. Those who embezzle more than 1 million spiritual stones will be sentenced to death." Everyone listened. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and sent a message to the outside of the hall, "Carry it in." The next moment, a team of soldiers, carrying 15 boxes as high as one person's shoulder, slowly walked into the hall. Report to the commander. These are the spiritual stones found in General Zia's spiritual palace. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said calmly, I understand. You can go down. Yes, commander. After watching the soldiers retreat, Chen Daoxuan walked to the first box and waved his hand gently. The box suddenly opened. It was filled with a box of spirit stones. General Zia, what else do you have to say? Frame up. It must be a frame up. Seeing this scene, Zia Hang's eyes were red, as if he wanted to choose someone to bite. It must be you. You saw that you couldn't recruit me, so you used this dirty trick to frame me. Heh. Chen Daoxuan sneered. You are just a mid-stage foundation building cultivator. Why should I, a sword cultivator, recruit you personally? You said I framed you. Do you dare to swear an oath of the Great Way? Zia Hang's face changed again. His heart was beating like thunder, but the resentment on his face was even stronger. But he refused to swear, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan looked at Zhao Mucheng and said, General Zhao, what is your crime in the coalition for slandering your superiors? Dismissal and investigation. Zhao Mucheng was very frugal with words. Chen Daoxuan nodded, picked up a spirit stone from the box casually, and said, TSK, this box of spirit stones must be more than 100,000 spirit stones. 15 boxes of spirit stones. General Zia has a big appetite. Zia Hang's face turned pale, and at the same time, a hint of despair was faintly revealed in his eyes. 15 boxes of spirit stones. Wouldn't it be more than 1,000,000 spirit stones? Execution. There was already something fishy in his heart, and thinking of this crime, Zia Hang finally made up his mind, and said with grief and anger on his face, it's you. It's all you. You framed me. I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. Zia Hang's face flushed, like a madman. Chen Daoxuan, I'll fight you. After saying that, he immediately slapped the storage bag on his waist, and a flying sword flew straight to Chen Daoxuan's face. This sword light was as fast as lightning in the eyes of outsiders, but in the eyes of Chen Daoxuan, it was clumsy. He stretched out a finger, flicked it forward lightly, and hit the tip of the flying sword. The next moment, the flying sword uttered a faint whine, and flew back quickly. General Zhao, what is the crime of attacking the commander? Death penalty. Zhao Mucheng's words revealed a hint of murderous intent. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Zia Hang was dead. This fool. Weila Dao sighed secretly. Sword light incarnation. Chen Daoxuan stepped forward, pointed a sword finger at Zia Hang's Danshan Qi Si, and crushed his Danshan Qi Si to pieces. Puff. Zia Hang spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then his body limply fell down. The Danshan Qi Si was destroyed, and Zia Hang was completely useless. Seeing Chen Daoxuan's ruthless scene, even the 7 scattered cultivators who swore allegiance to his Chen family felt a chill in their hearts. But at the same time, they were also very grateful. Fortunately, they agreed to Chen Daoxuan's recruitment, otherwise they would be lying on the ground and useless now. Zia Hang struggled to stand up, but he couldn't get up. Chen Daoxuan walked to the remaining 14 boxes, and opened them one by one. He saw that each of the remaining 14 boxes contained only 1 spirit stone. Chen Daoxuan lowered his head, and looked at Zia Hang who couldn't get up. He sighed and said, General Zia, you just embezzled hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. You are not guilty of death. Why are you looking for death? Then he shook his head and said, these guys, they put a box to pack a spirit stone. Isn't this scaring people? Really? Hearing this, Zia Hang was so angry that his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. He didn't even look at Zia Hang who was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Chen Daoxuan walked back to the first seat, raised his head, and looked at Wei Li, saying, where were you just talking about? Commander, I just talked about the issue of salary. Oh, yes, the issue of military salary. Chen Daoxuan clapped his hands suddenly, look at my memory, please don't mind. No. Commander, you are busy with many things, it is normal to forget. Yes. Zhao Mucheng looked at the young figure sitting in the first seat, and he simply couldn't put him together with the young cultivator, who had to rely on himself to intimidate other families in Guanghan Prefecture Sanxiu Fang City a few years ago. The Chen family has really risen. At this moment, Zhao Mucheng only had this thought in his mind. Chen Daoxuan pressed lightly with his hand, and the hall returned to silence. I believe everyone has heard some rumors recently. Chen Daoxuan paused. I plan to use a new type of paper currency in Guanhei Xiansheng to replace Lingxi for trading purposes. Chapter 184. Bank Run. As he spoke, he took out 2 boxes of spirit stone coins from his storage bag. Compared with the box just carried into the hall, these 2 boxes were just like the difference between a child and an adult. He opened the box. Inside were neatly stacked currencies. These banknotes looked like the currency of his previous life, and Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel familiar. This world finally began to change a little bit with his arrival. Although these changes were limited to Guanghan Prefecture's Guanhei Fairy City. But he believed that as his power expanded, this change would gradually cover the entire Guanghan Prefecture and even the entire Kangzhou. I believe some of you have seen this kind of banknotes. Chen Daoxuan took out 9 100 yuan banknotes and distributed them to the 9 captains of the army. Although Lei Zhen had heard that Guanhei Fairy City would use a new currency in the future, this was the first time he had seen its specific appearance. For a moment, he couldn't help but be extremely curious. He carefully looked at the banknote in his hand and found that the back of the banknote was a thumbnail of the entire Guanghan Prefecture, and the front depicted an overall picture of Guanhei Fairy City. It looks majestic and has a great visual impact. In addition, the number 100 is written in the middle of the left side of the banknote. I think this is the 100 denomination Lingxi coin mentioned by the master. Seeing that everyone was silent, Chen Daoxuan continued, my idea is to let the soldiers receive this new currency as military pay. This time, everyone whispered. Zhao Mucheng stood up and frowned. Commander, will this cause the soldiers to mutiny? Wei Ladeo also nodded and said, yes, Commander. After all, everyone only recognizes Lingxi in their hearts. A soldier in the late stage of key refining has a military pay of 500 Lingxi a year. A soldier in the middle stage of key refining has 300 Lingxi, and a soldier in the early stage of key refining has 100 Lingxi. But now, a soldier in the late stage of key refining can only take 5 banknotes, and a soldier in the early stage of key refining can only take 1. This, Wei Ladeo was speechless. Although the strength of a single key refining soldier is low, the entire Western Defense Zone has a total of 100,000 key refining soldiers, plus 1,000 foundation building officers. Once a commotion breaks out, even if Chen Daoxuan is as powerful as a purple mansion cultivator, he may not be able to suppress it. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand and said, tell the soldiers below that there are too many spirit stones, and it is troublesome to distribute them. You can use the banknotes in your hands to go to the largest Changping central bank in the central block of Guanhei Xiansheng and exchange the banknotes for spirit stones. Of course, if you don't want to exchange, you can also use the spirit stones in your hands to buy goods in any store in Guanghan Prefecture. Everyone looked at each other, and Wei Ladeo was quite puzzled. Why did the commander do this? Just tell the soldiers below so much. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. In addition to Chen Daoxuan, the commander, 7 high-level officials of the entire Western Defense Zone coalition have been recruited by Chen Daoxuan and become guests of the Chen family. There were 3 people left. Zai Hang was abolished. Although Zhao Mucheng had the post of military commander, he had the most complicated relationship with Chen Daoxuan and could not stand up against him. As for Wei Ladeo, he was trembling when he spoke. Obviously, he was afraid of Chen Daoxuan to the core. At the beginning, everyone thought that Chen Daoxuan was easy to talk to. They had been together for nearly a year, but they had never seen him make 3 fires when he took office. Unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan's fire burned so late and so fiercely that he abolished a captain of 10,000 soldiers in the coalition army in one encounter. Regardless of whether Zai Hang's corruption was framed by others, it was obvious that he attacked Chen Daoxuan in public. Just based on this behavior, it was a capital crime, no matter where it was said. This is also the reason why Wei Ladeo said he was stupid. If he did not attack Chen Daoxuan in public, there would be a possibility of refutation of the corruption of spiritual stones. Whether it was the oath of the Great Way or the mirror of the heart, he could wash away his grievances. Even if he could not completely clear his grievances, the worst that could happen was that he would be dismissed from his military post, but he would definitely not be sentenced to death. But he was so anxious that he attacked his superiors, and the biggest handle fell into Chen Daoxuan's hands. At this time, no matter who came to judge him, he would not be able to escape death. This is also the reason why when Dao was afraid of Chen Daoxuan. In his eyes, although Chen Daoxuan was young, he was ruthless. What's more terrifying is that this person is also very powerful. Whether it is means or strength, Chen Daoxuan has them all, so how dare he sing against Chen Daoxuan again? The question he raised just now was also worried that Chen Daoxuan's strong promotion of Lingxi coins in the army might cause greater trouble. At that time, Chen Daoxuan, as the commander, might not be in trouble. But they, the captains of the 10,000 soldiers who issued specific orders, might have to throw one or two out to stabilize the morale of the army. And he, Dao, is the one who is most likely to be thrown out to calm the anger of the soldiers. Because of his personal relationship with Chen Daoxuan, he is not as good as Zhao Muqing. In terms of surrender speed, he is not as good as Lei Zhen and other captains of the 10,000 soldiers who came from casual cultivation. He had to be the one to take the blame. But now that Chen Daoxuan had explained that he could take the spirit stone coins to the Changping Central Bank to exchange for spirit stones, Dao was relieved. This move was nothing more than changing the place where the Western Defense Zone Coalition's military pay was distributed to the Changping Central Bank in Guanhai Ferry City. It was just a little more troublesome for the soldiers. But for such a small matter, how could the soldiers in the key refining stage dare to show their teeth to the Shangguan and the foundation building stage? The next day, in the barracks of the Western Defense Zone Coalition, groups of soldiers lined up facing the military pay distribution place. Looking down from the sky, there were 6 long queues in front of the 6 military pay distribution points. What's going on? Aren't you distributing spirit stones? Why are you giving me a piece of paper? A hot-tempered soldier exploded immediately after getting 500 denomination spirit stone coins in his hand. What are you yelling about? Don't you have eyes? The person in charge of distributing military pay in front of him was a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. At this moment, the aura of the foundation building period pressed on the soldier in the late stage of key training and almost crushed him to the ground. The soldier who made trouble immediately calmed down. He bowed to the officer who distributed the military pay and said, "Please forgive me, sir. I didn't mean it. I was just angry for a moment." Seeing that the soldier's emotions had stabilized, the cultivator who distributed the military pay nodded slightly and pointed to the notice not far away and said, "Learn to read. Go and see for yourself." After that, he no longer paid attention to the soldier in the late stage of key training and began to distribute military pay to the soldiers behind him. Nizang is a casual cultivator in the late stage of key training in Guanghan Prefecture. At the beginning, he was a spiritual planter on the many spiritual veins of the Zhao family. In other words, he was a tenant of the Zhao family, but he was a tenant who planted spiritual fields for the Zhao family. In fact, the spiritual stones that Nizang earned throughout the year might not be as much as those casual cultivators who drove mortals to farm. Later, the Yang family took the lead in establishing the Guanghan Immortal Alliance and built a large number of spiritual veins on the islands in the sea area of 10,000 miles around Jinwu Island. They also invited casual cultivators from the outside world to go to these islands to open up spiritual fields and plant spiritual medicines. This made Nizang, who had long been unable to bear the oppression of the Zhao family, very excited. He quickly packed up his things and ran to the territory of the Guanghan Immortal Alliance as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the good days had not lasted for a year or two, and the corpse tied on Lotus Island broke out. The demise of the Zhao family, a big family in Guanghan Prefecture, made all the casual cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture feel sympathetic. He, Nizang, was just a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, and naturally he was extremely scared. During that time, he even practiced at night, and he would be suspicious, fearing that the island he was on would be invaded by evil things like the Zhao family. Fortunately, the Zhao family took the lead in forming the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition and demarcated 5 major defense zones to protect the stability of the entire Guanghan Prefecture. Now, those anxious casual cultivators finally have a backbone. This includes Nizang. Nizang joined the Guanghan Prefecture coalition as soon as possible. In his opinion, it is undoubtedly the safest place in the Guanghan Prefecture coalition, because there are Purple Palace cultivators in the coalition. They, the small shrimps in the key refining period, naturally have a full sense of security. The only pity is that he was not assigned to the Central Defense Zone, because the Central Defense Zone is where the Zhao family is located. With the strength of the Zhao family, it is undoubtedly the safest place in the entire Guanghan Prefecture. However, it is also good to be assigned to the Western Defense Zone. Although the Western Defense Zone is weak, it is not without advantages. That is, the Western Defense Zone is the farthest from the Eastern Defense Zone, and is least likely to be attacked by the corpse tide of Lotus Island. In addition, the Chen family in the Western Defense Zone is also cultivating spiritual veins on islands near Redwood Island for casual cultivators, to open up spiritual fields and plant spiritual medicines. Now, Nizang's mind is completely settled. He had already made plans for the future. He would first serve in the coalition forces of the Western Defense Zone. When his service was over, he should have accumulated a considerable amount of spiritual stones. At that time, he would rent land on the spiritual veins around Redwood Island to cultivate spiritual fields. Anyway, with his skills as a spiritual plant husband, it would be a piece of cake for him to open up spiritual fields. As far as he knew, the spiritual veins cultivated by the Chen family around Redwood Island were not only of the second grade, but also much lower than those of the Guanghan Immortal Alliance and the Zhao family. In this way, he would not only be able to open up spiritual fields in the future, but also have enough spiritual stones to plant spiritual medicines with higher economic value. Just when he was full of longing for the outside world and was ready to receive the first military pay in his life, he found that he only received 5 banknotes. What banknotes? These were 5 talisman papers. Although he didn't know what materials these 5 talisman papers were made of, Nizang, who used to deal with spiritual plants all day, still keenly smelled the smell of the spiritual plants on the talisman papers. He wanted to embezzle his military pay for a year of hard patrolling with 5 talisman papers. At this moment, Nizang burst out all the anger and humiliation he had felt for being oppressed by the big families for so many years. But before he could hold on for a few seconds, he instantly became timid under the pressure of the Foundation establishment cultivator's aura. Following the instructions of the Foundation establishment official, and looking at the explanation on the notice beside him, Nizang figured out what the paper money in his hand was used for. Can I exchange it for spirit stones at the Changping Central Bank in Guanhai Fairy City? And can I spend it directly in the shops in Guanhai Fairy City? Is this true? Nizang murmured. Hurry up, if you go too late, maybe all the spirit stones in the Changping Central Bank will be exchanged. Yes, these big shots came up with this kind of paper money. It must be because they don't have enough spirit stones to pay the military salaries, so they came up with a new trick. Hurry, let's go there. Chapter 185 Nails. Hearing this, Nizang was immediately enlightened. He did not dare to delay at all, and quickly used the wind control technique to fly towards Guanhai Xiancheng. Guanhai Xiancheng is different from Lingzhou Xiancheng and Guanganfu Xiancheng. There is no entry tax in Guanhai Xiancheng. As long as Wangxing monks enter Guanhai Xiancheng, they do not need to pay taxes. Compared with the entry tax, Chen Daoxuan pays more attention to the profits and taxes brought by trade. The actual area of Guanhai Xiancheng is very large, even larger than Guanganfu Xiancheng, but most of it is still empty and has not been completed. The actual completed area only accounts for about 1/10 of the entire Guanhai Xiancheng. Even so, more than 200,000 monks gathered in this small fairy city, which made the whole fairy city lively enough, especially today as a day to pay military salaries. A large number of soldiers took the spirit stone coins and went to the Changping Central Bank in the central block of Guanhai Xiancheng to exchange spirit stones. There are a total of 16 working windows in Changping Central Bank, but tens of thousands of people came to exchange spirit stones, and the long queues made the entire street blocked. Inside the Changping Central Bank, Chen Daoxuan, accompanied by Lei Zhen, watched the soldiers who came to exchange spirit stones, feeling a little uneasy. General Lei, do you think these soldiers can accept the spirit stone coins issued by my Guanhei Fairy City? Lei Zhen thought about it and shook his head, saying, I don't know. The young clan leader said that the value of currency depends on the commodity. As long as the spirit stone coins we issue can actually buy elixirs, magic tools, spirit talismans and other commodities, it has value, right? Hearing this, Lei Zhen hesitated and said, just like the military exploits of Yuan sword sect? It's a very vivid metaphor, but it's still different from the military exploits of Yuan sword sect. After nearly a month of training by Chen Daoxuan, Chen Daoxuan has the deepest understanding of the nature of currency. After Chen Daoxuan's narration, he deeply understood that the industrial development of Xuanghu Island cannot be separated from the support of a currency with a wide circulation. Although the circulation of spiritual stones is wide enough, there are not enough of them. At least in Guanghan Prefecture, there are not enough of them. In the crowd, Nizong waited in a long line and finally waited for him. He looked at the staff at the window and said loudly, exchange 500 spiritual stones for me. Then he handed over 5 spiritual stone coins of 100 yuan. Are you sure you want to exchange 500 spiritual stones with 500 spiritual stones? Yes, please hurry up, Nizong urged. Through the window, he could see the mountains of spiritual stones inside. If it weren't for the faint pressure of the foundation building cultivators emanating from the entire hall, Nizong really had the idea of taking a risk. Suppressing the idea of seeking death in his heart, Nizong smiled happily and was about to take the 500 spiritual stones. At the window next to him, a panting fat cultivator took out a pile of spiritual stones from his storage bag and kept piling them at the counter. Nizong took a quick look and saw that there were at least hundreds of spiritual stones. Please, help me change all these spirit stones into spirit stone coins, quickly. The fat monk looked annoyed. Are all the shopkeepers in these shops sick? They don't even accept good spirit stones, but all spirit stone coins. Soon. From time to time, people in the team took out spirit stones from their storage bags and exchanged them for spirit stone coins. Hello, do you still want to exchange spirit stones? Inside the window, the staff saw that Nizong didn't speak and asked again and again. Wait a minute, Nizong said hesitantly. After speaking, he took back the 500 spirit stone coins from the bank staff. Can this banknote really be spent? Walking out of the Changping Central Bank, Nizong was full of doubts. Walking all the way to a shop selling spirit seeds, Nizong stopped and walked into the shop. Shopkeeper. As soon as he entered the shop, Nizong shouted, Dear guest, what would you like to buy? As soon as he entered the store, an old man in his 60s came up to him with a rosy face. Our store has various spiritual rice seeds, spiritual medicine seeds, and many rare spiritual plant seeds. After saying that, the old man handed over a jade slip and said, this is a complete spiritual seed atlas, with introductions and prices of various spiritual seeds on it. Dear guest, please take a look. Nizong took the jade slip handed over by the old man, immersed his consciousness in it, and checked it for a long time. Nizong withdrew his consciousness and frowned, saying, Shopkeeper, why are all the prices in your atlas marked with Lingxi coins? Can't we buy them with Lingxi? Excuse me, sir. The old man smiled and bowed. According to the decree of Guanhei Fairy City, starting from this month, the whole city will implement a new currency, that is, Lingxi coins. If you don't have Lingxi coins, you can go to the Changping Central Bank in the central street to exchange them with Lingxi. Hearing this, Nizong took out a 100 yuan Lingxi coin from his storage bag and said, Shopkeeper, please look, is this the kind of banknote? Seeing this, the old man took the Lingxi coin from Nizong. He picked up the Lingxi coin, shook it lightly, then carefully looked at the pattern on it, and finally took it to his nose and sniffed it, and finally smiled and said, yes, it is this kind of currency. Just this one banknote is worth 100 Lingxi? Nizong asked in confusion. Yes, it's worth 100 spirit stones. Can't you take it to the Changping Central Bank to exchange it for spirit stones? What are you still doubting? Hearing this, Nizong shook his head and said, I really don't know what Guanhei Xiancheng is doing. Who knows? The old man also sighed. Sir, look, you want to buy? Nizong took the spirit stone coin and said with a smile, "Please forgive me, I'm a soldier of the coalition army. I definitely can't buy your spirit seeds for the time being. Wait 2 years, after I retire, I will come to take care of your business." Hearing this, the old man was not angry and smiled and said, "Sir, please go well. Welcome to take care of my business in the future." Okay. Nizong bowed and left the store. Next, Nizong visited several stores and found that the spirit stone coins could actually be spent, and what was even more strange was that the stores in Guanhei Xiansheng did not accept spirit stones. "Sir, please forgive me. Our Zhang's talisman shop really cannot accept Lingxi. You can take the Lingxi to the Changping Central Bank, exchange it for Lingxi coins, and then buy the talismans in the shop." He ran from shop to shop. There were also shops that secretly accepted Lingxi, but these shops were quickly caught by patrolling soldiers and fined very high. So far, Nizong rarely saw shops that dared to violate the laws of Guanhei Fairy City. It seemed that the currency used in this fairy city changed from Lingxi to the paper money in his hand overnight. Thinking of this, he shook the Lingxi coins in his hand, and they rustled. "It's really interesting," Nizong murmured. The coalition headquarters in the Western Defense Zone, in a dark dungeon. Since its construction, this dungeon has rarely been used except for the occasional soldiers who violated military discipline and were detained there. Chen Daoxuan walked step by step to a cell engraved with array patterns. He said to the soldier beside him, "Open the door." "Yes, Commander." The soldier bowed and quickly opened the cell door. In the cell, a middle-aged monk was lying on the ground with a pale face. His hands and feet were shackled. Who else could it be but Zai Hong, the former captain of the Wanzhou? "Okay, stop pretending. My finger only shattered your qi and did not hurt your flesh. You will not die." Hearing this, Zai Hong suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Chen Daoxuan, you use public resources for private purposes. You are despicable and shameless. You are jealous of your failure to recruit, and you framed me. You wait. The Guanghan Prefecture Coalition will definitely give me justice in this matter, and the Carnian Sword Sect will definitely not let you, a scum, go." Zai Hong waved his hands excitedly, and the shackles made a rattling sound under his struggle. "I remember that the Danshan Qi was broken, and there was a elixir that seemed to be able to repair it. What was it called?" Chen Daoxuan immediately put on an expression, as if he was thinking hard. "Yes, it's the Bushandan, the Bushandan of the Qinghu Taoist sect." Hearing this, Zai Hong was immediately struck, as if by a heavy blow, and then said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say? Actually, I'm very curious. Logically speaking, the conditions for my Chen family to recruit you, looking at the entire Wang Xinghe, there will be no other family that can offer a higher price. How can you not be tempted?" Chen Daoxuan paused. "I will assume that you are a proud person, and even the purple mansion pill can't move you, but I framed you in front of everyone yesterday, and you didn't even refute it. Is it difficult to prove your innocence? The oath of the Great Dao and the mirror of the heart can all prove your innocence. Oh, by the way, you must also swear the oath of the Great Dao to be loyal to my Chen family. Why are you so afraid of swearing the oath of the Great Dao? What are you afraid of, Zai Hong? Before recruiting you, I just had some doubts that there are really such proud people in this world, but after testing you yesterday, I was basically sure that there is something wrong with you." Chen Daoxuan looked at Zai Hong, who was trembling all over in the dungeon, and smiled. "You wanted to die yesterday, but I didn't expect that I didn't kill you, but crippled you instead. You wanted to live again, after you were lucky enough to survive, and now you want to die. Don't you think it's a bit too late?" Although Zai Hong's Danshan Qi was destroyed, he was a cultivator in the Foundation establishment stage after all, and he still had the means to commit suicide. However, he found that his whole body, even his consciousness, was almost frozen by the person in front of him. This person is so strong. Too strong. Zai Hong trembled in his heart. "Zai Hong, am I right about the survivor of the Zenon Pass battle?" Chen Daoxuan slowly squatted in front of him, looking straight into his eyes. "Tell me, how did you come back?" "Who?" Zai Hong's face flushed, and he couldn't speak. Chen Daoxuan pinched a seal with his hand and pressed it directly on the other person, sealing his whole body, leaving only his mouth able to move. Zai Hang showed a creepy smile on his face. He stared at Chen Daoxuan and said with a weird smile, "Chen Daoxuan, do you think you can survive? You are all going to die. All have to die. I'm waiting for you down there. I'm waiting for you." Not good. Chen Daoxuan's face changed, and he quickly stretched out his hand to stop it, but a huge force bounced his hand back. When he looked again, Zai Hang had already died. Seeing this scene, Chen Daoxuan's face turned pale. Chapter 186. Continuous Foundation Building. Looking at Zai Hang who died in front of him, Chen Daoxuan felt like a stone was pressing on his heart. The Battle of Zenan Pass, the corpse tied in Guanghan Prefecture, and the subtle attitude of Guanyuan sword sect towards Kangshao over the years. All of this, like a fog, shrouded Chen Daoxuan's heart. This Zai Hang, if he guessed correctly, should be a spy placed by Zuan King Dao League in Wangxinghai. In fact, it is not uncommon for major forces to place spies and hidden agents in each other's territory. Zuan King Dao League can place hidden agents in Wangxinghai, and Guanyuan Sword Sect can naturally place hidden agents in Zuan King Dao League's territory. It depends on which side has better means. But from the situation where Guanyuan Sword Sect is suppressing the two opposing families, it is obvious that Guanyuan Sword Sect is better. Chen Daoxuan is not worried about this. He just feels that what Zai Hang said before his death seems to have a certain meaning. Everyone will die. Chen Daoxuan raised his head. Is he referring to the corpse tied in Guanghan Prefecture, or the real person Shenju? He shook his head. Chen Daoxuan, who didn't know what he meant, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. Now he had too little information to analyze anything. But one thing was certain. To deal with all this, he had to strengthen his own strength. Wait until one day in the future, the Chen family will develop to the point where it can rival the Guanyuan Sword Sect or even be stronger than it. These conspiracies and tricks are all vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan silently put away the lavender photo stone in his hand and walked out of the cell. A captain of 10,000 soldiers died in the coalition forces in the Western Defense Zone. According to regulations, he must report it. And what he held in his hand was the absolute evidence that Zai Hang was a spy. With this evidence in hand, no matter where it was said, Chen Daoxuan, as the leader of the coalition forces, had no fault but merit. It's just that Zai Hang died too early. There are still too many things that have not been explained. But think about it carefully. Since the Zuan King Dao League dared to plant a hidden man in Wangxinghai, how could it not have a backhand? Even if Zai Hang is sent to Guanyuan Sword Sect, it is estimated that it will be difficult to squeeze out any valuable information. Walking out of the dungeon, Chen Daoxuan glanced at the bright sunshine in the sky, and his mood gradually eased a little. At present, the most important thing for the Chen family is to ensure the stable operation of Guanhai Xiancheng. His almost quick success and quick profit issuance of Lingxi coins will definitely cause chaos to the development of Guanhai Xiancheng in a short period of time. But Chen Daoxuan believes, as long as the monks stationed in Guanhai Xiancheng are sure that Lingxi coins can actually be exchanged for Lingxi, there will be no big problems with its circulation in Guanhai Xiancheng in the future. After all, Lingxi coins are just equivalent to the ancient silver notes in the previous life. It is still fundamentally different from modern currencies that use credit as collateral. In order to ensure the stable operation of Guanhai Xiancheng, in addition to active trade, there is another important factor, which is military support. The Chen family lacks it very much. At present, the military support of Guanhai Xiancheng depends entirely on the strength of the Western Defense Zone Coalition and Chen Daoxuan, who is comparable to the Purple Mansion monks. On the contrary, other Chen family monks can't play any role in this. What Chen Daoxuan had to do next was to strengthen the strength of other cultivators in the Chen family. If it weren't for the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra breaking through the second level and possessing the new function of preaching, Chen Daoxuan planned to use 10 or even 100 years as a unit to gradually strengthen the hard power of the Chen family. But now, with the function of preaching, he believes that this time will be shortened by more than 10 times. Because he himself is a typical example. Chuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daochu and Chen Daolian and smiled. I originally thought that Daochu would build a foundation a year earlier than you, but I didn't expect that you two would reach the threshold of building a foundation at the same time. Hearing this, Chen Daolian raised her head slightly, and her pretty face was full of unstoppable smiles. Chen Daochu said in annoyance, "Young patriarch, I was dragged down by the heavy research and development tasks in the laboratory. You just asked me to finish the banknotes, and now you ask me to transform the melting furnace and the centrifugal wall breaker, as well as that spiritual pressure device, and lay the spiritual energy network of Shuanghu Island." Chen Daochu's mouth kept scolding like a laser gun. Chen Daoxuan shook his head and smiled. "The more capable you are, the more work you should do. The banknote you made last time was very good. Not only was it first rate in anti-counterfeiting ability, it was also easy to manufacture. The most important thing is that you even invented a matching banknote detector. But you have given me too many tasks at once. Didn't you say that the establishment of the Magical Instrument Research Institute was to study high-level spiritual armor and war magic instruments?" Chen Daochu complained and asked curiously. "Yes, but there is no need to study it at present." Chen Daoxuan paused. "In the jade slips for exchanging war merits of the Kainian sword sect, there is a second level high quality spiritual armor inheritance that can be exchanged. If you can spend money, we will spend money to buy it first. If you can't spend money, we will study it ourselves." Hearing this, Chen Daochu nodded in understanding. As one of the top executives of the Chen family, he is very clear about how terrifying the family's ability to make money is now. The current financial resources of the Chen family mainly come from three parts. The first is naturally the trade with the East Defense Zone, which can also be called military trade. The second is the elixir shops and magic weapon shops opened in Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City. Although the profits from this part are not as lucrative as the military trade, they are better in the long run. The third part is the profits generated by Guanhai Immortal City. The profits of Guanhai Immortal City can be divided into two parts. One is the profit of the family property, and the other is the tax revenue from other businesses. Although the profits generated by Guanhai Immortal City are not as good as the military trade, they also exceed the profits brought by the Chen family's industries in Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City. Moreover, in the future, as Guanhai Immortal City continues to grow, this immortal city will become the most important base and foreign trade window of the Chen family. This is also the reason why Chen Daoxuan spent so much effort to change its trading currency. It seems unnecessary to promote Lingxi coins now, but precisely because the immortal city is small, the resistance is smaller, and it is easier to supervise. Otherwise, when Guanhai Immortal City really develops to the point where it can rival Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City or even larger, at that time, the impact and difficulty of supervision will be much greater if the currency is changed. People who do not think about the future will have immediate worries. If Chen Daoxuan was an ordinary member of the Chen clan, he certainly wouldn't need to think so far ahead. He only needed to focus on improving his own strength. But he was the patriarch of the Chen clan, and his decision was related to the future development of the family. He had to make plans for the long-term development of the family. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, both of you would have to build your foundation. Time flies so fast. Chen Daoxuan looked at Chen Daochu and Chen Daolian and sighed. Yeah, Chen Daolian nodded. Now thinking about the days when we were in the Red Copper Mountain Cave Mansion, it's like a dream. Chen Daochu smiled foolishly. In the future, it will get better and better, Chen Daoxuan said with a smile. I have explained everything that needs to be paid attention to when building the foundation. You not only have the foundation building pill, but also the second grade creation White Lotus, a life-saving magic weapon. As long as you don't mess around, there will be no problem in building the foundation. As for the spiritual veins for building the foundation, go to Guanhai Fairy City. I will give you my spiritual mansion in Guanhai Fairy City for you two to use for building the foundation. The family's spiritual veins are also second grade. Otherwise I will build the foundation in the family's spiritual veins. Chen Daolian hesitated. No, let me go to the family's spiritual veins to build the foundation, and let Daolian go to Guanhai Fairy City. I'm afraid that she doesn't practice seriously and has an accident when building the foundation. Who do you say is not serious about practicing? Chen Daoxuan glared. Okay, stop arguing. Are you breaking through the purple mansion? A third grade spiritual vein is not enough for you to keep refining cultivators to build the foundation? Chen Daoxuan waved his hand. Listen to me. Go to Guanhei Fairy City and I will personally protect you. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daochu looked at each other and said in unison, yes, young clan leader. The next day, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daochu were well prepared and were ready to go to Guanhei Fairy City with Chen Daoxuan. Unexpectedly, Chen Zion came over. Seeing Chen Zion, everyone saluted. Uncle 13. Old clan leader. Yeah. Chen Zion smiled and nodded, then said angrily, you two little guys, such a big thing as building a foundation. If Chen Daoxuan hadn't told me, I would have been kept in the dark by you. Uncle 13, this is not a big deal. My Chen family has produced the second and third foundation building cultivators, and this is not a big deal. Chen Zion seemed to be referring to something and said, I see that everything has been going well for you recently, and you have forgotten your own mind. Seeing Chen Daoxuan being scolded by the old clan leader, Chen Daochu and Chen Daoxuan covered their mouths and wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, feeling uncomfortable. Uncle 13 is right. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan could only smile bitterly. After the few people finished speaking, Chen Daoxuan used his flying sword to carry Chen Zion and the other two to Guanhei Immortal City. The forbidden air formation of Guanhei Immortal City is ineffective against cultivators above the foundation building stage, which is quite similar to Lingzhou Immortal City. Fly all the way to Chen Daoxuan's spiritual palace in Guanhei Immortal City. Drop the escape light. Chen Daoxuan pointed to the two main spiritual eyes in the spiritual palace and said, the two spiritual eyes are where you two build your foundation. I have arranged sound insulation and protective formations for the two spiritual eyes. In addition, I'm guarding outside, so no one will disturb the foundation building process. You can just build your foundation with peace of mind. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Daochu and Chen Daoxuan heard this and bowed their hands in gratitude. Watching Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daochu enter the secret room to build their foundation in seclusion, Chen Daoxuan turned around, looked at Chen Zion and said, Uncle 13, do you have anything to say to me? Chen Daoxuan was so sensitive that he could tell from Chen Zion's attitude just now that he had something to say. Chen Zion looked at Chen Daoxuan with deep meaning on his weathered face and said, I heard that you created a new kind of talisman money in Guanhei Xiancheng to replace the spiritual stone in the transaction in Xiancheng? That's true. Chen Daoxuan nodded. Daoxuan, Chen Zion warned, this kind of talisman money can only be used inside Guanhei Xiancheng and must not be promoted outside, not even in Guanghan Prefecture. After saying that, he stared at him intently. My Chen family is still too weak, and we have no one to rely on except you. I know, Uncle 13. Chen Daoxuan nodded heavily. Chapter 187 Jinuxulinglan Tower. 3 days passed in a flash. Guanhei Fairy City. Chen Daoxuan's spiritual palace. Chen Daochu and Chen Daoxuan almost walked out of the retreat chamber one after the other. When they saw the two again, they were already cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. Seeing this scene, Chen Zion and Chen Daoxuan, who had been waiting outside for 3 days, hurriedly got up from the stone bench and greeted the two. Daochu, Daoxuan, did you succeed? Chen Zion said excitedly. Clan leader, young clan leader, we succeeded. The two looked at each other, then looked at Chen Daoxuan and Chen Zion again, smiling and nodding. Good. Although Chen Daoxuan knew that the two would have no problems in building their foundation, he was relieved to see that the two had done it in one go and did not encounter any accidents during the foundation building process. After all, he encountered an accident when he built his foundation last time, and it took him a full month to succeed in building his foundation. Of course, he spent a long time building his foundation, and his strength after building his foundation was far beyond the reach of ordinary foundation building cultivators. Daoxuan, now my Chen family finally has 2 more Dao generation cultivators who can stand on their own. We should celebrate this. Yes, Chen Daoxuan nodded with a smile, then thought about it, and shook his head. Forget about celebrating. Guanghan Prefecture is currently at war with the zombie swarms on Lotus Island, so it's not appropriate to celebrate in a big way. Besides, my Chen family is no longer what it used to be. There's nothing to celebrate about having 2 more foundation building cultivators. We can just be happy in private. As he spoke, he looked at Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian and smiled. I'm sorry to inconvenience you too. Chen Daoxuan bared his teeth and shook his head. No, isn't this what you, the young clan leader, often say, make a fortune in silence? Yeah. Chen Daoxuan nodded, his eyes deep, and said, it's good that you understand. From now on, it won't just be the 2 of you. The rest of the people, especially the Fu Generation clan members, who are building their foundations, and even breaking through the Purple Mansion in the future, must strictly keep it a secret. A powerful family, in addition to the strength revealed on the surface, must also have hidden strength. Perhaps, these hidden strengths can help our Chen family survive the disaster in the future. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daolian said in unison, remember the teachings of the young patriarch. Chen Zion saw this scene, and knew that Chen Daoxuan had listened to his advice. For the current Chen family, quietly developing and accumulating strength is the top priority. There are too few Taoist monks. When the Fu generation really grows up, the Chen family can really sit firmly on the position of the 3rd largest family in Guanghan Prefecture. Otherwise, the 3rd largest family in Guanghan Prefecture, which is supported by Chen Daoxuan alone, is not worthy of the name. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. In these 3 years, thanks to the support of the Chen family in the rear for the frontline elixirs and magic tools, the East Defense Zone has won victory after victory in the war against the corpse group of Lotus Island. The opponent has been suppressed back to the main island of the Lotus Islands, which is the corpse refining site explored by Chen Daoxuan and Zhao Mubei. However, after the management of the Sun Fu brothers over the years, the 3rd level Yin vein has become a 4th level Yin vein. Various formations are densely covered inside, and the Yin Sha Qi is pervasive. Even if ordinary Qi refining cultivators take the Sha breaking pill, they cannot resist the invasion of this thick Yin Sha Qi. Therefore, Zhao Mubei had no choice but to adopt a blockade strategy of surrounding 3 sides and leaving one side. The direction of his gap was exactly the direction of Kang's Hao Zion Cheng. Zhao Mubei's plan was very simple, to let the corpse group of Lotus Island go to harm Kang's Hao Zion Cheng. The 2 sides have fought for such a long time. Although the corpse group of Lotus Island has been wiped out by millions, the remaining number is probably nearly 10 million. Such a large corpse group, plus the 4th level Yin vein. Even if Guanghan Prefecture can completely wipe out this corpse tide, it is estimated that the cultivators of the entire Guanghan Prefecture will lose hundreds of thousands or even more. After all, fighting on the main island of Lotus Island is not like fighting on various city gate islands. That is the home ground of the corpse group. If the cultivators go there to fight, the true key and true essence in their bodies will be greatly suppressed. The strength of one side is damaged, while the strength of the other side is increased. With this loss and increase, the gap between the strength of the key refining cultivator and the ordinary zombie is narrowed in an instant, and the loss will be serious. Zhao Mubei certainly does not want to suffer such a loss, even if the victims are not all his Zhao family members, but mostly Guanghan Prefecture casual cultivators. But these casual cultivators are the basic base of the Guanghan Prefecture big family, and they are also very important to the Zhao family. Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City. Zhao family residence. A ray of light passed through the sky. As the light descended, the figure of a person appeared. I saw a cultivator wearing a white Taoist robe, a jade crown on his head, and a handsome face strode towards a hall in the Zhao family residence. In the hall, a red-haired cultivator was practicing in seclusion, and his consciousness moved slightly. Seeing the person coming, Zhang Yu opened his eyes. Then he stood up, and walked out of the hall, and greeted the person. 3 years have passed. Chen Daoxuan's appearance has not changed at all compared to 3 years ago. The only thing that has changed is his cultivation level, which has just broken through from the 1st level of foundation building to the 3rd level of foundation building. Seeing the changes in Chen Daoxuan's cultivation level, Zhang Yu's fiery red eyebrows slightly raised and smiled. I haven't seen you for many days. Fellow Daoist Chen has made great progress in cultivation. Senior Zhang, you are too kind. Chen Daoxuan bowed and said straight to the point. I came here for the Jiuxu Linglang Tower this time. It has been prepared for fellow Daoist Chen. Please follow me. Hearing about the Jiuxu Linglang Tower, Zhang Yu's face became serious. Speaking of which, this Jiuxu Linglang Tower is the most valuable magic weapon that the Chen family exchanged for military merits from Cunning sword sect. Although the Jiuxu Linglang Tower is a 4th level magic weapon, due to its special function and expensive price, it is almost comparable to a 5th level magic weapon. In order to purchase this magic weapon, the Chen family almost consumed all the military merits accumulated in the past few years. You know, as the production capacity of the Chen family's spiritual medicine factory and magic weapon factory increases step by step, the military merits earned by the Chen family on the front line every month are growing visibly. Over the past 3 years, the Chen family has earned no less than 1 million merits on the front line. In terms of military merits, in the entire Guanghan prefecture, only less than the Zhao family, which not only fights on the front line, but also provides various resources in the rear. 1 million merits, converted into spiritual stones, is as much as 100 million spiritual stones. You can imagine how much wealth the Chen family has accumulated in the arms trade in recent years. It is said that making money from war is the fastest way to accumulate wealth. After this war between Guanghan Prefecture and the corpse group of Lotus Island, Chen Daoxuan finally felt a little bit. Just a small fight of the scale of Guanghan Prefecture and the corpse tide of Lotus Island has made the Chen family rich. What a vast market will the various elixirs and magic tools consumed in the war between Wangxinghe and Izumo Kingdom be? Chen Daoxuan simply couldn't imagine it. Of course, although the Chen family envied the profits, they could not find a way to intervene at present. After all, the Chen family had a shallow foundation and could still make a name for themselves in Guanghan Prefecture. But in front of a large sect like the Cunning sword sect, it is estimated that others would not even know who the Chen family of Guanghan Prefecture was. Facing such a vast market, Chen Daoxuan could only envy. Following Zhang Zhu, the two entered the hall. In the center of the hall, a small green tower was quietly sealed in a restriction. Chen Daoxuan took 3 or 2 steps forward, looked at the small tower suspended in the air, and said excitedly, "This is the famous Jiuxu Linglang Tower used by major families to train their descendants." Exactly. Zhang Zhu stroked his red beard and smiled. It is this tower. After speaking, Zhang Zhu waved his hand, and the restrictions on the outer periphery of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower were unlocked by Zhang Zhu. The green pagoda lost its restraint and flew directly into Zhang Zhu's hand. Zhang Zhu took the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda and handed it to Chen Daoxuan. Fellow Daoist Chen, please have a look. He took the small green pagoda from Zhang Zhu's hand. Chen Daoxuan's face was full of curiosity. While looking at the pagoda, he said, "The use of the GZ space array pattern in this pagoda is really exquisite. The one who refined this pagoda must be an amazing master of refining." Chen Daoxuan, who has now touched the realm of a 3rd level refiner, can see the extraordinariness of this pagoda at a glance. Indeed. Zhang Zhu nodded. Okay, now the 9 ruins exquisite pagoda has also been delivered to fellow Daoist Chen. The transportation fee you prepaid to me and the accumulated military merits can all be written off. It should be. Chen Daoxuan bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry for the trouble, Senior Zhang. Zhang Zhu heard this and smiled and shook his head. It's just my duty. In fact, in the entire Guanghan prefecture, your Chen family is the 2nd family to own this pagoda. It's not simple. After speaking, he looked at Chen Daoxuan with a meaningful look. It's a fluke. If it weren't for the battle with the corpses on Lotus Island, how could my Chen family make such a fortune? Chen Daoxuan smiled and bowed, his face full of humility. So, war is the best way for small families and independent cultivators like us to rise. Zhang Zhu said with a hint of meaning. What Senior Zhang said is very true. Chen Daoxuan bowed. In this case, I will not disturb Senior Zhang's cultivation. Goodbye. Goodbye. Zhang Zu nodded, watched Chen Daoxuan leave, and murmured, Chen Daoxuan of the Chen family, I wonder if you can become one of us in the future. Along the way, Chen Daoxuan wanted to put this green small tower into the storage bag, but found that it couldn't be put in at all. Sure enough, the two magic tools that use the GZ space array will conflict with each other, and are not compatible at all. Chen Daoxuan smiled, and shook his head. If not, then the method of using storage bags to store storage bags can be infinitely nested, and have infinite space, which is obviously impossible. After Chen Daoxuan's cultivation was promoted to the 3rd level of foundation building, the true essence of the Danshan Qi completely reached the limit state of true essence described in the Carnelian Sword Sutra. In other words, in the foundation building period, no matter how Chen Daoxuan practices, the strength of the true essence can no longer be improved to any extent. The only thing he can improve is the amount of true essence. In fact, with the 2nd grade creation White Lion, Chen Daoxuan is not short of true essence. Therefore, for a long time in the future, if he wants to improve his strength, he can only work hard on the sword realm, secret techniques and external objects. Needless to say, Chen Daoxuan has invested most of his enlightenment opportunities in the sword realm in the past 3 years. Now his sword realm has been promoted to a very profound level of the 2nd level tangible sword intent. The originally dim starlight in the Danshan Qi has also become particularly bright, like a tiny star. When this star is completely condensed and formed, Chen Daoxuan's sword realm will enter the 3rd level. The sword will become a star. In addition to the sword realm, in terms of secret arts, Chen Daoxuan also practiced a special secret art to strengthen the physical defense, called the Vajra body, which can make up for the weakness of his own insufficient defense. Chapter 188 Mission Hall. In addition to the realm of swordsmanship and secret arts, the only things that can greatly improve his strength are various external objects. The external objects here mainly refer to various magic tools. For example, high-level flying swords, defensive spiritual armor, auxiliary magic tools, etc. For high-level flying swords, he has a 3rd level top-grade flying sword rainbow sword given by Yang Linian, the ancestor of the Yang family. The defensive spiritual armor is slightly insufficient, but he also has a 2nd level top-grade life spiritual armor that he tailored for himself. That's right. The 2nd level spiritual armor inheritance of the Chen family also came from the war merit exchange of the Carnelian sword sect. This 2nd level spiritual armor inheritance cost the Chen family a full 100,000 great merits, which is almost equivalent to 1/5 of the price of this Jiuxu Linglan tower. Although the Chen family has accumulated a million great merits in the past 3 years, it cost more than 600,000 great merits to exchange for these two things. It can be seen that the more precious the treasure, the more exaggerated the cost. But this cost is nothing to the Chen family. In the war between the East Defense Zone and the zombies of Lianhu Island, the Chen family earned not only military merits, but also a large amount of spiritual stones, because the Chen family's elixirs and magic tools have always been settled in a half and half way with military merits and spiritual stones. In other words, the Chen family earned a total of over 100 million spiritual stones in this military trade. The bulk of it was earned from elixirs. Based on the profit rate of elixirs, the net profit earned by the Chen family is about 70 million spiritual stones, and this is just the profit from military trade. In addition, there are also the industrial profits of the Chen family in Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City and Lingzhou Immortal City, as well as the increasingly prosperous Guanhe Immortal City, especially Guanhe Immortal City. In the past 3 years, due to Chen Daoxuan's low tax support for merchants and independent cultivators in Guanhe Immortal City, Changping Central Bank has also implemented loan support policies for various potential families and independent cultivators. As a result, the trade in Guanhe Immortal City has become increasingly active. More and more families have come to Guanhe Immortal City to run their own industries. In this way, a large number of independent cultivators have also been attracted. 3 years ago, according to a rough statistics by the Western Defense Zone Coalition, there were about 300,000 cultivators gathered in the entire Western Defense Zone. This data doubled directly after 3 years, reaching more than 600,000. Although these more than 600,000 cultivators are not all gathered in Guanhe Xiancheng, but the permanent cultivator population of Guanhe Xiancheng has also exceeded 200,000, which is almost comparable to 1/3 of Guanghan Prefecture Xiancheng. The profit generated by this Xiancheng is the real treasure pot of the Chen family, of course. Although the Chen family has made a lot of profits in the past 3 years, the expenses are also large. In these 3 years, the Chen family did not spend all the earned spiritual stones, but stored most of the spiritual stones in the bank as reserves, and continued to issue spiritual stone coins, and invested in the market of Guanhe Xiancheng. For example, the construction of Guanhe Xiancheng. At the beginning, due to the shortage of spiritual stones, after spending 50 million spiritual stones, the completed area of the entire Guanhe Xiancheng only accounted for 1/10 of the total area. Now that the reserve of spiritual stones is sufficient, the Chen family will definitely continue to invest in the construction of this immortal city. Chen Daoxuan has always kept in mind Chen Daoxuan's order. Reserve 1 spiritual stone and issue 1 yuan of spiritual stone coins. Absolutely do not overissue 1 yuan of currency. People in this world may not understand this lesson, but Chen Daoxuan, who is familiar with the history of his previous life, knows it very well. The Jiaozi of the Northern Song dynasty and the Bao Chao of the Ming dynasty, without exception, all failed. The fundamental reason for their failure is the imperial power ideology. Simply put, the world belongs to me, I can do whatever I want, completely disregarding the market rules, overissuing currency, so that the currency depreciates wildly, and finally no one is willing to use it. The currency itself has no value, and the value of the currency lies in the commodity. Let's take a simple example. Produce 1 kilogram of grain, print 1 yuan, and then 1 yuan can buy 1 kilogram of grain. If you print 5 yuan, then 5 yuan can buy 1 kilogram of grain. If you print 10,000 yuan, then no matter how much money you have, you can't buy food, because everyone is scared by you, forming a market panic, and no one dares to use your currency anymore. In fact, with the productivity of Guanhe Xiancheng, it is already possible to increase the currency to a certain extent. After all, with the continuous expansion of Shuanghu Island Industrial Zone, the Chen family supplies more and more elixirs and magic tools in Guanhe Xiancheng. If the currency isn't sufficient, deflation will also occur. It is also not a good phenomenon for economic development. However, Chen Daoxuan was afraid that Chen Daoxuan would not be able to grasp the degree of this, so he did not dare to let him overissue currency. Even a small-scale deflation is better than a large-scale inflation that makes the spirit stone coins become waste paper. With the increasing depth of cultivation in Sword Realm, Chen Daoxuan's escape speed has also become nearly twice as fast. In less than half a day, Chen Daoxuan returned to Shuanghu Island. Looking at the family's newly promoted 3rd level spirit vein, Chen Daoxuan was full of pride. 10 million spirit stones. Once upon a time, it was an astronomical figure for the Chen family, but for the current Chen family, 10 million spirit stones are nothing. When he saw the Zhao family spend 500 million spirit stones in one breath for the Guanghan Prefecture coalition, he was so scared that he dared not speak at the time. Now it seems that as a big family in Guanghan Prefecture, it is ridiculous that they can't even take out 100 million spirit stones. You know, if this 9 ruins Linglang Tower in Chen Daoxuan's hand is put on auction, it will probably be auctioned at a sky-high price of more than 50 million spirit stones. This price is more than the general 4th level magic weapon. In the whole Guanghan Prefecture, only the Zhao family is so arrogant that they equip their children with such expensive magic weapons to hone their clansmen. The escape light descended. Chen Daoxuan found that his 13th uncle and a group of Fu generation clansmen were all waiting for him. Brought it back. Chen Zion looked at Chen Daoxuan excitedly. Yes. Chen Daoxuan stretched out his palm, and a green pagoda was shining in his palm. But. Chen Zion wanted to touch the pagoda in a bit of a panic, but he was afraid of damaging it, and dared not touch it. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan personally handed the green pagoda to him, and said with a smile, 13th uncle, touch it quickly, otherwise I will not be able to play with it in my hand after I finish placing it. Hearing this, Chen Zion immediately took it in his hand and touched it. I've heard that the Zhao family has a Taixu illusion for training elite disciples. I didn't expect that today my Chen family would have the opportunity to obtain such a treasure. Chen Daoxuan was so excited that he didn't know what to say. In less than 20 years, the Chen family has undergone earth-shaking changes. From a family without a spiritual vein, it has become a large family with 2 third-level spiritual veins, 17 second-level spiritual veins, and 21 first-level spiritual veins. From a family with only 2 cultivators in the family, it has become a large family with 1 immortal cultivator, 10 Dao cultivators, and 617 Fu cultivators. Not to mention that the Chen family also controls an immortal city and even issued its own currency in this immortal city. In this regard, neither the Zhao family nor the Yang family has done it. Of course, they probably didn't expect it, or they felt that doing so would be too much of a hindrance. But in any case, among the 3 immortal cities in Guanghan Prefecture, only Guanhai Immortal City uses the unique paper currency Lingxi coin. And because the Chen family has a good credit, the monks who live in Guanhai Xiancheng do not reject the use of this kind of paper money. Even some independent cultivators and monks from small families have begun to take the initiative to deposit their spirit stones in the Changping Central Bank in exchange for spirit stone coins. This is undoubtedly a good phenomenon for the currency issued by the Chen family. Over the years, watching the various changes in the family, Chen Daoxuan has deeply felt that he can't tell Chen Daoxuan anything. Although he has been the patriarch of the Chen family for decades, it is only a small shaky family with only a few thousand people, including the mortal population. How can it be compared with the prosperous scene of the Chen family today? What Chen Daoxuan can do now is to teach the children of the Fu generation in the clan school and give full play to his last light and heat. Everyone was excited, followed behind Chen Daoxuan, and watched him place the Jiuxu Linglang Tower. Looking at the empty space in front of him that was specially vacated for the placement of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower, Chen Daoxuan flew into the sky with a flash of light. He dragged the sign pagoda with his left hand, and the mysterious control formula on his right hand kept flowing, as if he was opening some kind of restriction on the sign pagoda. The next moment, the sign pagoda seemed to be activated under Chen Daoxuan's operation. Chen Daoxuan threw it to the empty flat ground. The sign pagoda swelled up in the wind. From a miniature tower less than 6 inches high, it swelled up 100 times, or 1,000 times. Boom. Under Chen Daoxuan's control, the sign Jiuxu Linglang Tower slowly landed on the open ground. There was a loud noise like an earthquake. The Chen family standing below were shocked and speechless when they saw the giant pagoda that was more than 100 feet high in front of them. You know, a building more than 100 feet high was a well-known building even in the previous life. Moreover, this is not the highest form of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower. According to the introduction in the Kainiu and Sword Sect's Exchange Jade Slip, the Jiuxu Linglang Tower can reach a height of 900 feet. Of course, for the current Chen family, there is no need to make it so high. If there are more people of the 4Z generation in the future, it will not be too late to make it higher. Anyway, it is just a matter of Chen Daoxuan's random manipulation. After placing the Jiuxu Linglang Tower, Chen Daoxuan lowered the escape light, looked at the tall tower in front of him, and said with a smile, "Let's go in." Okay. Oh. The Fu generation disciples cheered. They knew that strictly speaking, this Jiuxu Linglang Tower was bought for them. The Fu generation members present were not simple. Counting carefully, there were 54 people in this group of Fu generation members, all of whom were carefully selected by Chen Daoxuan from the Fu generation monks in the family in recent years. The oldest one among them was Chen Fusheng, who was only 9 years old. The youngest one was Chen Fu Wang, who was just 5 years old this year. But without exception, they were all students of the preaching hall specially set up by Chen Daoxuan. The so-called preaching hall is a school specially set up by Chen Daoxuan, based on the preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra. For the time being, only 3 courses are taught in it: refining equipment, refining pills, and swordsmanship. These 54 disciples of the Fu generation are the students of the swordsmanship class selected by Chen Daoxuan from the more than 600 Fu generation members of the Chen family. They are also the members of the Chen family who are trained as core disciples. The conditions for entering the preaching hall are quite harsh. Not only must they receive the most stringent family loyalty education from a young age, but they must also make a great oath before entering to never betray the family. This is true for students in the refining equipment, refining pills, and swordsmanship classes. The preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra is too powerful, and Chen Daoxuan has to be careful again and again. But such a powerful function, he can't abandon it. He can only give the family monks who are receiving preaching a double insurance of thoughts and great oaths. Chapter 189, Takes of Fantasy. Okay, since you have classes, I won't bother you. The students of the clan school are still waiting for me. Just as everyone was about to go to the Jiuxu Linglang Tower, Chen Zion said with a smile, Uncle 13. Go ahead. Chen Zion waved his hand. Yes. Chen Daoxuan bowed and led the 54 elites of the family's food generation to slowly walk into the blue pagoda. Chen Zion glanced at the people who were gradually walking away, smiled, used the wind control technique, and flew towards the direction of the clan school. Walked to the front door of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower. As if sensing the arrival of the owner, the door of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower opened automatically, making a rumbling sound. It is said that the intelligence of magic tools above the 4th level is much higher than that of the 3rd level magic tools. This is probably the spirit of the blue pagoda. He strode forward and approached the blue pagoda, and the elite children of the Fu generation followed behind him and entered one after another. The next second, everyone walked together to an extremely wide space inside the tower. The Jiuxu Linglang Tower has 9 floors, each of which can be set up with 9 layers of Taixu illusions. These 9 layers of illusions can be set up according to the needs of the user. Generally speaking, large families and sects will choose several kinds of sharpening illusions. For example, illusions that sharpen the disciple's state of mind, illusions that enhance disciples' combat experience, and illusions that enhance disciples' small-scale coordination and large-scale collective combat. When Chen Daoxuan first saw the Zhao family cultivators fighting the mermaids, thousands of Zhao family cultivators gathered together and released a sword formation that defeated the beasts controlled by the mermaids in one encounter. It can be said that it is extremely powerful. In detail, not every Zhao family disciple has a very high cultivation level. Most of them are even cultivators in the late stage of key refining. But this group of Zhao family cultivators, who are nearly 10 times less than the mermaids, defeated 10 times more mermaids and a larger number of beasts. It can be said that they are not powerful. Compared with those scattered cultivators, the two are not at the same level at all. Chen Daoxuan estimated that, even if the number of casual cultivators and Zhao family cultivators was the same and their cultivation was equal, if the two sides fought on a large scale, the casual cultivators would not last more than one round in the hands of Zhao family cultivators, and would be defeated by Zhao family cultivators, and then it would be a one-sided massacre. This is the difference between being well trained and not well trained. Indeed, the first determining factor of the strength of a cultivator is cultivation, but when there is not a huge gap in everyone's cultivation, other factors are also very important. This includes combat experience and the cooperation between cultivators. The reason why the Western Defense Zone Coalition is weak is not just that the number of Western Defense Zone Coalition forces is the smallest. There is another reason. The Western Defense Zone Coalition forces are completely composed of casual cultivators. These casual cultivators rarely undergo formal military training, and coupled with the loss of Zen and Pass, few of them have even been on the front line. Just ask, how much combat effectiveness can such a group of cultivators have? Perhaps fighting alone, they can still play a role. If they assemble on a large scale, the well-trained cultivator army can defeat them at a glance. Master. As soon as he stepped into the first floor of the pagoda, a voice like that of a child rang out in the empty space. Are you the pagoda spirit of the Jiuxu Linglang pagoda? Yes, master. The childish voice replied again. After a moment of silence, Chen Daoxuan communicated with its consciousness. As far as I know, you should have the ability to set up illusions. I wonder how to set it up. The Jiuxu Linglang pagoda comes with 9 kinds of illusions. The illusions on each floor are different. If the master wants to add or delete certain things in the environment, just communicate with me directly. However, the setting of the illusion still needs to take into account the issue of authenticity. If the things added by the master are too different from the original content of the illusion, it will make the illusion too illusory and lose its sense of reality. Therefore, the master needs to think about the additions and deletions. What is the illusion of the first floor? Master, please take a look. As soon as the words fell, the scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. In Chen Daoxuan's sea of consciousness, the golden scripture shook slightly. He suddenly realized that, as long as he wanted, he could get rid of the illusion in front of him at any time. But the other Fu generation monks did not have this ability. They watched the scene in front of them suddenly change from the quiet and peaceful environment in the pagoda to the foot of the city gate with a murderous atmosphere. The older Fu generation monks were fine, but the younger monks were directly frightened by the scene in front of them. Kill. Before everyone could come to their senses, a shout of killing sounded behind them. A group of enemy monks from the Izumo kingdom, about 100 people wearing spiritual armor, flew towards the crowd. Before the people arrived, a sword formation composed of 100 flying swords first blasted towards the crowd. Ah! Not only did someone exclaim, but then they fell to the ground in fear. Chen Daoxuan was the oldest, but facing this desperate scene, he also felt dry-mouthed and trembling unconsciously. 100 late-stage key refining monks, wearing first-grade high-quality spiritual armor, and experienced in battle formations, and knew how to form formations and cooperate. Such an opponent. Not to mention them, even if Chen Daoxuan, who was in the key refining period, encountered it, he would have to run away as soon as possible. Although Chen Daoxuan was extremely scared, he still patted the storage bag on his waist, and his life spirit armor quickly covered his whole body. In nearly 4 years, Chen Daoxuan's cultivation has been promoted to the 8th level of key refining under the special care of Chen Daoxuan. This speed can be said to have set a precedent for all the key refining cultivators in Guanghan Prefecture. However, thinking of the various resources invested in him, not to mention that the big families in Guanghan Prefecture would not do this, even the Carnian sword sect would not be so arrogant and invest so much in a mere key refining cultivator. Unless this key refining cultivator is a direct descendant of a high-ranking member of the Carnian sword sect, it is almost the same that the high-ranking member paid for it out of his own pocket. The larger the power, the more formalized and institutionalized the training of disciples is. It is impossible to play like the Chen family. Besides, building the foundation a few years earlier or later does not have such a big impact on the cultivator. There are many cultivators who invested resources crazily in the early stage and their cultivation improved rapidly. After building the foundation, they were limited by their talent and understanding, and their cultivation progress was slow, so that there were countless examples of them falling into a slump due to the huge gap. Therefore, sometimes it is not a good thing to improve the cultivation too quickly in the key refining stage. Instead, it is easy for the cultivator to lose himself. To some extent, the Chen family's training mode for the sword class cultivators and the preaching hall is indeed a case of forcing the growth of seedlings. However, the number of these Fu generation cultivators is not large, and Chen Daoxuan is always watching over them and guiding their minds, so there is no problem in this regard for the time being. More importantly, with the preaching function, the sword realm of these Fu generation cultivators, the highest of whom is Chen Daoxuan, has touched the threshold of sword intent. Now he is comprehending the magic patterns and various spells and wants to integrate the Tao into the sword. Once successful, he will become the second person in the Chen family to comprehend the sword intent in the key refining stage, and he is much younger than Chen Daoxuan. Although the other Fu generation cultivators have not received preaching for as long as Chen Daoxuan, they have almost all cultivated one or several first level sword techniques to the perfect state. Their strength far exceeds that of the key refining stage cultivators of the same level. In addition, each of them was equipped with the best first class flying sword, life spirit armor, and the unique fortune white lotus of the Chen family. As for external objects such as spirit talismans, they were not lacking. Therefore, in terms of real strength, this group of Fu generation monks, whose oldest was no more than 9 years old and the youngest was no more than 5 years old, were much stronger than the 100 enemy monks from the Chuan kingdom. But in terms of experience in fighting against enemies, and more importantly, in terms of the state of mind in fighting against enemies, they were still far behind. Except for Chen Fusheng, all the Fu generation monks present were frightened by the murderous aura of the Chuan Kingdom monks. They did not dare to fight back, and stood there in a daze. Chen Daoxuan stared coldly at the scene in front of him. He knew that this was a level that the Fu generation monks in front of him had to go through. If nothing unexpected happened, this group of people would all enter the military department of the Chen family in the future, which was the military department of the Chen family as envisioned by Chen Daoxuan. It was the military guarantee to protect the Chen family. Their strength may not be the strongest, but they must not be weak, let alone afraid of the enemy. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation is, or how strong your strength is, if you can't use it, or are afraid of the enemy, you are still a waste, just like Yi Wu Dao, the ancestor of the Yi family. Kill. Chen Fusheng's tender voice broke the silence. A flying sword with a green glow burst out with a 9-foot-long sword light, rushing towards the enemy. The sword formation of the monks of the Chuan Kingdom was soon torn open by Chen Fusheng's flying sword, and he killed the enemy. However, although Chen Fusheng was strong, the sword formation on the opposite side was made by 100 monks after all. As soon as the sword light tore a gap, it was blocked by the subsequent flying swords. Chen Fusheng's flying sword was immediately stuck in the quagmire. 1 against 100, and these were 100 monks of the same cultivation who were proficient in sword formation coordination. Even with Chen Fusheng's strength far exceeding that of the opponent, it was a bit tricky. How to fight? At this time, the other monks of the Fu generation finally came to their senses. They all sacrificed their flying swords and attacked the monks of the Chuan Kingdom. There were more than 50 Fu generation monks, and their swordsmanship level far exceeded that of the monks of the same level. The power of each person's flying sword was at least twice as strong as that of the monks of the same level. The addition of these 50 flying swords instantly tore the sword formation of the 100 Chuan monks into pieces. Next, it was a one-sided massacre. It took less than half a cup of tea. As the last Chuan monk was killed on the spot by the Fu generation monks, everyone withdrew from the illusion together. Haha, we won. They are not as strong as they appear in their momentum. The power of each flying sword is so weak. Yes, I was scared to death at the beginning. The group of Fu generation monks were secretly delighted, but they didn't know that Chen Daoxuan's face had turned as hen. He took a long breath and forced back the curse on his lips. Think about it carefully. This is the first time that the Fu generation monks have participated in a battle. Isn't it normal to have such performance? He thought about the first time he participated in a battle, when he and a group of casual cultivators cooperated to kill a first-level blood-spotted sea snake. Wasn't he also very excited at that time? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan's mentality gradually calmed down. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que descargaran y subirán sinas fuso te invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas y encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 190 New Industrial Zone. Everyone walked out of the Jiuxu Linglong Tower. As if noticing Chen Daoxuan's unfriendly expression, the group of Fu generation monks all restrained their smug expressions. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan paused. Seeing this, everyone stopped and looked up at Chen Daoxuan. Fusheng, young clan leader. Chen Fusheng stepped forward and bowed. From tomorrow on, you will lead the Fu generation monks in the sword class to come to the Jiuxu Linglong Tower for trials every day, starting from the first level, and gradually increase the difficulty of the trial illusion. Yes, young clan leader. Chen Fusheng understood that the young clan leader must be dissatisfied with their performance just now. This made Chen Fusheng feel particularly guilty. All along, the person he respected most in his heart was the young clan leader in front of him. Since he was a child, he grew up listening to Chen Daoxuan's stories, and then entered the clan school, and was selected by the young clan leader to join the sword class of the preaching hall. Chen Fusheng knew that this sword class was the prototype of the future Chen family military department. This group of Fu generation monks shouldered the responsibility of protecting the Chen clan. Every clan member in the family had high expectations for them. Thinking of those ordinary clan members and monks with poor qualifications working hard in the industrial zone, Chen Daoxuan felt particularly guilty. How could their performance today be worthy of those Chen clan members who worked hard in the flying sword factory and the pill factory? How could they be worthy of the daily teachings of the young clan leader? Thinking of this, Chen Daoxuan secretly swore in his heart. He must pass the illusion trial of the Jiuxu Linglang Tower as soon as possible, and at the same time, he must comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible and become a real sword cultivator. He knew that with his own cultivation, only by breaking through the foundation building period as soon as possible and becoming a sword cultivator could he truly become the pillar of the Chen family. This can be seen from the gap between the young clan leader and ordinary foundation building monks. Just when Chen Daoxuan was in a bad mood, Chen Daoxuan brought him a good news that cheered him up. Changping Magic Instrument Research Institute. When Chen Daoxuan found Chen Daoxuan, he found that he was discussing something fiercely with a group of Fu generation monks. In front of them, a brand new soul melting furnace and a centrifugal wall breaker with a greatly changed appearance were located in the laboratory. They looked at the two unfamiliar instruments with great interest. Chen Daoxuan coughed lightly, interrupting the argument. Young clan leader. Chen Daoxuan turned around and saw Chen Daoxuan with a hint of joy in his eyes. He took 2 or 3 steps forward and bowed to Chen Daoxuan. The other Fu generation monks bowed and said, "Meetings, young clan leader. No need to be polite." Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, then pointed to the 2 instruments in the laboratory and said, "Is this your improved soul melting furnace and centrifugal wall breaker?" "Yes." Chen Daoxuan nodded heavily. "Young clan leader, look." He pointed to one end of the soul melting furnace and saw a transparent line connected to one end of the soul melting furnace, and this soul melting furnace did not have spirit stones. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and excitedly asked, "You succeeded?" "I have done my job." Chen Daoxuan cupped his hands. Unexpectedly, in more than 3 years, Chen Daoxuan not only completed the transformation of the new Lingrang furnace and the centrifugal wall breaker, but also integrated the spiritual network that Chen Daoxuan had not completed at the beginning. At that time, Chen Daoxuan planned to use the spiritual line refined by the spiritual stone powder to transport the spiritual energy and replace the spiritual stone to provide power for these 2 special instruments. As a result, he was always stuck on the spiritual pressure problem. Later, Chen Daoxuan encountered more and more things, so he put this matter behind his mind. However, with the continuous expansion of the Xuanhu Island industrial zone, the consumption of spiritual stones has increased. In the past, there were only less than 10 Lingrang furnaces, and the annual consumption of spiritual stones was naturally not much. But now, there are already hundreds of Lingrang furnaces and centrifugal wall breakers. The flying sword factory and the pharmaceutical factory have also been expanded several times, and the scale is no longer comparable to that of the past. This is just the result of 3 years of development. In the future, with the increasing number of Fu generation monks and the explosive growth of Z generation monks, the scale of Xuanhu Island industrial zone will also expand at the same speed. Because all along, what has limited the expansion of Xuanhu Island industrial zone has never been machines, but the number of Chen family monks. You know, when the mortals of the same age as the Fu generation grow up, the number of Z generation clansmen born will be 10 times or even dozens of times that of the Fu generation. By then, the Chen family's monks will not be hundreds or thousands, but tens of thousands or even tens of thousands. It is conceivable to what extent the scale of Xuanhu Island industrial zone will expand. Therefore, the power problem is already an imminent problem. Using spirit stones as power, I'm afraid that several 3rd level spirit veins can be burned in a year. Even if the Chen family is rich and powerful, they will feel the pain. Young patriarch, look, this is the spiritual pressure device we invented. Chen Daoxuan pointed to a black box-shaped magic weapon and said, "This is a small spiritual pressure device we used for experiments. When we build a spiritual line network covering the Xuanhu Island industrial zone, we will need to build a giant spiritual pressure device that is at least 100 times larger than this one." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded and said, "How did you solve the spiritual pressure problem?" Array. As he said this, Chen Daoxuan handed over a jade slip and said, "It's a bit troublesome to explain. Young patriarch, please read our technical information." Now Chen Daoxuan used Chen Daoxuan's new term very naturally. Chen Daoxuan took the jade slip from Chen Daoxuan's hand and immersed his spiritual consciousness in it. It took a full cup of tea. Chen Daoxuan withdrew his spiritual consciousness. He roughly understood the working principle of this spiritual pressure device. In simple terms, this spiritual pressure device uses arrays to create high-intensity spiritual pressure at a section of the spiritual line, forcing the spiritual energy to flow in the spiritual line. The other end of the spiritual pressure device can be connected to the spiritual lake of the third level spiritual vein, converting the spiritual liquid in the spiritual lake into spiritual energy and infusing it into the spiritual line. In this way, the operation of the entire spiritual line network can be driven. The power source of the Xuanhu Island industrial zone has also changed from spiritual stones to the third level spiritual vein of the Chen family. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Chen Daoxuan's wonderful ideas. Sure enough, no matter which world people are from, they are not lacking an innovative spirit. What they lack is often guidance in the process of growth. Chen Daoxuan has been influenced by Chen Daoxuan since he was a child. Naturally, his thinking is completely different from that of the people in this world, and he is closer to the people in Chen Daoxuan's previous life. Chen Daoxuan's positioning of Chen Daoxuan is also very clear, a talent for the research of magic weapons. Because in terms of spiritual roots, although Chen Daoxuan is not bad, he does not have much advantage compared with the cultivators of heavenly spiritual roots. The most important thing is that Chen Daoxuan's talent in swordsmanship and combat is not strong. It is not suitable for the path of combat talents. This can be seen from the fact that he has been exposed to the wind-chasing sword art for several years and has not been able to practice this sword art to the great perfection realm until he is about to build his foundation. Chen Daoxuan does not have a very outstanding talent in swordsmanship and magic. On the contrary, he has always been scolded by Chen Daoxuan for his poor talent in refining weapons, but in terms of refining weapons, he is the most talented one among all the cultivators of the Chen family, except Chen Daoxuan. In less than 10 years, he is now a second level upper grade weapon refiner. In 3 years at least, and 5 years at most, Chen Daoxuan will have the opportunity to be promoted to the level of a third level weapon refiner. This kind of weapon refining talent is unique even in the Carnean sword sect. Of course, the premise is that he has a blessing of Chen Daoxuan's preaching. Otherwise, he can only be regarded as a weapon refining genius at best, and is far from being the best among the heroes. Seeing that the matter of the spiritual energy network has finally been settled, Chen Daoxuan was overjoyed and said, "Is there enough spirit stone powder? Don't worry, young patriarch. Over the years, whether it is the spirit veins cultivated by my Chen family or the third level spirit veins in Guanhei Fairy City, all the spirit stones that have exhausted their spiritual energy have been stored by us." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan nodded. "Although there is enough spirit stone powder now, we must also prepare for a rainy day." After thinking about it, "Forget it, I'll let Daolin be in charge of this matter. Let him go to Guanghan Prefecture Fairy City and Lingzhou Fairy City to purchase spirit stones that have exhausted their spiritual energy. You don't have to worry about it. Your current task is to replace all the spirit melting furnaces and centrifugal wall breakers in the Xuanhu Island industrial zone for my Chen family, and to build a spiritual energy network. The task is very heavy." As he said that, he glanced at the crowd and said, "There are less than 30 of you. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked bitter and said, "There are hundreds of magic tools to be replaced in the 2 factories, and I'm afraid there are not enough manpower to lay the spiritual energy network." Chen Daoxuan nodded in understanding and said, "How about this? I will stay here to help you during this period, and we will get this done together." The spiritual energy network is related to the foundation of Chen's industry. Chen Daoxuan has to pay attention to it, and there are not many suitable people now. Although there are more than 600 people of the Fu generation, more than 200 are still attending classes in the clan school. excluding the 54 food generation monks who are off duty and the 20 or so food generation monks in the Magic Tool Research Institute. There are only more than 300 food generation monks who participate in production in the 2 factories. These people support most of the Chen family's economic sources. Chen Daoxuan can't move easily. There is no other way, so he, the young clan leader, can only roll up his sleeves and do it himself. Anyway, he has basically gotten used to doing things personally over the years. Also, at the beginning, it was by relying on his own efforts in frontline production in the magic weapon factory that the Chen family accumulated the first original capital and became the 3rd largest family in Guanghan Prefecture. In the following days, Chuanghu Island Industrial Zone entered a period of vigorous reconstruction. This reconstruction may not have an essential improvement in industrial production capacity, but it has solved the problem of industrial power. It is like switching from battery power to grid power. It not only further saves costs, but also lays a solid foundation for future industrial expansion. Just as Chuanghu Island was undergoing a transformation of its spiritual energy network, the corpse refining ground on Lotus Island, 100,000 miles away, has undergone new changes. In the 4th level Yin vein, in a gloomy and terrifying hall filled with a strong Yin Sha aura, a young monk suddenly sat up from the cold ground. Big brother, he's awake. Chapter 191 The Attack of the Zombies. Hearing his brother Sun Mang's words, Sun Fu turned his head and stared at the key refining cultivator in front of him with dark golden eyes. His eyes were cold and creepy. In the eyes of the young key refining cultivator, the scene in front of him was like hell. The Zhao family's hall, which used to be full of fairy spirit, had long since become gloomy and terrifying. Outside the hall, the faint group of corpses made the young key refining cultivator in front of him weak in the hands and feet. Boy, in order to catch you alive, asked a purple mansion corpse servant. Tell me, how should this account be settled? Sun Mang approached the key refining cultivator in front of him little by little, and the disgusting corpse stench came out of his mouth. The young key refining cultivator only took a whiff, and felt dizzy and staggered. Really fragile. Sun Mang frowned and said, Big brother. Sun Fu nodded. Hehe. After getting Sun Fu's approval, Sun Mang smiled cruelly, and his black nails scratched lightly, stirring the air with a hissing sound. What? You don't speak, are you dumb? As he said that, he put away the corpse poison on his nails and gently scratched the other skin. Black blood seeped out instantly. Ah. The young key refining monk burst into a wail, but just stubbornly refused to speak. Seeing this scene, Sun Mang cruelly grabbed his legs, and then tore them apart from the middle bit by bit. This feeling is so comfortable, hehe. The young monk's screams became smaller and smaller, until finally, there was no breath at all. After tearing a monk in half alive, Sun Mang lifted half of his body and dragged him to another middle-aged monk lying on the ground, saying grimly, since you are awake, don't pretend. You. The middle-aged monk lying on the ground sat up suddenly, pointing at the other party, while backing away, trembling all over. Brother, this guy is willing to speak, it's really boring. As he said that, Sun Mang threw half of the body of the young monk he had just killed directly next to the monk who had just woken up. He screamed in fear. With this courage, you dare to attack us? Sun Mang sneered. The weak will always be weak, even if they embark on the path of cultivation. Facing Sun Mang's ridicule, the middle-aged monk who was already frightened and mentally collapsed, didn't care at all, just lowered his head and trembled. But seeing the half-body of his companion on the ground, and the pool of blood and internal organs flowing out, he trembled even more. Ask you a question. As long as you are willing to answer, I will let you go. After a while, the middle-aged monk mustered up his courage and trembled. How do I know whether what you said is true or false? You can only choose to believe it, or die. Sun Mang stroked his sharp nails as black as ink and said. The middle-aged monk struggled violently in his heart. After a long time, he nodded. Let me ask you, where do you Guanghan Prefecture cultivators get the supply of elixirs? Didn't the Zhao family die? Could it be that other prefectures provided you with elixirs? Hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator lowered his head and refused to answer. The next second, one of his legs was torn off alive, and he screamed in pain. You are rude. Sun Mang shook his head and wanted to kill him directly. But the middle-aged cultivator's strong desire to survive broke out. He collapsed to the ground and roared loudly, I say, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Sun Mang stopped his outstretched claws. Speak. It's the Chen family. The Chen family of Xuanhu Island. Most of the elixirs on our front line are provided by the Chen family. Chen family? Sun Mang was a little confused. He had never heard of the name of the Chen family of Guanghan Prefecture in his lifetime. You are lying to me. I didn't lie to you. Really, the Chen family is a newly rising big family in Guanghan Prefecture. By the way, their family also gave birth to a young sword cultivator named Chen Daoxuan. Once the middle-aged cultivator's psychological defense line was opened, he immediately blurted out all the words. Is it this person? Sun Fu, who was standing by, brought out a bronze round mirror, in which a young cultivator in a white Taoist robe appeared. Yes, it's him. The middle-aged cultivator said, while enduring the severe pain. Brother, it's him. Sun Mang learned that the Chen family was actually the family of Chen Daoxuan who had played a trick on him last time. Suddenly, the new hatred and old hatreds were added together, and the whole person could not control the explosion. It was that little bastard last time. After saying that, he swung a palm towards the middle-aged cultivator. Before the middle-aged cultivator had time to beg for mercy, he was beaten into a ball of blood and flesh. Extending his scarlet tongue and licking the blood stains on his palm, Sun Mang said slowly, Brother, what should we do now? Sun Fu's dark golden eyes shrank, and he said grimly, Zhao Mubei has now surrounded us, but he left a gap, just to let us fight the Yi family. In this case, I will fulfill his wish. Brother, this. Sun Fu took out an amber jade bottle, which contained a small half bottle of golden blood, and murmured, We don't have much blood of immortals anymore. Hearing this, Sun Mang was completely silent. After a while, he raised his head and said firmly, Brother, what do you say? I will do it. Good brother. Sun Fu patted Sun Mang on the shoulder and said, For more than a month, with the efforts of more than 20 monks of the Fu generation, as well as Chen Daoxuan and Chen Daochu, the appearance of Xuanhu Island Industrial Zone has been completely renewed. The biggest change is the spiritual line network that covers the two large factories. If you look closely, you will find that the other end of the spiritual line network extends all the way to the spiritual lake of the third level spiritual vein of Xuanhu Island. In the spiritual lake, a super large spiritual pressure device is slowly operating, supplying spiritual energy to various industrial equipment in the entire Xuanhu Island Industrial Zone. Standing in the air, Chen Daoxuan looked down at the spiritual line network under his feet, his heart full of excitement. With the efforts of him and the Chen family, Xuanhu Island is changing little by little, and the flower of industry in the world of cultivation is blooming little by little on this small island. Energy is the foundation of industry. The energy selected by Chen Daoxuan for this world's industry is the seemingly inexhaustible spiritual energy. After solving the energy and power problem, the next thing to do is to innovate technology, continue to improve productivity, and expand production capacity, and invent machines for the industrial production of high-level magic tools and high-level elixirs. This requires the Magic Tool Research Institute to innovate and create on the basis of existing magic tools. Compared with low-level magic tools and elixirs, high-level magic tools and elixirs are much more difficult to refine. It is far less easy than before to continue to rely on semi-manual and semi-mechanized industrial production. Chen Daoxuan knew this, but he was no longer prepared to solve this problem himself. After all, he had already planted the seeds of industry. He had even integrated the industrial ideas of his previous life and the knowledge of refining in this life into a book to teach Chen's disciples. He also ordered Chen Daochu to set up the Institute of Magical Instruments. After doing so much work, if he still relied on him for everything, the Chen family would be too useless. In the past, it could be said that the Chen family's children were not talented enough, but now with the blessing of the preaching function of the Hongmeng Enlightenment Sutra, their attainments in their respective fields would not be lower than Chen Daoxuan sooner or later. Chen Daoxuan didn't need to worry about it anymore. At this time, the Chen family had been given wings by Chen Daoxuan to take off. As long as it was given enough time, the energy it would burst out would surely shock the world. Young patriarch, it's really spectacular. Yes. Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded, just about to say something. Suddenly he raised his head and looked in the direction of Redwood Island. What's wrong? Chen Daoxuan asked in confusion. Nothing, I'm going to go out for a while, you guys continue to be busy. Okay. After greeting, Chen Daoxuan flew directly to the outside of the 4th level mountain protection formation. As the movement in the Xuanghu Island industrial zone became louder and louder, Chen Daoxuan had already covered the entire Xuanghu Island in a 4th level mountain protection formation and a 3rd level maze, in order to protect the secrets of the industrial zone on the island. From the outside, everything on Xuanghu Island was shrouded in a vast white fog. If you don't enter it, you can't see anything real or fake. After leaving the formation, Chen Daoxuan saw Lei Zhen, who was wearing spiritual armor and standing with his hands folded in front of him, and frowned and said, General Lei, what happened? My lord. Lei Zhen folded his hands. The Guanghan Prefecture Allied Forces headquarters sent a message asking you to hold a combat meeting. Hold a combat meeting? Chen Daoxuan frowned. Is there any new change on the front line of the East Defense Zone? He remembered that the last time he invited him to hold a combat meeting, Zhao Mubei encountered difficulties on the front line. The elixir was consumed crazily, and the logistics could not keep up, so he had to ask for help from the rear. But for more than 3 years, the coalition forces in the East Defense Zone have been suppressing the zombies on Lotus Island, so there is no need to ask for help. In addition, the production capacity of the Chen family's elixirs has been rising steadily, and the supply of elixirs on the front line has even been saturated. The Chen family had to convert part of its production capacity to produce first-level elixirs such as Qijudan to assist in cultivation. In recent years, in order to support the front line, many cultivators have delayed their own cultivation. The demand for elixirs to assist in cultivation in the rear is extremely high. The Chen family's elixirs are very popular. Now, in terms of the elixir market in Guanghan Prefecture alone, the Chen family has completely surpassed the Zhao family and become the #1 elixir family. At present, the Chen family's Yulingdan production is nearly 1 million, covering more than 90% of the first-level elixir market in the 3 immortal cities. If it were not for the limited ability of the Chen family to produce second-level elixir, it might have completely squeezed out the Zhao family's elixir market share. For this scene, the Zhao family felt helpless, but there was no better way. After all, the Chen family has a foundation and is no longer a small family. Even if the Zhao family wanted to attack, they couldn't think of any good way for a while. Besides, the policy that the Zhao family had formulated before was to make friends with the Chen family. If they attacked them again at this time, wouldn't all the previous investment of the Zhao family be wasted? Chen Daoxuan was also very sensible. After occupying the first level elixir market, he did not touch the second level and above elixir market again. He knew that in Guanghan Prefecture, it was better not to force the Zhao family too much. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing. At least before he was promoted to the Purple Mansion, or before the Fu generation of cultivators grew up, it would not be convenient to force the Zhao family too much. Besides, the elixir market in Wangxinghe is so vast, why should he limit himself to one prefecture? The elixir market in Kangshao Xiancheng, the elixir market in the neighboring prefecture, the elixir market in Jingzhou and Taizhou, etc. Why should he be so arrogant? As his thoughts turned, half a day passed. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Zhao family's residence in front of him and quickly lowered his escape light. As soon as he stepped into the main hall of the Guanghan Prefecture Allied Forces headquarters, Chen Daoxuan met a good friend he hadn't seen for several years. Chapter 192 Sweeping Force. The main hall of the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition headquarters. What? Everyone was shocked after hearing Zhao Mubei's narration. Yang Linyuan frowned and said, wasn't the zombie swarm on Lotus Island suppressed by the East Defense Zone Coalition? How could it suddenly erupt? Hearing this, Zhao Mubei said in a deep voice, my previous guess was correct. The zombie swarm on Lotus Island really has the ability to quickly promote Foundation building zombies to Purple Mansion. The ability to quickly promote Purple Mansion zombies? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Brother Zhao, Chen Daoxuan bowed. You mean, the zombies on Lotus Island have been fighting with Guanghan Prefecture for such a long time, but it's just a lie. They are actually trying to delay time and create Purple Mansion level zombies? It's very likely. Zhao Mubei paused. It's not necessarily a lie to attack Guang'an Prefecture. It can only be said that Guang'an Prefecture is indeed not their main target. Their target has always been Kangzhou Immortal City. Now, almost all the islands along the way from Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City have been destroyed within a month, and the zombie tide is approaching Kangzhou Immortal City. So, doesn't that mean that all the islands within the territory of Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City have fallen? Zhao Mingyan couldn't help but say. You can say that. Zhao Mubei nodded heavily. This is too fast. Yang Linyuan and Chen Daoxuan frowned when they heard this. It was clear that not long ago, the eastern defense zone of Guang'an Prefecture was still suppressing the opponent, but the situation took a sharp turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. No one could accept it. But why did the other party choose Kangzhou Immortal City? The red-haired monk Zhang Zhu, who had been silent, asked in confusion. It's the population. Chen Daoxuan's eyes were deep. The population in Kangzhou Immortal City is more than 10 times the total population of my Guang'an Prefecture, totaling billions. Once all of these people are transformed into zombies. Everyone shuddered when they heard this. Although the strength of a single zombie is not worth mentioning, a cultivator in the early stage of key refining can easily strangle it with a flying sword. But the number has reached billions. Zombies, such evil things, also have different levels. Low-level zombies are not as strong as key refining monks, but high-level zombies can even rival Purple Mansion monks. In other words, zombies have fewer means, and they are not the opponents of Purple Mansion monks in a single fight. But what about 2, 3? It's obvious. The zombie group on Lotus Island has the means to quickly upgrade to the zombie level. Although everyone can't imagine what kind of treasure it is, it can actually allow evil things like zombies to upgrade quickly. In theory, although the promotion of zombies is much easier than that of monks, it is not that easy. In just a few years, a group of cultivators who were at most at the foundation building level were refined into Purple Mansion level corpse servants. This is obviously against common sense. If the cultivation of evil spirits is really that simple, then the world of immortal cultivation would have been in chaos and demons would have been rampant. In fact, in the current world of immortal cultivation, whether it is monsters, evil spirits, or demon cultivators, they are all inferior things. Needless to say, monsters have fallen into a state of lingering, since they failed to compete with humans for the dominance of this world in ancient times. As for evil spirits and demon cultivators, their biggest enemies are not cultivators, but heavenly tribulations. Once evil spirits and demon cultivators cultivate to the giant and realm of human cultivators, they will encounter thunder tribulations that are 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than those of human cultivators. Under the attack of this thunder tribulation, no matter what kind of terrifying evil spirit or demon cultivator you are, you will all turn into ashes. There is no chance of overcoming the tribulation at all. Even if there is a 1 in a trillion chance of successfully overcoming the tribulation, you will face the joint strangulation of human cultivators. The human cultivators are very clear about the harm of high-level evil creatures and demons. It is the consensus of almost all human cultivators to kill these things. After all, these things are essentially two species that cannot coexist with human cultivators. Evil creatures and demons need the yin ki of yin veins to practice, while human cultivators need spiritual energy. How can the two coexist? Not to mention that many demon cultivators rely on slaughtering mortals, collecting the resentment and bloody ki of mortals to accelerate their practice, and sacrifice magic tools. This perverted path of practice is destined to be rejected by all cultivators. Hearing Zhao Mubei's words, for a time, everyone felt extremely heavy. The East Defense Zone blocked Lotus Island, but they didn't expect that the other party would actually rush straight to Kangzhou Immortal City, and they were as powerful as breaking the enemy all the way. This Yi family is too useless. Don't they know how to build a defense line? Zhao Mingyan couldn't help cursing. It is obvious that the battle between the corpses of Lotus Island and us is a show for all the cultivators in Kangzhou Xiancheng to see, in order to show the image of the corpses being vulnerable. Otherwise, Kangzhou Xiancheng would not be so defenseless. Zhao Mubei said in a deep voice. Not to mention the Yi family, even the cultivators in their East Defense Zone, after the battles in the past few years, can't help but start to despise the corpses of Lotus Island. After all, they strangled millions of corpses on the opposite side. But what they didn't expect was that these were all performed by the corpses for them. At this moment, everyone felt extremely difficult. But everyone knew that Kang Zhao Xiancheng could not fall no matter what. Once Kang Zhao Xiancheng was broken, there would be no defense line in the entire Kang Zhao Xiancheng that could resist the corpses. At that time, all the mortals in the entire Kang Zhao Xiancheng would be transformed into zombies and then sweep across the entire Kang Zhao. Let alone Guang'an Prefecture, the other 14 prefectures in Kang Zhao combined could not withstand such a disaster. Hearing this, Yang Linyuan couldn't help but ask, it's already this time, why doesn't Carnian Sword Sect take action? What are they waiting for? Just for a mere true man Shenju? Are they going to sacrifice all the mortals in Kang Zhao? Zhao Minghao shook his head solemnly. If true man Shenju is not eliminated, even if we suppress this corpse tide, it will be meaningless. Zhao Minghao said in a deep voice, if he can create a corpse chaos in Kang Zhao, he can create a corpse chaos in Jingzhou, and even a corpse chaos in Taizhou. Chen Daoxuan was also in a heavy mood at this moment. He knew that what Zhao Minghao said was right. If true man Shenju is not eliminated, the corpse chaos will never end. This is the real root of the disaster. What's more, Chen Daoxuan always felt that there was something behind the corpse chaos in Kang Zhao this time. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Zai Hong's words before he died, you all will die. What kind of disaster made him say that you all will die? Let's take a step back. Even if Kang Zhao fell, the big families in Kang Zhao could just run away to other states. How could the zombies overturn the entire Wangxing Sea? It was totally overthinking. You know, so far, only the monks of Guang'an Prefecture have fought against the zombies of Lotus Island. The other prefectures in Kang Zhao did not participate. If the situation had not taken a sharp turn for the worse this time, the monks in other prefectures might not know that Kang Zhao had such a big mess. Just like the monks in Guang'an Prefecture did not know about the big event in the neighboring Jinan Prefecture. This world is much wider than the previous life. The transmission of news is also lagging behind the previous life. It is not a big event that shook Kang Zhao, and ordinary monks rarely pay attention to the affairs of other prefectures. But it is different now. Once Kang Zhao Xiancheng is besieged, all prefectures in Kang Zhao will receive this news. If nothing unexpected happens, someone will soon contact the Zhao family of Guang'an Prefecture. This person is either a monk of the Yi family or a monk of a big family in other prefectures. This combat meeting is not so much a meeting as a consensus reached again to help Kang Zhao Xiancheng. Although everyone didn't want to help Kang Zhao Xiancheng from the bottom of their hearts, and they wished that all the Yi family members would die, but they didn't want all the dead Yi family members to become zombies and attack them again. Because compared to the Yi family, those zombies were the most terrifying thing. They had no fear, would not compromise, and would only fight to the death with the cultivators. This was a war with no retreat. Since everyone agrees to help Kang Zhao Xiancheng, then we will launch an alliance to unite all the cultivators in Kang Zhao. Zhao Minghao stood up suddenly. Hearing this, everyone nodded and stood up to answer the order. I obey your order. Kang Zhao Xiancheng has a population of hundreds of millions and is the largest fairy city in the entire Kang Zhao. Fortunately, it is also the home of the Yi family. With the strength of the Yi family, it is thought that this fairy city will not fall easily. In any case, the Yi family also has Yi Wudao, a giant and cultivator, and more than a dozen purple mansion cultivators. There is also a 5th level formation to protect the entire fairy city. Although the Yi family cannot compare with the zombies in terms of purple mansion combat power, they can completely defend according to the formation and wait for rescue from other mansions. After the meeting, before Zhao Minghao contacted other prefectures, someone kept contacting the Zhao family. As Chen Daoxuan expected, among these people, there were people from the Yi family and people from other prefectures. Everyone had only one goal: to suppress the corpse chaos in Kang Zhao. At this moment, all the cultivators in Kang Zhao knew that they must not let Kang Zhao Xiancheng fall. As for Zhao Mubei's previous thoughts of revenge on the Yi family, He also threw them behind his mind in the face of the safety of Guang'an Prefecture in Kangzhou. The safety of Kangzhou is more important than anything else. All hatreds can and must be temporarily put aside. Chen Daoxuan is the same. He knows this simple truth better than anyone else, that no egg can be intact under an overturned nest. Since the Chen family has taken root in Guang'an Prefecture in Kangzhou, the safety of Kangzhou is the safety of the Chen family. As for abandoning the land and fleeing, let's not talk about whether Kainyuan sword sect will pursue the crime. Even if Chen Daoxuan can escape with his clansmen, there is no prefecture in the entire Wangxinghe that is willing to take in such a coward who abandons the land and flees. Chuanghu Island. Chen Daoxuan's light of escape descended rapidly. Back to a peaceful clanland. Chen Daoxuan walked silently towards the clan school. Changping No. 1 Zeuxan Primary School. Chen Daoxuan silently glanced at the bright red stone characters on the green stone and walked into the campus. Compared with 3 years ago, the clan school now has twice as many people of the Fu generation, reaching more than 200 people. Chen Daoxuan knew that there would be more and more people in the clan school in the future, especially after the birth of the Z generation. The number of Chen family cultivators would explode. Walking to a class that was in class, Chen Daoxuan stopped silently. In the classroom, Chen Zion was standing on the podium, teaching the Fu generation Zion Myo with a red face. Under the podium, the Fu generation Zion Myo were active and spoke enthusiastically. The divine consciousness spread out. In the industrial area, 8 or 9-year-old children were refining flying swords and refining elixirs. Ordinary Chen workers were also busy adjusting machines and installing elixirs. The expressions of these young monks of the Fu generation were meticulous. They did not have the innocence and naivety of children. However, they had no regrets for the sake of their family. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan opened his eyes. His gaze was more determined than ever before. This is my family. I want to protect it. No one can hurt it. No one! Exclamation mark. At this moment, Chen Daoxuan's will was extremely firm. Chapter 193 Fire Spirit Taoist. Have you been waiting for a long time? After class, Chen Zion looked at the silent Chen Daoxuan with some surprise and asked, "Are you worried about something?" Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan smiled and shook his head. "Then walk with me." "Okay." Chen Daoxuan nodded. Chen Zion immediately used the wind control technique, rolled up Chen Daoxuan, and took him to fly in the direction of Chiteng Mountain. Along the way, Chen Zion did not speak, and Chen Daoxuan also remained silent. About half an hour later, Chiteng Mountain was already in sight. "Do you remember the first time I brought you here?" "I remember." Looking at the direction of Chen Zion's finger, a cave stood on the top of the green mountain. That cave was the cave where Chen Zion had lived for decades. Over the years, Chen Zion lived there, silently guarding the Chen family. Until today, Chen Zion occasionally comes to this cave to clean it up. The two flew very fast. In the blink of an eye, they passed Chen Zion's cave. "That's the underground fire room. I remember when I first brought you here, you were only this tall." Chen Zion gestured to his waist. "At that time, I also wanted to give it a try, so I passed on the family's refining skills to you. Unexpectedly, your talent for refining skills is so amazing that you have led the family step by step to the present." Chen Zion spoke quietly. Chen Daoxuan listened silently. "That's the Red Copper Mountain." Finally, Chen Zion pointed to a bare mountain inside. "Everything in my Chen family started from this spiritual mind mountain." 13th Uncle Daoxuan. Chen Zion looked at him. "I tell you this because I want to tell you that no matter what the future of the family is, I will not blame you, and the clan members will not blame you either, because you have already given everything for the family. Daoxuan, you are worthy of any clan member." Chen Zion patted Chen Daoxuan on the shoulder and said seriously, "Yeah." Chen Daoxuan smiled and nodded. Chen Zion did not ask Chen Daoxuan about his concerns, and Chen Daoxuan did not say anything. Limited by his cultivation, many things spoken out would be useless except for adding guilt and trouble to Chen Zion. In fact, Chen Zion's words have given Chen Daoxuan great encouragement. At least, he knew the attitude of the clan members towards him, the young clan leader, and knew the clan members' support for him. That was enough. No one is a fool, and no one is blind. The contribution Chen Daoxuan made to the Chen clan, the clan leaders of all generations combined, was not even 1% of his. This was witnessed by all the Chen clan members. After sending Chen Zion back to the clan school, Chen Daoxuan found Chen Fusheng. Seeing the half-grown boy in front of him who was less than 10 years old and just reached his chest, Chen Daoxuan showed surprise on his face. Fusheng, you, young clan leader, I succeeded. Chen Fusheng smiled. Sword intent. Chen Fusheng comprehended the sword intent, and not only that, he also entered the 9th level of key refining. This completely broke the record set by Chen Daoxuan. He became the youngest cultivator to comprehend the sword intent in history. Perhaps it is easy to use resources to produce a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining who is less than 10 years old, but no matter how many resources are used, it is impossible to produce a demon who comprehends the sword intent at the age of 9. Seeing him, Chen Daoxuan seemed to see another top-level strongman rising up in the Chen family. Fusheng, good job. Chen Daoxuan patted Chen Fusheng's shoulder heavily. Chen Fusheng was very excited to get such affirmation from Chen Daoxuan. Just as he was excited, Chen Daoxuan handed over a flying sword. This is a 3rd level upper grade earth attribute flying sword that I refined for you. I was going to give it to you as a gift after you established your foundation. Now, I will give it to you in advance. As he said, Chen Daoxuan handed over the flying sword worth millions of spirit stones. This flying sword is Chen Daoxuan's masterpiece after he was promoted to a 3rd level weapon refiner. It is also the best flying sword he has refined so far. It is higher in grade than his 2 3rd level middle grade natal flying swords. Chen Fusheng was even more excited after receiving the flying sword from Chen Daoxuan, but then he hesitated and said, but the grade of this flying sword is too high, I can't use it either. Of course I can't use it now, but when you succeed in building your foundation, you can almost use it. As he said that, Chen Daoxuan told him about the terrifying improvement after building the foundation, after comprehending the sword intent in the key refining period. This explosive improvement in strength was experienced by Chen Daoxuan himself. Perhaps Chen Fusheng's spiritual consciousness will not be as terrifying as Chen Daoxuan's, but in terms of swordsmanship, he will definitely have a qualitative leap like Chen Daoxuan did back then. If he is lucky enough, maybe Chen Fusheng will also be like him back then. Just after building his foundation, he can touch the 2nd level of the tangible realm of the sword intent. By then, Chen Fusheng's strength is not comparable to that of a Purple Mansion cultivator, but he is definitely an invincible existence under the Purple Mansion. The Chen family finally has a 2nd pillar besides Chen Daoxuan, although this pillar is a little young. Fusheng, HMM. From today on, you have to protect the Chen family, especially when I'm not in the family. Don't worry, young clan leader. Chen Fusheng nodded heavily. 10 days later, Guanghan Prefecture, Immortal City. Spirit boats gathered from all over Kangzhou towards Guanghan Prefecture. Chen Daoxuan led the Western Defense Zone Coalition, carrying a total of 500 foundation building cultivators, driving 5 spiritual warships, and rushed over Guanghan Prefecture Outer City, the city where the Zhao family mortals live. Countless Zhao clan members raised their heads and looked at the scene in front of them that they would never see in their lifetime. Dad, there are so many big ships. I'll tell my mother. One by one, the Zhao clan members trembled when they saw the immortal boats above their heads. If it weren't for the immortal master's timely greeting, it is estimated that all these Zhao mortals would have knelt down and kowtowed. For mortals, cultivators are an existence that they can never reach. This is also one of the reasons why the Zhao family set up a no-fly formation in Guanghan Prefecture to avoid disturbing mortals. Think about it. If there is no no-fly formation, hundreds of thousands of cultivators flying over the heads of mortals every day will have a great impact. If mortals get used to it, it will also cause the cultivators' deterrence to mortals to decrease. Simply, the Zhao family set up a no-fly formation so that everyone can save trouble. On the deck of the Lingsu warship, Chen Daoxuan stood in the middle, and Lei Zhen and Zhao Mucheng stood on his left and right. Zhao Mubei. As he was looking at the spiritual boats from other prefectures around him, a voice resounded through the sky. Who is this person? I don't know. It's the fire spirit Taoist from Shuon Prefecture. Is it him? The fire spirit Taoist who burned hundreds of foundation building cultivators from the Chuan kingdom with his own strength at Yunmeng Pass that year. Yes, it's him. Moreover, he was only in the late stage of foundation building at that time. I didn't expect that he is now in the third level of the Purple Mansion. Lei Zhen said with envy. In terms of spiritual roots, he and Huoling Taoist are the same. Both are cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots. Logically speaking, Lei Zhen was also at the foundation building stage, so the gap between the two should not be so big. But Huoling Taoist is a family cultivator, with the strong support of the family behind him, while Lei Zhen is a casual cultivator, and the kind of casual cultivator who has not become a guest of a big family. In addition, he did not continue to hang out in the battlefield of Chuan country, so naturally he could not compare with Huoling Taoist, a core child of a big family, in terms of resources, and the gap between the two cultivations became greater and greater. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan looked over curiously. Is this Huoling Taoist special? How dare he shout Brother Zhao's name in Guanghan Prefecture Immortal City? It's you, Kit. What's wrong? Are you itching again? The next moment, another voice sounded in the sky, and a white figure stood proudly in the sky. If it wasn't Zhao Mubei, who else could it be? Huoling Taoist looked to be in his early 20s, with a fair complexion and a red mark on his forehead like a fire pattern. He wore a loose red Taoist robe and his long hair was tied up behind his head casually, looking unruly. Hearing Zhao Mubei's words, Huoling Taoist laughed. Then, the two hugged each other in public, then hit each other hard in the chest, and smiled at each other. This scene not only surprised others, but also shattered Chen Daoxuan's three views. In his eyes, Zhao Mubei should be a very serious and steady person, but he didn't expect that he would make such a frivolous move in public. Chapter 194 And away again. You bastard. You bastard. A thunderous roar came from the main hall of the Guanghan Prefecture Coalition headquarters. How could he? How dare he? Abandon the city and flee. Inside the main hall, Zhao Minghao, the ancestor of the Zhao family, who was always gentle and mild-tempered, was furious at this moment, with red eyes. Although the Kangzhou coalition was hastily formed this time, more than 20 big families came. Although few of these big families can compare with the Guanghan Prefecture Zhao family, most of them are much stronger than the Guanghan Prefecture Yang family, the second largest family in Guanghan Prefecture. Almost all of them are big families with the strongest strength in each prefecture. Otherwise, they would not be able to represent their own prefectures to participate in this alliance. Among these 20 or so families, the three most powerful ones are the Guanghan Prefecture Zhao family, the Shuon Prefecture Zhao family, and the Jinan Prefecture Zhang family. These three families, whether in the number of cultivators or higher level cultivators, are not far apart. Even their core disciples are very outstanding. For example, Huoling Daoist from Zhao's family in Shuon Prefecture and Zhang Zuanling from Zhang's family in Jinan Prefecture are all famous figures on the Wangxinghe Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. The Wangxinghe Purple Mansion Xianjiao list is a list made based on the battle records and potential of the Wangxinghe Purple Mansion cultivators. The specific ranking of the list is not announced to the public, but the cultivators on the list all know their specific ranking on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list. Relatively speaking, the three major lists made by Kainiu and Sword Sect are still very credible. Unless there are Purple Mansion cultivators who deliberately hide their strength, the Purple Mansion cultivators on this list are probably the strongest group of Purple Mansion cultivators in Wangxinghe. After all, Wangxinghe and Chuan Kingdom have fought for hundreds of years. Which Purple Mansion cultivator has not been on the battlefield? Few people can hide their weaknesses on the battlefield. Because the battlefield is different from the usual fighting methods, there are rarely evenly matched situations. If you don't want to die, you can only go all out and let yourself live as much as possible on the battlefield. Zhao Mubei was originally ranked outside the top 100 on the Purple Mansion Xianjiao list, but after the corpse tied on Lotus Island, his ranking jumped directly to the top 10. He is currently ranked 9th. In other words, among all the Purple Mansion cultivators in the Wangxing Sea, Zhao Mubei's strength can be ranked 9th. You know, he is only at the 4th level of Purple Mansion cultivation now. If he reaches the 9th level of Purple Mansion, wouldn't he be able to touch the top 3 or even the first place on the Purple Mansion Chien Geo list? This shows how strong Zhao Mubei is. Chen Daoxuan has been comparing his own strength with him, and found that there is still a big gap between him and him. In fact, it is not that Chen Daoxuan is too weak, but that Zhao Mubei is too strong. Zhao Mubei, who is at the 4th level of Purple Mansion, is now fully qualified to fight against the weaker giant and early stage cultivators. In the hall, the cultivators sent by various tribes to participate in this alliance heard the news, and they all looked angry. Zhao Mingheo's roar evoked the deepest pain in everyone's heart. Back then, Yi Wu Dao, the ancestor of the Yi family, abandoned Zen and Pass and fled, causing Zen and Pass to fall. Now Kang's Iron Cheng is under siege, and everyone is still thinking about rushing to help Kang's Iron Cheng, but they didn't expect Yi Wu Dao to run away again. You know, this Kang's Iron Cheng is different from Zen and Pass. This is Yi Wu Dao's own clanland. In the eyes of Yi Wu Dao, a selfish cowardly beast, his own dog life is the most important, and it's not surprising that he can do such a thing. Zhang Zuanling of Jinan Mansion said coldly as Zhao Mingheo's roar just stopped. Chen Daoxuan looked at the young cultivator in front of him. This person stood in the hall and did not hide his own cultivation. His cultivation was even higher than Zhao Mubei, reaching the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. He was dressed in white, carrying a long sword with a sharp green light. His eyes were extremely sharp, and he faintly exuded an intimidating cold light. In his words, Zhang Zuanling did not take Yi Wu Dao, a giant and cultivator, seriously at all, and called him a beast. Who knew that everyone heard this? No one dared to say anything. Yi Wu Dao was still easy to say, but behind Yi Wu Dao stood the 3rd elder of Kanyuan Sword Sect, a great cultivator in the late Yuanying stage. Zhang Zuanling called Yi Wu Dao a beast, so the 3rd elder of Kanyuan Sword Sect was also an old beast. How could everyone present dare to reply? Heh. Glancing at the silent crowd, Zhang Zuanling sneered and made an obvious mocking laugh. Fellow Daoist Zhang is right. Zhao Mubei stood up and scolded. 50 years ago, Yi Wu Dao abandoned Zen and Pass and fled, resulting in the loss of more than 1 million cultivators in Kangzhou. This time he abandoned Kangzhou Immortal City and fled, putting hundreds of millions of mortals and cultivators in danger. Such a coward who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Calling him a beast is flattering him. That's right. Taoist Huoling also stood up and scolded. At this time, everyone thought of their old and new hatreds against Yi Wu Dao, the ancestor of the Yi family, and followed the 3 people to condemn him. Chen Daoxuan stood in the crowd, frowning and silent. Yi Wu Dao ran away. Was he afraid of death, or was there something else? Of course, no matter what, Kangzhou Immortal City must not fall, otherwise, everyone in Kangzhou will suffer next. Everyone. Zhao Mingheo said loudly. Although Yi Wu Dao is shameless, Kangzhou Immortal City must be saved, because this is not only to rescue Kangzhou Immortal City, but also to save ourselves. Patriarch Zhao. In the crowd, Zhang Zuanling bowed his hands. There are so many corpses, I wonder if there is a good plan. Hearing this, Zhao Mingheo shook his head and said solemnly, there is no good plan, only a fight to the death. This. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Only a fight to the death. This sentence made everyone feel extremely heavy. But thinking of the terrifying number of corpses and more than 100 Purple Mansion level corpse servants, everyone couldn't think of any strategy to solve this disaster. From Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City, the distance is at least 100,000 miles. With such a long distance and the inaction of the Yi family, how many islands and how many mortal monks have been killed by the zombies? As long as everyone thinks about this question, they feel chilled. A rough estimate is that there are at least hundreds of millions of human beings from Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City. With so many people, even if only half of the islands fall, it will cause a disaster. This disaster is worse than the Shenzhou Rebellion of the year. After all, the Shenzhou Rebellion was just a war between monks. Although this war affected a wide range, monks would not slaughter mortals for no reason. Even if the other monks were killed, mortals would generally only be demoted to slaves, not slaughtered. This rule was established by Kanyuan Sword Sect after unifying Wang Xinghe. Even when dealing with the issue of mortals in Chuan country, Carnean Sword Sect adopted this policy. Not wantonly slaughtering mortals is the bottom line of Carnean Sword Sect. This is also the foundation for Carnean Sword Sect's stable rule in Wangxinghe. If Carnean Sword Sect is really brutal, and all those who oppose it are slaughtered, even the mortals of the other forces are not spared, it will not have such prestige now. The formation of Kangshao Alliance was extremely fast. Under the unified coordination of the Zhao family, Kangshao Alliance is led by 3 major families, and 21 families participate. The monks participating in this battle are all the most elite monks of each family. There is not even a late-stage key refining monk. They are all monks above the foundation establishment stage. There is no way. The army is fast. Their spirit boat cannot carry a large number of key refining monks. In addition, the main goal of Kangshao Alliance is to eliminate the high-level zombies in the corpse group. Once the high-level zombies are killed, those low-level zombies are headless flies. The remaining work is to slowly clean up these flies. Therefore, Kangshao Alliance did not bring a single key refining monk. This is different from the front line of Izumo Kingdom. The most important reason why the Chuan Kingdom frontline recruited so many late-stage key refining cultivators was not because of their combat power. Instead, Carnean Sword Sect wanted to give the key refining cultivators in Wangxinghe a good way out. How many high-level cultivators, even Yuanying Zhenjin cultivators, relied on accumulating military merits on the Chuan Kingdom front line, exchanging for resources, and step by step to their current position. Millions of miles away, a huge island that looks like a small fairy island is located in the center of Wangxinghe. The periphery of this small fairy island is dotted with islands. Look carefully, each island is an independent cave. Countless caves have built a perfect defensive formation outside this small fairy island. Except for the top leaders of Carnean Sword Sect, no one knows what level this formation has reached. Anyway, with Chen Daoxuan's formation level comparable to that of a 4th level formation master, if he stood here, he would not be able to judge the grade of this large formation. He usually arranges formations to cover a small island or a fairy city at most. How could it be like what is in front of him? A series of cave secret realms that are completely different from the main world have been constructed on the periphery of the main island of Carnean Sword Sect, forming a huge formation that is unimaginable. This is where Carnean Sword Sect's base is located. Entering this small fairy island, you will find that this small fairy island is not small at all, and it is even more than 10 times larger than the area seen in the outside world. Cave Secret Realm. This small fairy island is also a huge cave secret realm. Carnean Sword Sect inherited from the Mahayana True Immortal, and with the accumulation of so many generations, its power has long expanded to a point that outsiders can hardly imagine. Although thousands of years ago, Carnean Sword Sect was driven from Xianyuan to Wangxinghe by Zhu and King Dao League. But unexpectedly, Carnean Sword Sect not only did not decline, but took off again with the resources of Wangxinghe. As a result, Carnean Sword Sect now carries all the forces of the entire Wangxinghe, presses Izumo country, and directly approaches the hinterland of Zhu and King Dao League. In the main cave, in a fairy palace, a group of powerful monks sit high on thrones. These powerful monks were the top leaders of Carnean Sword Sect, and the 3 elders of Carnean Sword Sect were among them. Have you heard about the incident in Kangshao? A gentle voice sounded in the hall. Everyone had different expressions when they heard it. Some looked solemn, some frowned, and some looked mocking. Sect Master, the corpse chaos in Kangshao is sweeping across the country. We can't wait any longer. An old man with silver hair and a childlike face said. Another elder shook his head and retorted, it's not difficult to suppress the corpse chaos, but it's difficult to eliminate the root of the trouble. Shenju Zenran. He paused. After all, Shenju Zenran is just a minor problem. I'm afraid that he will know the new passage that my Carnean Sword Sect has discovered in the Wangxinghe underwater world. Elder Wu is right. Another elder nodded. If you want to stop Shenju Zenran from continuing to cause trouble, you only need to send a Yuanying Zhenjin to stay in Kangshao. But the difficulty lies in how to prevent him from leaking the secrets of the Wangxinghe underwater world to the outside world after knowing it. That's right. Yes. Everyone nodded. The leader of the Carnean sword sect sat in the center, shrouded in a cloud, and outsiders couldn't see her face clearly. They could only vaguely see her slender figure. At the position where she attacked, a young man in white clothes with an impatient look on his face leaned on the throne. A closer look revealed that he was wandering in the sky. Third Elder, what do you think? The leader of Carnean sword sect looked at the third elder, Yi Yin, who had a calm expression. As a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yi Yin's cultivation is among the top 5 in the entire Carnean sword sect. Although his strength is not as good as the master of Zhenhe Palace and the leader of Carnean sword sect, but among all the elders, he is the strongest. The elder faction of Carnean sword sect has always been headed by him. In addition, Yi Yin's seniority is the same as the previous leader of Carnean sword sect, so he has a great influence in the sect. He is second only to the current leader of Carnean sword sect. If his son Yi Wudao had not abandoned Zenon Pass and fled 50 years ago, causing extremely bad influence within Carnean sword sect, Yi Yin's influence would even be comparable to that of the leader of Carnean sword sect. Yi Yin wore a loose lavender Taoist robe with long sleeves hanging to the ground. Although he was the elder of the leader of Carnean sword sect, his face was very young. If it weren't for his deep eyes, that were completely different from his young face, they would definitely think that this person is a young Taoist, not a Yuanying Zenjin who is over 2000 years old. The third elder Yi Yin bowed his hands and said calmly, "This matter." Before he finished speaking, outside the Immortal Palace, a young cultivator quickly flew in. Feeling the extremely terrifying pressure in the Immortal Palace, the young cultivator immediately knelt down and bowed his head and said, "Report to the sect master. Yi Wudao, the ancestor of the Yi family in Kangshao, came to the sect to ask for help." This Yi Wudao came to ask for help. Wasn't he confined for 100 years? Is he asking for help or seeking refuge? Who knows? After all, this is not his first time. He is very familiar with it. Seeing this cultivator, the originally listless lord of Zhenhe Palace suddenly became energetic and laughed. "Quick, please invite Yi Wudao in." "Shut up." The young lord of Zhenhe Palace had not yet been excited for 2 breaths when the reprimand of his senior sister came to his sea of consciousness. "Master, everyone." Yi Yin stood up from the throne. "I remembered that I still have a furnace of elixirs that I haven't finished refining, so I'll take my leave first. I just happen to have a furnace of elixirs that I haven't finished refining, so I'll take my leave first." Soon after Yi Yin proposed to take his leave, the elders all stood up and bowed to the master of Carnean sword sect to take their leave. "Elders, please do as you please." The gentle voice of the master of Carnean sword sect sounded in the Immortal Palace. Soon, more than 1/3 of the figures in the Immortal Palace disappeared. Chapter 195 Bait. As the group of people led by the third elder left, the Immortal Palace returned to silence again. After a while, the leader of the Carnean sword sect said, "Since Yi Wudao is unwilling to be the bait, how about letting Yaoa take on this important task?" "Senior sister?" The leader of the Zhenhe Palace looked at the other party in shock. Through the clouds, he saw that gentle but firm face, and the doubts in his heart finally turned into a sigh. "I will obey the order of the sect master." The rest of the people looked at each other, then bowed and said, "I will obey the order of the sect master." "Good." The leader of the Carnean sword sect nodded. "Dad, I have no objection to capturing the true man Shenju, but why do you want me to be the bait?" In a majestic Immortal Palace, a cultivator wearing a green Taoist robe with a golden vertical line between his eyebrows said with an indignant look on his face. "Oh." Yi Yin's face was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. "You mean, I've wronged you by letting you be the bait?" "Dad, that's not what I meant." Yi Wudao's arrogant face was filled with a trace of dissatisfaction. "I just don't want to hand my life over to that person." "Who?" "It's Kinzan. Pa." Before he finished speaking, Yi Wudao felt that his body was flying up involuntarily, and then there was a burning pain on his left cheek. Bang! Exclamation mark. Yi Wudao's body fell heavily on the jade floor of the hall. In the Immortal Palace, the maids standing on both sides of the hall saw this scene, and all lowered their heads, trembling with fear. Yi Wudao stood up with a gloomy face. The next moment, the maids in the hall were burning with colorless flames all over their bodies. In an instant, these maids, whose highest cultivation was only the 9th level of key refining, all turned into ashes, and they couldn't even say a word of begging for mercy. Dad, are you satisfied? Yi Wudao said dully. You are not worthy to call him by his name. Yu Yin's expression did not change at all, as if the one who just slapped him was not him, but someone else. The Lord of Zhenhe Palace is the most talented disciple in the history of my Carnean Sword sect. You are not worthy. Feeling the terrifying momentum of his father, the anger in Yu Wudao's heart was extinguished instantly, and cold sweat slid down his temples involuntarily. Seeing his son trembling, and not daring to speak, Yu Yin's eyes unconsciously flowed with a trace of sadness, and his tone became a little softer. Does it hurt? Yu Wudao shook his head in fear. Dad, Yu Wudao's tone became cautious. I'm worried that, if I'm used as bait, if the Lord of Zhenhe Palace takes this opportunity to take revenge on you, Dad, then my child's life will be in danger. Hearing this, Yu Yin glanced at Yu Wudao. Seeing Yu Yin's eyes, Yu Wudao dared not to argue anymore, and quickly bowed and said, Dad, I'm leaving. Yes. Watching Yu Wudao slowly retreat, Yu Yin raised his head and looked at the flowing clouds outside the fairy palace, muttering, Child, don't blame Dad. Wangxing Sea, Southwest Sea area. In the sky, one after another, spirit boats, like covering the sky and the sun, flew from the direction of Guang'an Prefecture Fairy City to the direction of Kangzhou Fairy City. These spirit boats are the coalition forces formed by the major families in Kangzhou. On a Lingsu warship, Chen Daoxuan, Zhao Mubei, Zhang Zuanling, and Huoling Taoist stood side by side. Brother Zhao, do you mean that Kangzhou Immortal City and Yu Wudao are just baits set by Carnean Sword Sect? Yes. Zhao Mubei nodded. The corpse tied on Lotus Island has been going on for so long, and there is no news from Truman Shenju. It can be seen that Truman Shenju's target is definitely not Guang'an Prefecture, but the entire Kangzhou. He paused. If you want to take over the entire Kangzhou, you must capture Kangzhou Immortal City, the largest immortal city in Kangzhou. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, what if Master Shenju doesn't take action? Huh? Zhao Mubei breathed a sigh of relief and said thoughtfully, no, he will take action. What makes you so sure, Brother Zhao? Because the corpse chaos in Kangzhou this time was not a single riot, but a premeditated act. Before Zhao Mubei could speak, Zhang Zuanling on the side said, I just received a message that Yunmeng Pass was attacked fiercely by the Zuanqing Taoist Alliance. There are also signs that a large number of Zuanqing Taoist Alliance troops are active in Chishu Xiancheng. What you mean? Internal and external cooperation? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but think of Zai Hong who committed suicide in front of him, and a line in his mind gradually became clear. He said in a deep voice, did the true man Shenju surrender to the Zuanqing Dao League? It's not about surrendering. Zhao Mubei shook his head. The true man Shenju would not surrender to anyone. To be precise, it should be mutual use. The true man Shenju needs the Zuanqing Dao League to relieve his pressure, and the Zuanqing Dao League also needs him to create chaos for the Carnean Sword sect. This Chen Daoxuan was quite puzzled. It should be difficult to do it with only the true man Shenju, right? Although he didn't know how strong the Carnean Sword sect was, the Carnean Sword sect had not even sent out a Yuanying's engine until now, which showed that in the eyes of the other party, suppressing the corpse chaos was not worth mentioning at all. It is difficult to do it. Zhao Mubei also frowned, and said very puzzledly, perhaps, the true man Shenju has some trump card that we don't know. Hearing this, everyone's mood became heavier. Now, Kangzhou Xiancheng is a chess piece, and their Kangzhou coalition is also a chess piece. The real chess players on the chessboard are Carnean Sword Sect and Zuanqing Dao League. Even Shenju Zenran is just a slightly stronger chess piece. Of course, with Shenju Zenran's character, he is absolutely unwilling to be a chess piece. He must have some way to break the situation that no one knows. I just don't know. Is Carnean Sword Sect one step ahead, or is Shenju Zenran even better? Facing this scene, although Chen Daoxuan was unwilling in his heart, he knew it. Whether in front of Carnean Sword Sect, Zuanqing Dao League, or even in front of Shenju Zenran, he, including his family, were all weak and had no bargaining qualifications at all. strength is a bargaining chip for playing chess. He and the Chen family do not have such bargaining chips and can only act as chess pieces for others to play chess. Yi Wudao at least has a father with the cultivation of Yuanying. He does not want to be a chess piece and he can escape from the battlefield. The major families of his Kangzhou alliance do not have such a backstage to save them from this difficulty. Let's talk about it. Truman Shenju came for Kangzhou. As a local family in Kangzhou, if they don't help now, who else can help? Seeing the atmosphere was a bit dull, Zhao Mubei smiled and waved his hand and said, "Forget it, let's not talk about these unhappy things. No matter what, Kangzhou's Iron Sheng must be saved, and the corpse tide must be cleared." Brother Zhao is right. Taoist Huoling nodded. "Since we don't talk about this, how about talking about the sword?" "Very good." Hearing Zhang Zuanling talking about the sword, Zhao Mubei and Chen Daoxuan's eyes lit up. As sword cultivators, if you ask them what topic they are most interested in, the sword must be ranked first. Being able to talk about the understanding of the sword with fellow sword cultivators who are similar in cultivation and sword realm is something that every sword cultivator dreams of. However, whether in Wangxing or Xianyantao, the number of sword cultivators is very rare. Not to mention that it is a rare opportunity to bring together two sword cultivators with similar cultivation and sword realm. If it weren't for the Kangzhou corpse chaos, Zhao Mubei would rarely have the opportunity to sit down with Zhang Zuanling to discuss swordsmanship. Hearing that Zhao Mubei, Zhang Zuanling and Chen Daoxuan were going to discuss swordsmanship, Taoist Huoling immediately put on a helpless look. Chapter 196 5-Element Sword Intention. Although Huoling Daoist strength far exceeded that of the cultivators of the same level, he was not a sword cultivator. Hearing the three people talking about swordsmanship, he inevitably felt a little bored. Because he couldn't understand. Or rather, even if he understood, he couldn't do it. His swordsmanship level was too far behind the three people. After all, he couldn't even comprehend the sword intent. "You guys chat, I'll go back first." Huoling Daoist shook his head. After saying that, he flew towards another spirit boat with his escape light. Seeing this, the three people laughed. After laughing, Zhao Mubei nodded and said, "In this case, I will throw out a brick to attract jade and start to show my ugliness." Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Zuanling bowed their hands and made a gesture of invitation. The sword intent I cultivate is a branch of the gold sword intent among the 5-element sword intent, named Zhengjin sword intent. This sword intent is extremely sharp and unparalleled, and it emphasizes going forward without hesitation and breaking through everything. Zhao Mubei explained his swordsmanship to the two. Chen Daoxuan and Zhang Zuanling listened, frowning from time to time because of confusion, and rejoicing because of the sudden enlightenment. "Since my Zhengjin sword intent reached the second level of the tangible realm, I have created this Kinglian sword technique. You two will watch." Zhao Mubei stretched out his right palm and saw a cyan lotus bud in his palm. Suddenly, the cyan lotus bloomed in Zhao Mubei's palm. One petal, two petals, until the third petal bloomed, and the petals of the cyan lotus became nothingness. "I still don't understand Zhengjin sword intent enough, and I can't make this cyan lotus bloom 3 petals. Otherwise, the power of this sword technique will at least double." At this point, Zhao Mubei shook his head regretfully. Brother Zhao is too modest. On the side, Zhang Zuanling sighed when he heard this. When you reach the second level of the tangible realm of sword intent, you can create your own sword tactics. Brother Zhao's talent in swordsmanship is really ashamed of us sword practitioners. He stretched out his right palm and said, "The sword intent I cultivate is called the extreme cold sword intent, which is a branch of the water sword intent in the 5-element sword intent." As he spoke, a flame of ice condensed in his palm. This ice flame was ice blue. Although the coldness was restrained, Chen Daoxuan could still feel a terrifying extreme cold force from it. "It's a pity. Although my sword intent has advanced to the second level of the tangible realm, I have not yet created my own sword tactics for the sword, and I cannot fully exert the strength of this realm of swordsmanship. I'm more than one level behind Brother Zhao." A trace of regret flashed in Zhang Zuanling's eyes. "Brother Zhang is too modest." Zhao Mubei bowed. "I'm not being modest. You should know me. I hate hypocrisy the most. I'm what I am." Zhang Zuanling shook his head. Otherwise, my position on the Purple Mansion prodigy list would not be just 43rd. Hearing this, Zhao Mubei remained silent. He knew that what Zhang Zuanling said was right. Zhang Zuanling's sword realm was not weaker than his, and his cultivation was even higher than his, reaching the 5th level of the Purple Mansion. The only difference between the two of them was that Zhao Mubei created his own sword tactics. To a certain extent, creating a sword tactic by oneself means that a sword cultivator has clarified his own sword path, and it is not as simple as just exerting all the strength of his own sword realm. Seeing Zhang Zuanling put away the ice blue flame in his palm, Chen Daoxuan stretched out his right palm and said slowly, "The sword intent I comprehended is a branch of the water sword intent in the 5-element sword intent, called the silk rain sword intent. This sword intent is good at group attack, and is good at confusing the enemy." Only to see, Chen Daoxuan's palm was filled with rain first, then white sword marks filled his palm, and finally turned into a starlight. It's a pity that I haven't been able to create my own sword art like Brother Zhao. To some extent, creating your own sword art has nothing to do with comprehension. It requires the person who creates his own sword art to think clearly about his future sword path. Otherwise, if he is hesitant in his heart, he will never be able to create his own sword art for the sword path. Seeing this, Zhao Mubei smiled and said, "I can see that the reason you two don't create your own sword art is not because you are not talented enough, but because you are too ambitious." He paused, especially Daoxuan. He pointed at Chen Daoxuan and said in a joking tone, "You don't want to comprehend the complete water sword meaning, do you?" "What?" Hearing this, Zhang Zuanling on the side looked at Chen Daoxuan with a shocked look in his eyes. "What is the concept of comprehending the complete water sword meaning?" You know, whether it is his extreme cold sword intent or Chen Daoxuan's silk rain sword intent, they are just branches of the water sword intent. To comprehend the complete water sword intent, at least the sword cultivator must comprehend several branches of the water sword intent, and each sword intent must be promoted to the 3rd level, the realm of sword intent transformed into stars, and then these sword intents must be integrated into one. Only then will there be a certain chance to comprehend the complete water sword intent and step into the threshold of the water sword intent. As for how many branches of the water sword intent one needs to comprehend, it depends on the cultivator. Some cultivators comprehend 2 branches of the water sword intent, and after reaching the 3rd level, they merge into one, and they can step into the threshold of the water sword intent. And some cultivators, even if they comprehend more than 10 branches of the water sword intent, and merge into one, cannot step into the threshold of the water sword intent. Even as strong as the master of the Zhenhe Palace, he can't figure out what this is related to. If it is related to comprehension and swordsmanship, how can those cultivators who can comprehend the 10 branches of water sword intent have poor comprehension and swordsmanship? Obviously, this has nothing to do with comprehension and swordsmanship. In the end, some sword cultivators can only attribute it to luck. Of course, it does not mean that, after comprehending the water sword intent, the strength will skyrocket. There is no such saying. Whether it is comprehending the extreme cold sword intent or Chen Daoxuan's silk rain sword intent, there is not much difference between the strength and the 2nd level of water sword intent and the 2nd level of sword intent. At least there is no essential difference. So, where is the difference? It lies in potential. As branches of water sword intent, the extreme cold sword intent and the silk rain sword intent have limited potential. For example, in the history of the extreme cold sword intent, the extreme cold sword intent can only be promoted to the 4th level of sword intent, and it cannot go any further. In other words, this path has reached the extreme after reaching the 4th level of sword intent. Silk rain sword intent is slightly better, and can reach the 5th level of sword intent at most. But whether it is the 5th level of sword intent or the 4th level of sword intent, it means that this path is limited. However, no matter which sword cultivator, no one wants to see the end of the sword path they are on at a glance. Therefore, many sword cultivators start to make plans for the future when their sword path realm is still low, such as integrating sword intent and forcibly comprehending one of the 5 elements of sword intent. There are also some people with extraordinary talents or luck. The sword intent they comprehend at the beginning is one of the 5 elements of sword intent, not the branch sword intent. For such people, the sword path potential is almost endless, and they are the real sword cultivators among sword cultivators, and the genius among geniuses. Si esta se escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas. Significa que lo descargaron y sabiran sinas fuso ten invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas ali encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos géneros. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 197 Heading to the Battlefield. The speed of the Kangzhou coalition was extremely fast. In just a few days, the Kangzhou immortal city was faintly visible. Along the way, the tragic scene that everyone saw made everyone feel more and more heavy. The speed of the corpse tide spreading was faster than everyone imagined, and the closer to the Kangzhou immortal city, the more terrifying the corpse tide became. Under the command of Sun Fu, these low-level zombies rode on sailboats and rushed on the sea. High-level flying zombies drove dark clouds and wreaked havoc on the islands along the way. The Kangzhou coalition destroyed several waves of such flying zombies along the way, which delayed a lot of time. On the deck of the Lingsu warship, Chen Daoxuan frowned and said, "Brother Zhao, Brother Zhang, look." Hearing this, Zhao Mubei and Zhang Zuanling looked in the direction of Chen Daoxuan's finger. They saw that the giant island where the Kangzhou immortal city was located was completely surrounded by a group of black corpses. There were countless black corpses, which surrounded the entire island. This scene made everyone's scalp numb. In just a few months, it has become so rotten. Zhao Mubei, who had been fighting against the corpses for several years, could not believe what he saw. Both he and Chen Daoxuan were grateful. Fortunately, the real target of the corpses on Lotus Island was not Guang'an Prefecture, but Kangzhou Immortal City. Otherwise, Guang'an Prefecture could not resist this terrifying force at all. Because they had found dozens of Purple Mansion corpse servants in the corpse group with a casual sweep. These Purple Mansion corpse servants were at least in the early stage of Purple Mansion, and some were even in the late stage of Purple Mansion. Even compared with the two brothers Sun Fu, their strength was almost the same. In terms of high-end combat power, the Kangzhou coalition had no advantage at all. The high-level cultivators in Kangzhou were already very severe. In the whole Kangzhou, there was only one giant cultivator, and he ran away. Except for Yu Wu Dao, there was no giant Zenran in Kangzhou now. As for the corpse group, after careful observation, everyone found that the other side had 127 Purple Mansion level combat power. Among them, there are 13 people in the late Purple Mansion, 29 people in the middle Purple Mansion, and the rest are all in the early Purple Mansion. This force has already created a crushing advantage for the Kangzhou coalition. But on the Kangzhou coalition side, there are only 7 people who can reach the late Purple Mansion. Among them, there are also Zhao Mubei, Zhang Zuanling, and Huoling Doran, whose strength is comparable to or even exceeds the late Purple Mansion. As for the middle Purple Mansion, there are quite a few in the Kangzhou coalition, reaching 27 people. There are a lot fewer people in the early Purple Mansion, less than 40 people. In total, there are 71 people in the Kangzhou coalition side. Even if the Purple Mansion combat power in Kangzhou's Iron Cheng is included, it does not exceed 100 people. Although this force can surround and kill giant and Zenran, it does not have any advantage in the face of 127 Purple Mansion zombies. The gap in high-end combat power is not the most desperate. Compared with the Kangzhou coalition, the most terrifying thing about the zombie group is its extremely terrifying number. Looking around, the sea surface of hundreds of miles in radius was almost filled with corpses. Some of them took boats, while others simply sailed through the waves in the sea, and their goal was the Kangzhou immortal city ahead. Be careful. Flying zombies. A loud shout rang in everyone's ears in the group of spirit boats. Chen Daoxuan could tell that it was the voice of Zhao Minghao, the commander of the coalition forces. They saw a cloud of dark clouds in front of them, and countless flying zombies rushed towards their spirit boats. They had encountered this kind of scene more than once, and had rich experience. But compared with the previous one, the number of corpses in front of them was much larger. "Let me do it," Zhang Zuanling shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of ice blue flame rose in his palm, and then the ice blue flame transformed into a blue ice phoenix. The blue ice phoenix was only as big as Zhang Zuanling's palm at first. But on the way to the group of corpses, it became bigger and bigger, until its wings spread out hundreds of feet wide. The speed of the blue ice phoenix was as fast as a stream of light. Few of the cultivators present could react. With the strength of Chen Daoxuan's spiritual consciousness, he could naturally see the trajectory of the blue ice phoenix hitting the corpse group. At the moment when the two collided with each other, an extremely cold force erupted from the blue ice phoenix. In an instant, the group of corpses in front of him, at least tens of thousands of them, were directly frozen into ice slag by this extremely cold force. In the sky, the frozen corpses fell madly into the corpse tide below, like a hailstorm. Pieces of frozen corpses fell on the sea, freezing the surrounding sea water and the surging corpses. A field of ice with a radius of thousands of feet was formed on the sea surface below. This sword killed at least hundreds of thousands of corpses, which was shocking. After one sword, Chen Daoxuan saw an ice blue flying sword as fast as a stream of light, drilling into Zhang Zuanling's Danshan Qi Si. Good, good, good. In the coalition, the monks cheered, and their morale was boosted. Originally, Zhang Zuanling's face was slightly pale after using this big move, but when he saw the soaring morale of the monks, he felt that the mana consumed was completely worth it. Brother Zhang, well done. Zhao Mubei smiled. As the flying zombies blocking the road were killed by Zhang Zuanling's sword, the Kangzhou coalition encountered no more obstacles, and flew directly into the defense formation of Kangzhou Immortal City. At this moment, all the monks and mortals shrank into Kangzhou Immortal City. The originally spacious Immortal City was now crowded with hundreds of millions of people living in it. Fortunately, the Yi family is a Chindan family after all, and it is a Chindan family backed by a great monk in the late Yuanying stage. Therefore, the Yi family also has a small cave. Thanks to the existence of this cave, hundreds of millions of monks and mortals can temporarily hide in this cave for refuge. Otherwise, Kangzhou Immortal City, which can only accommodate millions of cultivators at ordinary times, can only accommodate tens of millions of mortals and cultivators at most. It is impossible to accommodate hundreds of millions of mortals. Of course, the Yi family saved these mortals. In addition to the fact that most of them are Yi family members, there is another important reason. That is, they can no longer add manpower to the corpse group. If these hundreds of millions of mortals are thrown to the corpse group and transformed into zombies, the corpse tide will be more difficult to control. At that time, I'm afraid that Kangzhou Immortal City will not even have the chance to support until the arrival of reinforcement, and will be broken by the corpse tide. Although the strength of each zombie that has just been transformed by the Yin Shaki is not worth mentioning, only one key refining stage cultivator can kill dozens or even more. But hundreds of millions of corpses are a force that even Purple Mansion cultivators and even Golden Core cultivators are afraid of. Anyway, with Yi Wudao's strength, he can't deal with this scale of corpse tide at all. In fact, even with the extremely strong manpower of the Kangzhou coalition, the cultivators of Kangzhou Immortal City can't deal with the corpse tide in front of them. Everyone's only hope is that, if they can hold out to a certain extent, Carnean Sword Sect will be able to come out to the rescue in time. Chapter 198 Command. Kangzhou Immortal City. As the spirit boats slowly landed, cheers like tsunamis broke out in the Immortal City. At this time, whether it was mortals or monks, when they saw these spirit boats, they seemed to see saviors, and felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. But the sober-minded monks could see that with the number of monks carried on these spirit boats, facing such a large group of corpses, it was simply a drop in the bucket. The arrival of this batch of reinforcement can only delay the fall of Kangzhou Immortal City at most. As for the extermination of the corpse group, it is completely overthinking. Moreover, as time goes by, the number of corpses gathered outside Kangzhou Immortal City will only increase. Because there are countless islands over 100,000 miles from Lotus Island to Kangzhou Immortal City, there are always some fish that have not been captured. When these islands fall, the number of corpses will inevitably be greater. Yi Family Station. Yi Hongsheng, the elder of the Yi family and the person in charge of the Yi family at this time, led a group of elite monks of the Yi family and waited outside the hall. Yi Hongsheng looked like a 50-year-old man with a thin face, wearing a jade crown, a Taoist robe, and a fiery red spiritual armor. When he saw the coalition monks led by Zhao Minghao, he immediately showed a happy expression. "Fellow Daoist Zhao, I've been waiting for you." Yi Hongsheng stepped forward, grabbed Zhao Minghao's hands, and said excitedly. Zhao Minghao pulled his hands out calmly, and said in a cold voice, "Where is Yi Wu Dao?" The embarrassment and resentment on Yi Hongsheng's face flashed away, and then he laughed. "My ancestor felt that the tide of corpses was powerful, so he rushed to Carneon Sword Sect for help a few days ago. According to the date now, he should have arrived at Carneon Sword Sect." Haha, a laugh suddenly came from the coalition crowd. This request for help is really interesting. There is neither reinforcement from Carneon Sword Sect, nor Yi Wu Dao himself returning. Could it be that a dignified Chinden Zenran got lost? Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Immediately, someone in the crowd laughed and said, "I don't think it's likely that he got lost. Back then, Master Yi ran all the way back to Kangzhou from Zenan Pass. He was able to return smoothly after a distance of more than 10 million miles, not to mention the mere millions of miles now." "Brother, you are right. I forgot." Ha ha ha. Hearing the cold ridicule from everyone, Yi Hongsheng's face turned pale, but for the sake of the overall situation, he chose to endure it. However, he could endure it, but it didn't mean that other Yi family cultivators could endure it. The next moment, a young Yi family cultivator stood out from the crowd, his eyes red, and bowed his hands and said, "Which Taoist friend said that just now? Please stand up. Stand up if you want to." Lei Zhen flew out from the coalition soldiers and shouted, "This is what your grandfather Lei said. What do you think? It's you." Yi Ziwen saw Lei Zhen and his face suddenly changed. How could he not remember the person in front of him? Back then, he went to Guang'an Prefecture Fairy City alone, wanting to purchase the second level water spirit beads, but he was disturbed by this reckless man. Now he is ridiculing the Yi family in public again, really not knowing how to live or die. New and old hatreds, coupled with the despair and anger after being abandoned by his own ancestors, made Yi Ziwen completely explode. "You hairy-faced thief," Yi Ziwen pointed at Lei Zhen. "Today you insult my Yi family so much, dare to fight me to the death. With you, a coward, why don't you dare? Okay, come." Yi Ziwen wanted to fly out, but was imprisoned in place by a powerful force, and could not move. Yi Ziwen turned around with difficulty, and saw the great elder Yi Hongsheng shaking his head at him, with a line of tears sliding down his cheeks. "Great elder, let me go," Yi Ziwen said coldly. "Ziwen, don't be impulsive. I know." Seeing his expression, Yi Hongsheng sighed and released the imprisonment force on Yi Ziwen. Yi Ziwen felt the disappearance of the restraining force, slowly straightened his body, glanced at the allied monks who were glaring at his family, took a deep breath and said, "Great elder, I've had enough of these years." Ziwen. Yi Ziwen ignored the dissuasion, slowly took 2 steps forward, and bowed to the allied monks. "My fellow Kangzhou people," Yi Ziwen shouted, "that's right, my Yi family ancestor Yi Wu Dao escaped, abandoned the city and fled, abandoned the millions of monks in my Yi family and fled. Today, I, Yi Ziwen, swear here that I will no longer respect Yi Wu Dao as my Yi family ancestor. If I break this oath, I will be punished by heaven and earth." Boom boom boom. A dull thunder sounded. After making a great oath, Yi Ziwen turned around, walked to the great elder Yi Hongsheng, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. "Great elder, fellow clansmen, although I, Yi Ziwen, do not respect Yi Wu Dao as the ancestor of my Yi family, I have no choice but to inherit my blood from him. Today, I, Yi Ziwen, will give it back to him." Ziwen. "Don't. Brother Ziwen." A flying sword as fast as lightning flew out of the storage bag, slashed across his dantian, and almost cut his body in 2. With a plop, Yi Ziwen fell to the ground. Blood foam spurted out of his mouth. Yi Ziwen's eyes were diffused, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I would rather be a casual cultivator." After the words fell, Yi Ziwen died. Brother Ziwen. Among the Yi family's fellow clansmen, each of the Yi family cultivators was in great grief. Lei Zhen saw this scene, For some reason, his anger seemed to have subsided a little. When the other Kangzhou coalition monks saw this scene, they were all shocked by the strong character of the Yi family monk named Yi Zuoyuan, and their anger was all subsided by 70%. At this time, an inexplicable thought surged from everyone's mind. Yi Wudao is Yi Wudao, and the Yi family monks are the Yi family monks. They cannot be confused. Friend Yi Dao has a good method. A voice sounded in Yi Hongsheng's sea of consciousness. It was Zhao Minghao's voice. However, if your Yi family relies on a foundation building period warrior to seize the command of the Kangzhou Immortal City Defense War, I can only give you the word wishful thinking. Friend Zhao Dao, Kangzhou Immortal City is my Yi family's immortal city. Shouldn't my Yi family command this war? Yi Hongsheng did not give in. Both of them knew very well what battlefield command meant in a war of this scale. It means that no matter whether the coalition forces or the Yi family get it, the number of deaths on the battlefield will be much less. Zhao Minghao sneered. If Yi Wudao was here, your Yi family might still be qualified to compete for the command of this war. What is your Yi family qualified for now? Hearing this, Yi Hongsheng turned his head and looked at the 11 purple mansion cultivators behind him, then looked at the 71 purple mansion cultivators opposite him, and several purple mansion Xian Geo rankings. He could only sigh helplessly. He looked at Zhao Minghao deeply, then bowed deeply, and pleaded, I hope Brother Zhao will have mercy on the millions of cultivators of my Yi family. In the end, he handed over the command. Chapter 199, Factionalism. Kangzhou Immortal City. Outside the city wall, that is hundreds of feet high, endless groups of corpses are attacking the defensive formation outside the city like crazy. The defensive formation of Kangzhou Immortal City is of the 5th level. Even if Yuan Ying's engine comes, he can stop it for a moment. Facing the attack of these groups of corpses, it is naturally a piece of cake. But although the defensive formation is strong, it cannot defend forever. After all, it consumes the spiritual energy of the spiritual vein of Kangzhou Immortal City. So many zombies besieged the Immortal City from all directions, and it continued. Even if the spiritual vein of Kangzhou Immortal City was as high as the 4th level, it could not hold on. The final result is only one. Kangzhou Immortal City was broken. Chen Daoxuan was arranged by the Kangzhou coalition in the 43rd defense zone. This defense zone is located in the southern section of Kangzhou Immortal City. The chief officer of the defense zone is none other than Chen Daoxuan's old acquaintance, Yang Linyuan, the head of the Yang family. Chen Daoxuan is considered Yang Linyuan's deputy. Faced with this arrangement, Chen Daoxuan naturally didn't say much. Although he believed that his strength far exceeded Yang Linyuan, Zhao Minghao's judgment of his strength was still 4 years ago, barely comparable to the level of a purple mansion cultivator. If he led a large defense zone alone, it might be breached, and the entire Kangzhou Immortal City would suffer. Zhao Minghao naturally did not dare to take risks. Let Yang Linyuan, a purple mansion 2nd level cultivator, take charge, plus 2 deputies, so that the 43rd defense zone would be safe. Deputy Commander Chen. Deputy Commander Chen. After a tour, all the soldiers on the city wall bowed to him. Chen Daoxuan returned the salute one by one, and nodded to the soldiers. Outside the defense formation, the zombies were still attacking frantically, causing ripples on the light curtain of the defense formation. Everyone knew that, when the defense formation was put away, it would be the time for a bloody battle between the two sides. As this moment approached, everyone's breathing became heavy involuntarily. There was no way the dark tide of zombies in front of them that could not be seen at a glance put too much pressure on the cultivators. Even Chen Daoxuan felt his scalp tingling when he saw the endless black ocean like corpse tide in front of him. Corpse tide. Too horrible. This is no longer something that a mere purple mansion or even golden core cultivator can handle. I'm afraid that even a Yuan Ying's engine would feel powerless and sigh when seeing this scene, right? Chen Daoxuan thought to himself. Commander. After inspecting the defense zone, Chen Daoxuan came to the temporary command post of the 43rd defense zone and bowed to Yang Linyuan, saying, I have inspected all the defenses of the defense zone, and the soldiers are all ready. Thank you for your hard work, nephew Chen. Seeing Chen Daoxuan, Yang Linyuan immediately stood up from his seat, walked over in 3 or 2 steps, and said with a smile, Please sit down. Please sit down. After some greetings, Yang Linyuan looked at his two deputies, Chen Daoxuan and his granddaughter Yang Gangwan, and nodded, saying, in this defensive battle, our only goal is not to annihilate the enemy, but to resist the enemy's offensive. As long as we hold on until the reinforcement from Kainyuan Sword Sect arrive, we will be victorious. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan and Yang Gangwan looked at each other and frowned, saying, Commander-in-Chief, will Kainyuan Sword Sect send reinforcement? Yang Linyuan was slightly stunned, and then said with a firm face, yes, it will. After a pause, he explained, the idea of Kainyuan Sword Sect before was just to lure the true man Shenju to take action, but the true man Shenju was too patient and has been hiding behind the scenes until now. But this time is different. Once the Kangzhou Immortal City is broken, the entire Kangzhou will be in danger of falling, followed by Taizhou and Jingzhou. If things develop to that point, Kainyuan Sword Sect will also have a headache to clean up the mess. Therefore, Kangzhou Immortal City is the bottom line of Kainyuan Sword Sect, and they will never sit idly by and watch the fall of Kangzhou Immortal City. Hearing this, Yang Gangwan, whose cultivation had already broken through to the first level of the Purple Mansion, curled his lips and said, I'm afraid it has something to do with this being Yu Wu Dao's base camp. Ha ha ha. Yang Linyuan stroked his beard and laughed. Of course, this is also part of the reason. As we all know, the faction of the leader and the faction of the elders of Kainyuan Sword Sect have always been at odds, but this time, the two factions are highly unanimous in their opinions on wiping out the zombies and completely eliminating the true man Shenju. Inside the command post, Chen Daoxuan listened to Yang Linyuan's words silently, without saying a word. These were common sense in the eyes of the big families, and he heard them all for the first time. He knew that what Yang Linyuan and Yang Gangwan said might not be without his intention to point out to him the faction of the leader, the faction of the elders. Obviously, the Kainyuan Sword Sect is not a monolithic entity, and there are also factions. In fact, this is also a very normal thing. Even in the previous life, there were disagreements, conflicts of interest, and factions within each country. In this world, this is obviously the case. It has been only 400 years since the succession of the leader of the Kainyuan Sword Sect. This period of time, for a Yuan Ying Zhenjin who can easily live for 3,000 years, and a Yuan Shen cultivator who can live for 10,000 years, although it is not a short time, it is indeed not a long time. The leader of Kainyuan Sword Sect can sit firmly on the position of leader, and lead the entire Wangxing He to defeat Zuan King Dao League step by step, which is already a great ability. It is impossible for her to solve all the internal conflicts, and make the entire Kainyuan Sword Sect as solid as an iron plate. After all, this is a world where great power belongs to itself. The people of the Kainyuan Sword Sect elders are willing to respect the third elder. Can the leader of Kainyuan Sword Sect still kill all the elders headed by the third elder? If he really does this, Kainyuan Sword Sect will fall into civil war and division in an instant. Woo woo. While several people were talking, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the Kangzhou Immortal City. It's time to withdraw the defense formation. Daoxuan, Gongwan, follow me. Yang Linyuan's face was serious. Yes, Commander. Chen Daoxuan and Yang Gangwan followed closely. Outside Kangzhou Immortal City, as the shrill alarm sounded, the 5th level defense formation was slowly lifted. As the defense formation was withdrawn, the zombies outside were like hot water poured into an oil pan, and they were completely boiling. Raw. The eardrum shaking roar reached Chen Daoxuan's ears. The zombies relied on the 100-foot high city wall, and filled the height of the city wall little by little in the way of stacking ahats, completely ignoring that the zombies at the bottom had been crushed into meat paste. The 100-foot high city wall. Chen Daoxuan didn't know how many corpses were needed to fill it, and he didn't have the mind to count. He only knew that the zombie tied in front of him, trampling on the corpses of his companions, rushed towards the Kangzhou coalition. In the sky, a group of flying zombies covered with dark clouds rushed towards the 43rd defense zone. For a while, the zombies attacked the monks in the 43rd defense zone from 2 directions. Kill. Yang Linyuan roared, taking the lead, controlling the flying sword, to cut through the zombies. The sword's light was 100 feet long, and it cut a huge gap in the zombies. countless zombies were killed by the sword, but soon, more zombies filled the gap and rushed towards everyone. Fearless and endless. This terrifying pressure made some timid monks tremble. Chapter 200 Endless True Essence. Facing this sky-shattering scene, Chen Daoxuan's face was calm. This was his first time to participate in such a large-scale war. Looking at the black mass of corpses rushing towards him, Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Zanyuan suddenly burst out, and above the Danshan Qi Si, a starlight seemed to be substantial, almost condensing into a star. In an instant, the entire 43rd defense zone was covered by a layer of transparent rain curtain, and in the rain curtain, the sword energy turned into raindrops, rustling down. As soon as the corpses rushed into the rain curtain of nearly 10,000 feet in radius, they were torn into pieces by the rain curtain transformed by endless sword energy. In an instant, the corpses in the 43rd defense zone were almost cleared by Chen Daoxuan alone. This Yang Linyuan stared at the scene in front of him in a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. The commander is mighty. On the battlefield of the 43rd defense zone, not only someone shouted this sentence. Then, the words "the commander is mighty" resounded throughout the battlefield. Among the corpses, Sun Fu quickly noticed the abnormality of the 43rd defense zone. Is it him? Sun Fu's golden pupils shrank slightly. Obviously, he recognized Chen Daoxuan. Immediately, a ferocious smile appeared on his green face and fangs. "Let me see how much true energy you have consumed." After saying that, he waved his hand, and more corpses rushed towards the defense zone, where Chen Daoxuan was. The pressure on the 42nd and 44th defense zones was also relieved. The Purple Mansion commanders of these two defense zones actually had the leisure to use their spiritual sense to observe the battle situation in the 43rd defense zone. Following Sun Fu's instructions, the corpses rushing towards the 43rd defense zone were even more terrifying. Facing the corpses that were like a deep sea, Chen Daoxuan had no expression on his face, as if those killed by his sword energy were just a bunch of grass. Although the number of corpses was larger, they just couldn't break into the sword energy rain curtain constructed by Chen Daoxuan. Including the corpses in the sky, they rushed towards the rain curtain countless times, but except for being cut into pieces, they were of no use at all. Occasionally, a powerful late-stage foundation building zombie, relying on its strong defense and recovery capabilities, would rush within 100 feet of Chen Daoxuan, only to be shattered by a white mark. The entire 43rd defense zone, relying on Chen Daoxuan alone, completely blocked the zombies. Yang Ganwen couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Chen Daoxuan display his divine power. Since she gave up comprehending the sword intent and chose to break through the Purple Mansion, she thought that relying on her water spirit body, she would not be weaker than Chen Daoxuan, who had not yet reached the middle stage of foundation building. But unexpectedly, Chen Daoxuan's strength was much stronger than she imagined. This kind of strength, even a late-stage Purple Mansion cultivator might not be able to do it, right? Yang Ganwen thought secretly. Time passed little by little. Soon, an hour passed. Such a high intensity of maintaining the sword energy rain curtain to resist the zombies, even with Chen Daoxuan's reserves of true energy, was somewhat insufficient. As the true energy continued to be consumed, Chen Daoxuan's face finally turned pale. In the distance, Sun Fu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Daoxuan's pale face. "Boy, the battlefield is not a place for you to show off your abilities. You want to resist the zombies by yourself. Do you think you are a Chinen cultivator or a Yuan Ying's engine?" With a sneer, Sun Fu stopped paying attention to Chen Daoxuan. In his opinion, Chen Daoxuan's true essence was exhausted in just 1 hour. Whether he could save his life in the next zombie attack was a matter of 2 words. In Chen Daoxuan's Danshan Qi Si, a 3rd grade fortune white lotus was quietly suspended. Above the 3rd grade fortune white lotus, a bright star illuminated the entire Danshan Qi Si. The 3rd grade fortune lotus. In the past 3 years, as Chen Daoxuan's refining grade was improved, he almost upgraded all his magic tools. Among them, naturally, his lifelong magic tool, the fortune white lotus. Originally, the 2nd grade fortune white lotus could only store about 3 times the true essence of a late-stage foundation building cultivator. After being promoted to the 3rd grade fortune white lotus, that is, The third grade magic tool. The ability of the good fortune White Lotus to store true essence has skyrocketed. After Chen Daoxuan's test, its ability to store true essence has increased by at least 6 times. In other words, this third grade good fortune White Lotus stores at least 18 times the true essence of a late stage foundation building cultivator. Adding the amount of true essence stored in Chen Daoxuan's own Anshan Key C, Chen Daoxuan's true essence has reached more than 19 times the original amount. In other words, with this level of consumption, he can support 19 hours. Even far more than 19 hours. During the battle, Chen Daoxuan's true essence can also be continuously restored. With his true essence recovery speed, if he eats another Huan pill, Chen Daoxuan can basically support it indefinitely. Unless the spiritual energy inside Kang's Hao's Iron Cheng is exhausted, he cannot restore his true essence. Soon. 10 hours passed. The rest of the defense zones are all in danger, and only the defenses of the 42nd, 43rd, and 44th defense zones are the most stable. But if you look closely, you will find that the corpse groups in these 3 defense zones are all rushing towards the 43rd defense zone. Defense zones 42 and 44 were almost reduced to being useless. The rest of the Purple Mansion cultivators were all on guard against the Purple Mansion corpse servants on the opposite side attacking Chen Daoxuan and affecting Chen Daoxuan's performance. After all, they could not be as persistent as Chen Daoxuan in group attacks. For a full 10 hours, Chen Daoxuan maintained this posture, motionless. In front of him, the rain curtain formed by the sword energy never stopped for a moment. Outside the Kangzhou city wall, countless corpses were stopped by Chen Daoxuan alone, unable to cross the line. Originally, as the war became more intense, Sun Fu had forgotten about Chen Daoxuan, the fool who used a big move right at the beginning. But after a full 10 hours, he found that Chen Daoxuan was still maintaining this offensive, and he could not help but be stunned. How is it possible? Sun Fu murmured. How can there be someone in this world with such a terrifying reserve of true energy? Although he couldn't believe the scene in front of him, he saw Chen Daoxuan's calm appearance. How could it look like he had run out of energy? Sun Fu would not be surprised if he could hold out for another 10 hours. After a quick sense, Sun Fu discovered that in just 10 hours, nearly 10 million zombies had died at the hands of Chen Daoxuan. This number was already a few tenths of the entire zombie tide. If this continued for another 10 days or half a month, this zombie tide would be quelled by Chen Daoxuan alone. Thinking of this, Sun Fu felt a sense of absurdity. The zombie tide that had made the entire Kangzhou feel like it was facing a formidable enemy was actually consumed by a mere foundation building cultivator. Sun Fu felt like he was holding back a breath and couldn't let it out, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Retreat. The order was given, and the zombie tide's offensive suddenly slowed down. All the zombies retreated in compliance with orders, and no zombie wanted to fight. This was also the horror of the zombie tide. The cultivator army could not disobey the orders of the controller at all. Looking at the retreating black tide in front of him, Chen Daoxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Behind him, Yang Linyuan and Yang Gangwen looked at him with eyes full of shock and weirdness. Chen Daoxuan turned his head and saw the expressions of the two, frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Findi est capitulo muchas gracias por lega hasta el final no se olviden de del lake buscas más contenido exclusivo y acceso inmediato, suscria bet en nuestro Patreon. Recuda, cada like, suscripción o donación nos americana. Gracias a todos nos vemos en el próximo video.